Good evening. It's episode 286, the longest running episodic, whatever it is. We don't know.
No, I just found that to be really funny that it was Thanksgiving because I screwed up, but they don't know our holidays.
You should have gone with it. Yeah, Thanksgiving in April. Nobody who would know?
Hey,
who would Google that shit?
Could have sworn
it's turkey both days usually. Well, I guess Good Friday's like ham or Easter ham. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't need Florida Man. That's a different conversation. You're talking about
He's
that.
probably in the chat anyways.
Fish tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's a different.
That's what I had tonight. I had fish tonight. Yeah.
Good evening, Jeff. Good evening, Paul.
I did accidentally. I had tuna. So.
There you go.
Haddock.
That counts. That counts. Good evening, Hodges. Evening, all, and Eric. Listen, Eric is tardy. Like he's slacking off. Now, unfortunately, I was gonna be nice to him, and now I have no choice, Scott. Now I'm gonna have to be mean to Eric. It's really unfortunate.
I wasn't here last week because Eric wasn't here. I came tonight. So.
Oh, last week we had Brad, so that worked out actually rather well.
Brad? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Brad was like, wait, no Eric? I'm in. Let's go.
Did y'all get all the inside on the Hall of Fame and all that stuff? Or?
No. I'm talking about PSA Brad.
Oh, yeah. PSA Brad.
yeah, Canada Brad.
Canada Easter, Brad. Thanksgiving. We're having a fun morning.
although we really didn't talk about PSA at all. It was actually Brad was showing off a couple of things that he had picked up collection wise. He went to the wall of stuff because usually he's got some good stuff there, right. And then actually shared a big find with some Bobby Orr rookies and some 52 Manals. Small stackable. 52 Manals are common as dirt, as you're well aware. Canadian Autograph Collector, good evening. Yes, we expo soon. That is right. We are approaching. Actually, thank you for reminding me.
What is the count?
So we've got a little countdown timer going here, and then next week I think is the Strongsville thing, and actually this weekend. We're gonna have the correspondent next week. It's next week.
Next week.
We have a correspondent, but technically. There is an expo out west. They got the Edmonton Expo.
Oh, Edmonton's on, yeah.
So actually, the thing is, Menzie, his team, are actually gonna be busy this month. Edmonton Expo is this weekend, right now, as we speak.
Yeah.
Next week is Strongsville, which is under his team as well. So they're doing that, organizing it, and then at the end of the month is the Spring Expo. So you're gonna have the 3 shows within weeks of each other. So it's gonna be very tight.
2 Canadian, 1 American show. So.
Yeah. So, and here's the little countdown timer. We got that going. So we're 26 days. So we're approaching. So Scott, that's going to be busy, and it's the same management team that is actually running these 3 shows within the month of April.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's pushing the envelope on that one, isn't he? Wow.
So do you think once you get in a rhythm, though, it's kind of, like these guys kind of know what they're doing? So.
I think it would be, except you're operating with 3 different venues and you're cross border. So you're actually running back, and then it's also, even in the Canada one, you're going from the west to the east, and the Toronto show is the biggest of those ones in terms of tables and in terms of presence and all of it.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure you have your people ready to go. There's a lot of stuff going on there, so I think it'll be interesting. Now look at this guy; he's just fooling around back there. He's got a bicycle going. Like, where the hell are you?
Bike again? Jesus.
Where the hell are you?
Hi. Is it true that you can get lost while you're riding a stationary bike?
Oh, all the time.
It's happened.
Yeah.
Who do you ask for directions, though?
Good evening, Phil. We'll enjoy Big Scott's War Against Strollers at card shows. All right, Paul's in on your War Against Strollers.
Yeah.
You got some support. Bagwell Bijou Berkman, good evening to you. Yes, sir. Bill will be there Friday. Good stuff. I like it. Edmonton was pandemonium today. So, yeah, Paul was letting me know a little bit that the Edmonton Expo was busy.
Can I stop you there? Excuse me.
Oh.
Here I am, minding my own business, all right, at work. Again, minding my own business. And somehow, Paul spent like $200 of my money today. I don't know what happened. I was minding my own business, and next thing I know, $200 came out of my wallet.
So how many cards accidentally fell in your pocket today while you're at work?
Oh, I got other things falling in my pocket today, but I don't even live in Edmonton. How did my money get spent in Edmonton if I live in Massachusetts?
Because it's like a dog chasing a car. Sometimes the car stops.
I don't understand.
Just saying.
There's a lot of things you don't understand.
I have less money now.
But you have more shit.
I seem to.
Eric, I have a theory. I'd like to posit a theory on this.
Bullshit.
I'd like to posit a theory, Bobby. I think, and Eric is former drug and alcohol counselor, may understand this. I think what he's describing here and his inability to remember this is based on addiction. I think there was a problem. I think Eric went on a bender, and this Paul situation is a manifestation of that. Because I happen to know for a fact, if you guys tuned in on the podcast episode, Eric was very excited. Now, unfortunately, we did use a little bit of CGI there to kind of hide what he was actually showing. So tonight, I have to show you what it actually was. You guys thought you were looking at a Crumbl cookie box. It wasn't.
It was Hellman's mayonnaise.
Now, I didn't realize, Scott, I didn't even know they made Hellman's mayonnaise in that format. That box size, that's right there. That'll send you on a bender, Scott. That will send you to a dark place quickly.
It's mayonnaise stuffed with two ends?
Yeah, is that a special Hellman's mayonnaise Easter chocolates?
Oh, there is no question that Eric is special.
It's for Eric Stutter.
He's very special.
I'm not playing with you guys no more.
And speaking of addiction counselors, let's see. This is his 12-step group. He has to ride his stationary bicycle for step one.
I have to get my bike set up for an outdoor ride tomorrow.
That's step 2.
I'm doing a 52-mile gravel ride tomorrow.
Step 3.
And I have to get my trainer tire off and put my gravel tire on.
5.
You're
halfway there, Eric. You're halfway there.
You know, Eric, some children had the training wheels taken off in their youths.
So
they didn't wait until their early 50s.
Did you get one of those helmets like the NFL guys are wearing with the?
He should.
I should.
So we're gonna get into all that in a second. So let me read a couple comments and we'll get caught up. Also, as per Bobby's question, yes, mayonnaise does have 2 ends. That is accurate. Okay. Bob Boozle says, my wife was going to ride the motorized scooter to show, was afraid Scott would tackle her, so we're not going. Fair, Bob. His anger cannot be contained. It cannot be restrained. Good evening, Rob. Eric gets his own interest. Not very exciting. He is special. Cardinal says, ball chafing is a real thing. Eric knows these feels. Did this guy have another concussion? Always.
It's nothing to joke about, people.
Well, listen, again, look, we can't joke about your concussions. We can't joke about your addiction problems. We can't joke around the gigantic mayonnaise box that you were smiling about.
That wasn't real. That's not real.
You rooting for the Germans?
The Germans.
Maybe.
Good evening, Baz. Good evening, Philly Joe. I have a mask and fake hat hair. Run up my credit card and reported stolen, allegedly. Listen, Eric knows this problems. Box mayo is like box wine. Valid.
Good.
That's fair. That's fair.
Box mayo. Well, that would be something.
Hey, listen, Bobby, I can't be held accountable for what happens when I have to reveal to the people. I don't want them to have the wrong impression of us. But you saw how big he was smiling. That was a little disturbing. It's a little bit much.
So see this tire? It
is a tire.
It's a slick that goes on the trainer. I have to take this slick tire off that goes on my trainer. And I have to put.
Wouldn't it be just easier to have 2 wheels?
The gravel tire on.
Wouldn't it be just easier to have 2 wheels?
You would think.
2 set of spokes.
Eric, okay, I have a question. Eric, do you or do you not have more than 1 bicycle?
I have many. But
why wouldn't you just have a different bicycle on the trainer?
If you guys knew just how much the wheel cost, you would hang up and
but you just said you have many bikes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Eric, counterpoint, you're fucking rich.
Yeah, right. No,
playing the poor card on everybody.
I have hobbies that cost too much.
Knives, bicycles, cards.
Gigantic mayonnaise boxes.
Yeah.
It gets worse. I have other hobbies that are expensive too.
Well, listen, Eric, Emmanuel in Space is not a hobby. It's a passion. Emmanuel in Space is not a hobby. It's a passion of yours. Cardinal says, Eric inspires me to sleep in. I'm tired just hearing about this riot. That's right. The Germans are everywhere. These are facts. Junk Wax Hero says, what's the over-under? Eric gets a concussion changing the tire? Yes.
It's possible.
Cardinal says, I saw the same tutorial and chapter of Riding for Dummies. Fair. And I appreciate the bicycle emoji. I appreciate it. That's what adds to it.
Mm-hmm.
That says everything costs 0 to the claw. That's true. He steals that shit, and he's rich on top of it. Like, and he's complaining about money, Scott. Scott, you know how you fix budget problem? Just steal everything and have a crap ton of money that you've also probably stolen.
Next thing we're going to hear is that he works at a bicycle shop.
That's his hobby.
No, he goes on such long rides because he kind of rips somebody off while they're taking a pee in the woods or something, and then he has to ride another 42 miles to get away from them. Then he goes home. About like that.
Just saying. Does Eric's mom know he's in the garage taking the training wheels off? I don't think she knows, Zach.
No, shh. Don't tell her.
Because those slicks run $1,200.
Oh, I wish. No.
Good evening, Brandon Ryan. Eric is financing my soft reboot of Emmanuel in Space, coming soon to Tubi. I love it. Fantastic. A patron of the arts. Imagine if Eric had to pay for his cards at work, he would have less bikes. This is true.
Yeah, true. And less knives.
We don't want less fights.
What's Eric's favorite Queen song?
Bicycle. Bicycle.
No, Fat Bottom Girls.
Do you listen to it while watching Emmanuel in Space?
No, you asked me a question. What's my favorite Queen song? It's Fat Bottom Girls. That's my favorite.
Yeah, and I asked you a follow-up question.
It certainly would be We Are the Champions. Mm-hmm.
God, no.
Fat Bottom Girls.
Usually, whenever Eric starts saying something dumb, Eric, I think to myself, another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
That's usually what I'm thinking. Bicycle Shop is my new favorite Eric job, in quotation marks. Bike Shop Breaks coming to YouTube in 2027. There you go, card deal. Mike says, good evening, Mike. Says, Eric, found a way out of your contract, just like Carlos know of your Dutch heritage. Oh, he's not getting out of it. Then I'm charging even more for the like button than I did before. Now is my sworn nemesis. And now I'm going to have to stop being nice to Eric then.
Stop being nice? What did you say?
This is me being nice. Imagine if you were my nemesis. Then you'll really get it.
Jesus Christ.
We'd have to feel his wrath.
That's right. This is me being nice. You don't want to see the other side.
I can't believe he hasn't figured that out yet.
No,
no, it bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Another bike bites the dust. I like that.
Funny.
Yeah, let the bodies hit the floor. That's valid.
I do like that song.
But I did look. Dan got a little sneak preview on it, but I got something. Special that I've added to the repertoire, Scott. I've added another piece of the puzzle. So, Eric, do you want to take a moment and while you're reenacting your Emmanuel in Space watching, could you explain? Do you want to explain the whole replacement tire thing that you were talking about a moment ago? Since you're playing there with your little tire.
Mm-hmm.
I got really small.
Shut up, moron.
This is my steering wheel. It's just really small.
Scott, I figured it was appropriate because not only is it Phil, it's Phil from the Massachusetts masshole on masshole crime.
Right. That's exactly right. I didn't even think of that. I just saw Phil. I haven't seen Phil.
It's levels, Scott. This is levels. I've got levels on this thing. Let me tell you. You like that one, Eric? Just for you. Next time you say something.
Shut up, moron.
Is that Filmington?
Yes, it is.
I didn't recognize him with the glasses and stuff.
It's masshole on masshole crime, Eric.
What county is he from?
I'll probably be seeing him soon, actually.
Yeah, as soon as he sees you, he's going to be
Shut up, moron.
Oh,
right.
Okay. Well,
the important thing.
But you never know.
Now, if for those that may be curious, that came from a short. Filmington did a short talking about Topps Dynasty, and that was one. And by the way, during certain segments of it, he specifically goes full masshole with the accent.
Oh,
really?
I just took a little piece. I just took a little snippet, Scott. I took that little snippet because, for my purposes, that's perfect. I pushed the button.
I popped up on my screen today, and
you gotta watch it. He's explaining the Topps Dynasty and why it's a good deal and why people need to do. But then he literally goes. There's like a heavy Massachusetts accent that kicks in as he's doing it, and that is part of that short.
So I was with a former Red Sox player today, and he may have played for a certain team in a certain year from the past. And he goes, yeah, I always know when I'm back in Boston because everyone here calls me Marty. And I said, well, welcome back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wasn't he there to make money?
Yeah, he was there to make money. Marty was there to make some money. So we had Marty Barrett, and we had Bruce Hurst in the shop tonight, and two absolutely fantastic, good guys. Had a lot of fun with them. But yeah, Marty realizes
you know when Marty is talking to somebody else and you're just standing there, it's not really to you.
Isn't tonight now?
Well, yeah, but I just got back from the signing. We just
Tonight.
finished
Tonight.
Right there.
Okay.
Now
Eric is trying to transcend time and space.
we just finished, and then I came right home.
Okay.
So I was just
Getting
with
done?
them like half hour ago.
7:30 is tonight. Yeah. I'll go with that.
So actually, Scott, I feel like playing a little bit of it just for fun. So it is on the Instagram, by the way. You can actually check it out on the Instagram. And when I saw this, it was so random when it showed up. At the same time, I kind of enjoyed it. But then when I heard that little snippet, Scott, that's why I had to grab that little piece. That piece needed to be repurposed. But I'll play a little bit of it for you. So here it is. Let me unmute here.
I haven't noticed the recent Topps Dynasty explosion. You must be living under a rock. Check out this Shohei Ohtani BGS 9.5 bookend 10 out of 10. Sometimes you got to use other people's stupidity to your advantage. I truly believe these cards were underpriced for a number of years because the RC logo is on the back. Some people say Ohtani Bowman Chrome rookie autos are the only way to invest. Shut up, moron. What's not to like? The patches are game worn. The autographs, bold. The card design is beautiful. And most importantly, these are limited. Ohtani has 112 RPAs in Topps Dynasty. 16 copies across 7 images. 112 seem like a lot to you? Oh, yeah? Well, Luka Doncic has 212 RPAs from National Treasure. Those aren't game used. The 2018.
See how he slips in and out of the accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was cards. And Scott, I can't take a man seriously who cannot fold the brim of the cap.
Thank you.
That was looking pretty straight, Scott.
I wear flat bills. So.
Scott,
you're a flat build one? Oh, okay.
were you taught nothing in Little League? What are we doing here?
I did. I folded it up, but when I was
This is the corruption of the youths. Use wise guy. That's right. I just enjoyed it. It went through the whole bit. I was like, okay. I literally was watching it. I was like, all right. This could very well be the case, man. I don't know what to tell you. This could be the case, Paul. There's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. But there you go. You can enjoy. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check that out. That's one of his. He's got it on Instagram. He's probably got it on other places as well. But that's one of the shorts.
Instagram.
Video. Yeah. Eric, do you have to explain to people you're contractually obligated to be at home at 8?
You want to hear something funny? Nobody at work knows I do.
Shut up, moron.
See, it works.
Yeah.
No, I don't. This is my personal life. I don't tell anybody I do this. No one knows.
No, well, thankfully, nobody knows about what happens with you in the garage and your bicycle and your pump.
Because then they're going to say, how do you afford to do all that, Eric?
I thought this was still his room. This was another part.
This is my garage.
Oh, how did you get there?
My mom unlocked the door to the other room.
Oh, come on. Tell him the truth. Tell him the truth. You crawled through the ducts. You went like, no one will know.
No.
I did a Bruce Willis. I did a Die Hard.
It's one of those hidden rooms, Nobody knows about it. And he does have to call through the bottom duct. It's very tight, but he gets through.
I'm just glad that at least with the background there and all the Gretzky posters and all that, I appreciate that Eric got all the Gretzky posters that would have been in a kid's room back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That Sports Illustrated one's worth a lot of money, actually.
So where did you get it, Eric? Was that at Sports World originally?
No, it was in my room at home. Like you said,
In the 80s. Mm-hmm.
I've had it since I was a kid.
Good evening, Sports Guru. Eric is in the timeout room. That's right, Dom. You know the score. You got it. The universe continues to expand, Scott. It expands all the time. The BIC multiverse continues to grow as time goes on. We learn more things.
I need a cracker.
That's the best picture yet.
Mm-hmm. Eric's too old to exert himself like that.
He
Heart
needs
attack.
a cracker. He needs a cracker. That's like lots of carbs there, boy. Now we can
Scott,
pedal
one of my
further.
favorite.
Sorry.
One of my favorite things that has been, I was telling the guys in the last couple of things, so I'll reveal the first one. I said that this year, like I look ahead in the calendar a little bit. I like how the last couple of years, a lot of the milestone episodes or certain episodes have fallen on certain weeks, like to the dot exactly. So one example I'll give you, and this is one of my favorite things, is that I always talk about the amount of consecutive weeks and the dates since the start of like weekly lives every week, at least a live every week. Well, this week, this Friday, marks 1,993 days since the start of that streak. Next Friday will be 7 days from that. I'll let Eric do the maths.
No maths. That's part of my contract.
So right there, Scott, right there, we've got already a very special milestone for next Friday. And there's another one coming up. I won't spoil that one, but if you see how I like round numbers, you should be able to read between the lines. Think about that one and it'll come to you.
Yeah.
Just look at the calendar and look where Fridays happen to fall. A little bit of maths, and you'll get there. You'll see. And I just like, Bobby, that some of these things have happened to the calendar has cooperated in such a way that these have fallen. I didn't book it that way, but Friday's Friday. Next Friday will be precisely 2,000 days.
That's crazy.
Yep, this is true. I also have Mike and Dan a question for you. Go for it. You can ask a Mike and Dan a question. Why not? How would Dr. Beckett define such a streak? Shield, probably. Offensive, defensive shielding, special teams. Jimbo's got a lot of names for a lot of things.
We'll have to document those.
Yes. Eric in a new home. I like that he just continues going. I appreciate that we got Eric on location for this one, Scott. It's always a special occasion.
So when you say new home, do you mean like
I don't have time to do this in the morning.
watching him off screen, or
I won't have time to do this before the ride in the morning, so I got to get it done now.
What? Are you tightening the thing on the tire? You got one of those.
You already got it on. You said it was hard.
Yeah.
It's on. I just got to pump it up.
Oh, you're going to pump it now.
Pump up the jam. Pump it up. There you go.
He doesn't even get like it would be great if he had compressed air, Scott.
I have it over there, but it's super loud.
I can mute you.
Put it on.
There is a mute button.
And you can mute yourself.
Basically.
Park the camera in the yard.
He's doing the Emmanuel in space again.
Yeah, it's all about the Emmanuel in space. Eric getting 2 sets of palpitation in Emmanuel in space night. I know.
Mm-hmm.
No, normally he should take a break between, pumping up his jam over there. Deflategate 2, Eric has become Brady. It's true. He is truly.
How long does it take him till he switches arms? What's the over under?
He's thinking about it right now. He's thinking of, he's saying, how long until you're going to switch arms with the pump?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're old now, so
Dude, oh man.
you can only get so many pumps when you're over 50, right?
Yeah.
We can't see what he's really doing. So is he watching Emmanuel in space while he's doing this?
This is what I'm asking, Scott. These are valid questions. Unfortunately, for those who are not as familiar, this is Friday nights, but we are at least 5% less mature than the podcast.
True.
At least, if not
At
more.
least. Well, I don't want to misrepresent. I'm just playing it out the way it is.
For Mom to open the door and go, Mom, close the door.
I told you I needed some time, some private time.
Look away. Look away.
It's just me and the pump. Leave us alone.
That's a very immature.
Correct. Yes. I embrace this. You are correct. Scott, am I denying this? Am I stating anything to the opposite of that? Nope. Am not. Eric has Emmanuel Space playing in the loop in his meta glasses. Yes.
And now I
yes.
got to brush my bike's teeth.
Wow. He actually uses that brush for his teeth the rest of the time.
No, he has a collection of toothbrushes too.
Yeah. So I did mention earlier. So Hodges, if you've got a Mike Banana card question, go for it.
Oh.
You're welcome to ask it in the chat, or you can forward it over if you want. But I did mention you can ask the question. Go for it.
Perfect place to.
Yeah, Canadian Dave Clouet with the Popeye impression would be appropriate. That is true. Go out to the closet. Come out to the coast. We'll have a few laughs. There you go. I like it.
Ah, that's Die Hard.
Can't get it by him.
Yeah, listen, Eric is focused. He's locked in right now. He can pump and listen and two things at once. He can't do anything else at the same time. He can't walk and chew gum at the same time. But apparently, this he can handle.
I had gum at work. I had to sit down for 10 minutes until the flavor ran out, and then I spit it out back to work.
What do you get when you open all those 89 packs?
That's what happens when he's using his hands to stuff his jacket pocket. It's warm today, but it's like, why are you in the puffed up jacket? It's like, well, this is how I get my cards.
Yeah, I can't steal.
I'm in training.
So that's what the tickle box looks like. That's right. You get it. You get it. So real quick, I was having some fun. I did. Dan dropped the Cardboard Cynics episode. This round, the episode 7. So if you haven't checked it out, I'm going to leave a link in the description on the replay so you can check that out.
I didn't get it. I'm subscribed. Oh, it's for collectors, right?
No. It's we go back and forth. So this one was on his channel.
Yeah. Oh, his channel. Okay.
Yeah, it was this morning he dropped it.
I subscribe to his channel, so
Okay, now, one at a time. All right, Pump Boy.
On Bobby's channel, he doesn't take shots on me, but on your channel with Dan, shots were fired. But when Bobby and Yannick are doing their show, they're nice to me. They don't.
I'm failing to see your point. I'm not following.
On the Cardboard Cynics.
Shut up, moron.
Yes, there were several incidents where I believe shots were fired.
Counterpoint: you're trash.
And I believe that we really don't even talk about you, anyways.
That's nice too.
Well,
wait, I thought you wanted people to talk about you.
He does.
With your ridiculous ego, wait, Scott. This man complains when people don't talk about him, and then he complains when people talk about him, but it's mean. He can't have this both ways.
Don't be mean.
Wow. He wants to be adjacent. Don't talk.
Yeah.
It's just I don't understand.
Wow.
It's like Taylor Swift asked, why do you gotta be so mean?
I don't know.
He's quoting Taylor Swift and he disrespects Pink Floyd.
Oh, figure.
This bastard.
You can kiss my.
No wonder Filmington speaks so badly of him.
Pink Floyd sucks.
Carlos, what's the plan for 2,000 days to take over the world, Pinky? Same as every other time.
That's a good one. That's the Animaniacs. I can do this all night.
Look at that. He's got references today. Eric barely showed last week, not even in the tight room tonight. I think Eric's still in the stages of grief after not getting the Hall of Fame. Yeah, he's having like basically his life is over crisis.
Yeah. You don't want to put me in the Hall of Fame? I'm not giving you full effort. This is what you get. I'm going to clean.
Whoa. You would have never been in the Hall of Fame. Carlos would have been in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I was going to say. Your goal is adjacency.
People don't appreciate.
Find another friend who's in the Hall of Fame, then you're adjacent.
No, Eric doesn't have friends. That's kind of a problem.
Yeah,
that's the kazoo.
That's what you get. Okay, you could have had something special, people.
We got something special. He's down in the corner.
We will rebuild the kazoo
and cut pieces. The game used put kazoo there. So
yes, we will. We will
real autographs.
It's going to happen. We're going to rebuild the kazoo. It's going to be stronger. It's going to be better.
Had something special.
Bubbles says Dan would never interrupt the Cardboard Cynics broadcast with bike repair. That is true. So that's why Eric wears glasses for a lot of reasons. Paul says, did Eric just say Pink Floyd sucks? He's got that problem.
Yeah. Kiss Rock.
So anyway,
Floyd sucks. Whatever.
the point that I was going to make was that so on the Cardboard Cynics episode we were talking about a couple different things. I did laugh though because I was able to throw in an FTX. So for people that are not familiar, that was that big platform on crypto that went down billions of dollars worth. That Tom Brady promoted and several other people promoted. But one of the folks, and then the not so Mr. Wonderful, fake Paul Orndorff, Kevin O'Leary, when he was involved with the FTX promotion as well. But he went on an interview, and what Dan didn't know, and we did it on the episode, what he wasn't aware of though is the person interviewing him was actually somebody who was also named in a lawsuit for promoting FTX. So everything is 6 degrees of FTX. So I gave one of the other links. People may not have realized that, so I threw that in there just to give everybody else a little bit more information.
Interesting.
Own that company?
The guy who actually owned the company, yeah.
It was a business with Tom Baby.
Well, Brady is not in prison. He's out there signing bad autographs still to this very day.
I'm in business with Tom Baby.
Still opening up stores all across the country.
That's right.
He mustn't have lost it all on FTX.
Find me one person, and I'm being 100% serious. Find me one person that's been to a card vault and thinks it's a great store. Find me one. One.
My friend Mike Fabian, East Connecticut Sports Cards.
And he's been there and he loves it.
I'm sure the store, to be honest, Scott, it wouldn't surprise me. Like it's not going to be one of those stores you're going to go to get like these singles and boxes and such. Yeah. It's designed. It is what it is. You look at it and you know what it is. If you are interested in that, they've got it. That's like, all they're not offering anything else.
Boutique store, I think, more than anything.
It's a showroom. It's a showroom. I would call it a showroom, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's in the Mohegan Sun, maybe.
That would seem like a good venue for that kind of thing. That would make sense to me.
That's what he wants to put them in. It's like high-end places.
Yeah. So look, Scott, I'll use that example. Back in 2013, I went to Vegas for a birthday, and Vegas now has gotten even ridiculously expensive. Like it's wild how expensive it is now. But at the time, the resorts were actually courting you. So what they would do is if you did the flight and the hotel booking, the hotel was actually fairly inexpensive because, and this was at a resort. This was I was actually at the Wynn, which is, by the way, very expensive today. If you go to the Wynn, it's ridiculously expensive. At the time, even with the Canadian dollar and everything, Scott, not so bad. Why? Because the point was to get you to gamble. The money is in the gambling. That's where they want to get the money. So the hotel the rooms were beautiful. They're fantastic. It was very nice, luxurious rooms. And the thing is, the goal was to make the money on the gambling. That's how the money was going to be made. Restaurants, if you went to a nice restaurant, expensive. But where they also made their money is they would have these little, all these little shopping areas. Like at the Wynn, you would walk through like this hallway, this corridor. Again, everything was beautiful. But if you walk there, those are boutiques because they have a Rolex store and they've got stuff in there, but you're paying 100% MSRP. Like you're not getting a real discount on most of the stuff there. You are paying maximum amount, and they prefer cash. They will accept other formats, but it's expensive. So that's where the money was. So like a Tom Brady card vault, so bring it back around, that is more in line with those Vegas stores. They're designed to be like, this is a showroom store. Yes, we'll sell you the stuff, but you're not going to be able to negotiate big discounts here. This is a store designed to sell you, and here's the stuff on the wall. It's going to be presented beautifully, but they don't have 5 million cards in stock.
No.
They've got what they got.
There's no dollar boxes? No?
No.
Yeah. So that's why I think it's a good comp, though. The Vegas stores are a good comp to me of like what the Cardboard by Tom Brady is shooting for. That kind of thing. It's going to be like that.
His goal is to have one in every state, at least. That's his goal.
So 51 states?
I dropped my axle on the floor.
I don't know if he wants to go
now you got to clean it and then re-grease it.
Yeah, that's not good.
So Sports Guru, you're asking why everyone picks on Eric? Well, the first reason is he sucks. That's an important note, and it is a critical factor. Chat, you're welcome to fill in on some of the other reasons. But Eric is also potentially, he still hasn't owned up to his role in the Dallas card show thefts, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
He is a habitual liar. And to this very day, and that's just documented, Eric has been trying to lead us astray. He has named no less, Scott, than 1,500 separate people that he claims were the first NBA three-pointer. You would think we would have figured this out. You would think that we would have this down to a science, but Eric has come up with one name after another. Eric, who do you keep claiming? Who are you saying is the Dallas card show, is the three-pointer guy?
Shut up, moron.
I tricked you. I know you too well. It's Chris Ford.
And we're not exactly sure if his name is really Eric.
No, his name's not Eric. Willie O'Ree has been very clear on this. He is Eric in quotation marks.
Don't make fun of poor Willie. The man's 90-something years old.
No, that Willie, we're saying Willie O'Ree is on the ball. He knows, he's seen through your lies.
He's the good guy.
Dan brought it up, and then Willie backed him up without even knowing.
He's awesome.
So,
So Aki99 here says, Carlos, if there's any new Topps Favre cards that you're going to collect, probably not. Just a lot of the new stuff doesn't interest me. I'd rather get some of the plain day stuff.
You know what I'd like to see? This would be really good if Topps or somebody else would put out a card set of FTX, the promoters,
Okay.
and the failures, and I think it would be really cool. People who went to jail, stuff like that. That'd be great.
Well, the
So
amount of
we
people that
gotta
went to
start
jail
doing
wasn't a
these-
lot. The amount of people that went to jail wasn't a lot. Most of the people involved are still walking around. They're free.
Basically, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Even the folks that were named in the lawsuits, most of them got past it because it's hard to the big issue. I gave a couple of links to Dan to include, and he did include it in the video. I think one of the trickiest part is that
What the hell are you doing, Eric? Please.
You already know. You already said I had to re-grease it. I had to clean it and re-grease it.
Just the
I
way
don't
you're
think anybody said the
embracing it
word
in front of
regrease.
everybody here is very innocuous.
with the smile and
I know. See the smirk?
I'm
See?
just greasing the axle that I dropped on the floor by accident.
Emmanuel in space is Emmanuel in
Yeah.
space is still playing on the,
I know
video.
it
You
is.
can't see off screen.
Mhm.
Sen says it took us how many years to get into the Rock Hall of Fame? Unfortunately, they don't play music. I think that hindered them.
That's
Mm.
not funny.
Bob Wilson
That's
says
true.
Boomer Darren may be trying to be Mr. Wonderful, so no coverage of that. That's right. Not only did Eric knock off Dallas Card Show, he undercut Mr. Wonderful for that card. That is true.
Ah.
That is true.
That's a clown. What a clown that guy is.
Aki says, Carlos, where do you land on O'Leary and his frivolous lawsuit and someone backing out of a deal with him? This happens on eBay all the time. I think it's a fabulous idea, and he should sue Eric for everything he's worth.
Mhm.
Having money.
Bob Wilson says, I'm not a fan of people always threatening lawsuits. Eric is the man who screams lawyer at the drop of a hat.
Lawyer.
Zach says, Carlos, I sent you the Tom Brady autograph story. Is that new? I'll check. I'll pull it up. People are talking about it on Sports Card Nonsense. So I don't know if it's new or not, but I know what you're talking about. But I'll bring it up here in a minute. We need Eric to stop greasing his axles, and then maybe we can get into it because he is the resident Tom Brady autograph expert.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we got to seek the expertise.
Fuck yeah.
Paul here says even the local casino here decided the hotel and food is the moneymaker. It kind of turned into shit. Yeah. And it's unfortunate, Scott, because that was one of the appeals. You could, and I'm being serious about this, like at the time, the way you could structure, I do like to gamble. So I have no problem gambling. That's not an issue. But I had money set aside for gambling. But then because the gambling was the way the casino planned on making the money, then the hotel, like I said, you could get a nice hotel room right in this place and you'd be all set. And you could pay for the really expensive food, or you could go to the CVS, you could go to the pharmacy to get your water, beer, and some of the necessities, and you'd have it with you. Way cheaper. If you know, you know. That would be the smartest way. And yes, there were expensive places, but if you were willing to go off the strip a little bit, a lot of the restaurants were not that bad. And you could go to happy hour and different things. Like there were options. There were ways to save a lot of money, and you could still eat well. You could still be in a nice hotel, and you could still gamble.
well, isn't the idea for Vegas right now is because all the casinos opening up across the country.
Yeah, here too.
They turned to 180 instead of going cheaper, trying to draw people. Now they're trying to get the top 25%.
Yeah,
And
good luck.
through everybody else, you can go to your, Mohegan Suns and stuff. So,
Yeah, play your penny machines there. See ya.
yeah.
Yeah, they try to go up market because they're trying to squeeze more money out of less people,
Yes.
which is unfortunate. That's, that makes it a lot less attractive. And then don't act shocked when then a lot of people are like, yeah, nope, can't, it doesn't make sense.
why
Can't do it.
They're not selling WrestleMania tickets.
Yeah. You have to pay a fortune. And then WWE is charging you an arm and a leg and basically your kidneys of your great grandchildren. And maybe you can afford a ticket.
They're threatening all the places in Vegas. If you show it, they're going to sue you.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Hmm.
So Hodges here says, I noticed the 2002, 2003 Medano NHL All-Star 1-of-1 jerseys sell at auction for eBay under $10. NHL All-Star 1-of-1 jerseys. Trying to think of which one you're looking at. If it's NHL All-Star 1-of-1 jersey cards, they're probably, I'm guessing, they have a 1-of-1 stamp. If they've got a V stamp on them, so again, I'd have to see it. But if it's got a V stamp on them, those are vault ones. And it's not a fake card, but people don't like them that much. They're basically leftover stock that was included in a product separately. If you've got a specific auction or whatever, you can always shoot me one, send me a message in my Instagram, and I can look at the picture and I'll tell you. But if it's one of those, that's why they would sell for not that much. The 1-of-1 doesn't mean anything.
I thought it was be a Gary V stamp.
And that would actually make it more. They would actually cost more. His supporters would actually pay double.
They would.
Yeah, it's for 50-50 to Eric as a Boston Strangler. I put it more like 75-25.
It'd be a cartoon hologram on it or something.
Mm-hmm. Going to Vegas next week. Cardboard is on my list of things to do. Report back your findings. Curious what you think. Mm-hmm. For Vegas, a store like that don't make sense. Again, I don't have a problem with that, Scott, because there's stuff that costs money that I'm okay with. Let it cost money. That's okay. But the point was, you did have the option before. There was a way of doing it where you could save money. I'm not a fancy fine dining kind of guy, so I don't need to pay $100 a plate to eat. So if I can save money on that, then I've got money left over to still do some gambling and do the other stuff that I want to do. I'll spend my money, but I want to allocate it differently. My point is, I don't want to lose all my money on very expensive meals that I'm not going to get the full impact for and pay an absolute fortune on that stuff. But and now you also have to pay a ton of money for the hotel and also pay for the resort fee and also pay all. So you're there like $5,000 out of pocket before you've even gotten started.
So are the Wagyu burgers out?
They are very out. At this point, you probably get a picture of the Wagyu burger and put some salt on it, and that'll be $75.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Keith.
It's fancy salt, Like
hey, listen, we got to have
pink Himalayan salt or something.
Well, then it's $100 a plate.
Oh, damn it!
Good evening, Dylan. Let's see here. J-Lo shaking it will revive Vegas. Listen, Eric's in, man.
She's 50 something now, right?
Yep, thereabouts. Local casino now has a $25 minimum blackjack. That's off hours, not Friday night after 6 p.m. Saturday at 8. Yeah, $25 minimum blackjack. You're not going to get a lot of hands in at that point. Not much. Without being specific, has anybody got something targeted for Expo?
I'm setting up.
Yeah, you got a
split a booth.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
And I got enough stuff, and Yannick finally unpacked everything. So he's got everything. He says, I got too much stuff. Has appeared behind him. You can see. So yeah, we said, why not? It's really only was $915 for the booth plus tax. So it's it's like $500 each. So it's not bad.
It's actually not bad. It's not bad.
If you consider 4 days, 3.5, but 4 days. If you consider that, if you can't make a few $100s a day, then you shouldn't even be there anyway. So
I think that's fair. I think it's fair for a booth.
Like
that's
to
not
cover
bad.
your time and everything else and your costs and your percentages and stuff like that. There's $300 a day. I'm thinking just to, have fun, break even almost. Because you got food, Wagyu burgers, all those things.
Don't eat the hot dogs.
Not with pepper, that's for fuck sure.
Don't eat them hot dogs.
Oh, yeah, what's his name's hot dogs?
Don't eat them hot dogs, man.
You're a sucker. You should have just went with the pizza. It was better.
Oh my God.
Pizza. You should have got it.
Got the pizza. That's right.
The pizza.
All right. So yeah. No. For me, I'm going to make a video about this, but I don't actually have any specific targets. I always say I'll look for Medano cards out there. That's always the way. But I don't even keep a checklist most of the time anymore because I have a pretty good idea. If I need it, I can pretty much make it up. But if I'm going to go to the expo, I'm probably targeting the rare stuff anyway. So if I really need it, it's like it's a 1-of-1. If it's in front of me, I don't have it.
Yeah,
it's kind of easy at that point. Then you don't even need a checklist at that stage.
Yeah, there's nothing to target when I go. It's sort of like if something rare shows up, great. If it doesn't, I'm not really going to get the common stuff that I can get on eBay or anywhere else. So why bother?
Yeah, I think the majority of my time will be spent kind of hanging around, holding court, or hanging around in my booth with buddies of mine, and we'll hang out and we'll BS and we'll see what they got. Usually they got some fun stuff to look at, so I'll see. And if Bobby and Yannick are going to set up there, I'll try to actually get a little bit of footage, and I'll come around maybe at the booth at some point, and we'll see if we'll include that in there. And I think that'll be a fun way of having a couple videos.
True.
Canadian Autograph Collector says, it's a great area behind the Flamingo to eat and drink and have fun while I was there. Yeah, I think if you go off strip, so I would say You can probably still get a decent experience going off strip now. The thing was, it's a shame. My big takeaway story here is that it's a shame though, because you used to be able to stay at one of the places on the strip and still be able to do some of that stuff and make it work. Now with their change in philosophy, now you pretty much have to go off strip unless you just want to spend a bunch of money for nothing.
Money for nothing and your chicks for free, Eric.
But,
come on, Eric.
But money for nothing and chicks for free.
You could have named the band, Eric.
I don't want to.
You usually do. You don't want to.
Is it Dire Straits?
Yeah, that's your life.
Yeah. So anyway, okay, says Carlos, any chance of doing a video showcasing your Blue Jays collection? Probably not. I don't do too. I'm just being honest. I don't do a lot of collector showcase videos. I don't care to do that. Yeah. Like the effort, Scott. Imagine the amount. I have like binders of stuff. I've got like a big Delgado collection. I've got some Joe Carter stuff. I've got a bunch of guys from some of the World Series Jays and some autographs and stuff from that later. So I go around grabbing these things from all these disparate places for a video that will get a glorious 25 views.
Yes, exactly.
Or I could not do that and save some time.
If I do a showcase, it's while I'm talking about something else, and I just
If I happen to have it on the table, maybe. So this one came in the mail today. I could do a video on this one, Scott. So it's a Delgado. So hold on, I can zoom in a little bit. So there is a little quirk with this one. So it's from Fleer Ultra. It's hitting machines. So it's a little bat piece there, but this one is the platinum. So that little underneath the logo there's that little metal piece. So that's the platinum version of this. The regular version is 1 in 81 packs, which is just about 1 in 4 boxes. Well, the platinum version is number 225. It's a little hard to tell there at the bottom there, but there is a number 225 there.
It's a busy card for sure.
It is. So that's the reason I got it. And you can still get these dirt cheap because most people don't care, Scott. They have no idea. Now,
Blue Jays.
If I wanted to do a video, I could sit there and do a video. So the reason why I get Carlos Delgado cards is because he was one of the better players in that era of the Jays, blah, 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 and do a whole story. I've got it. I can go like the first foul ball that I got at the Dome was actually off a Carlos Delgado foul ball where the ball went straight at my younger brother. He was still spry in those days, and he was able to avoid imminent death. Despite the fact that Carlos Delgado didn't kill him, it was still amusing to me. I didn't move because I knew the ball was going to hit his chair. And at that time, Scott, there were so few people in the lower section that I actually just sat there. I watched the ball track it all the way in. I knew it was going to hit his chair. So I just sat there and I literally just leaned over. I go, you might want to move unless you want to catch that. And he's like, looking, he ducks out of the way. It literally hits his chair. And because there was nobody there, Scott, I literally walked over when the ball stopped rolling and picked it up.
Don't most people try to catch the ball?
Bobby, there was nobody in that section. I don't have to.
No, your brother.
He can't catch for crap. He'd have gotten killed. He'd have died. That would have been a memorial. That would have been a memorial. I gave him a warning as a fair. I could have caught the ball to save him, but I'm sitting there like, fuck no, it's not going to hit me. I go, you might want to move. I literally was tracking the ball. I knew exactly where it was going to land. If it was coming at me, I would have caught it. But I was like, no, just let it hit the chair, and I'll just pick it up when it stops rolling. I didn't have to fight anybody, Scott. I didn't have to knock over any strollers or kill any kids. Literally, I just casually walked over and picked up the ball.
Kids were spared at that game. It's amazing.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of people in that section, so like you didn't have to fight anybody, Scott. Like you literally could just walk over, and I literally just picked it right up and put it in my pocket.
Heyday of the Blue Jays.
Yep. These days they actually do pretty well. Now they sell that lower section, and now all the tickets are more expensive. So now they make more money, and they still sell those tickets now.
That's when
back then you can go for $2
Canadian to go see the Blue Jays play the Orioles, and I got to see Cal Ripken play in the Sky Dome for $3 Canadian.
Amazing.
Well, today, Eric, for $3, they will let you watch a frozen still image of the game
for free.
Yeah, no, they'll charge them $3. It's Rogers. They'll charge them $3.
Oh. No, it's okay.
I like it better when I was there in '99 then, because $3 Canadian to go watch Cal Ripken play was pretty fair, I thought.
Yeah, late '90s and early 2000s was actually a good time if you just wanted to get a ticket. It was because they were available. They were basically giving them away. Just there you go.
Yeah, and you could go to Wayne Gretzky's, you could go to Don Cherry's restaurants, all there on that strip, just right down the street. There was you had Legends of the Game, the sports cards place right
just up the
there.
street.
You could
Just
go
up the
bang,
street.
bang, 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 and then go to see your game. It was, hit the silver
And
snail.
then after the game, you could go to the Loose Moose and grab a couple beers.
Exactly.
I just went to Gretzky's twice a day, lunch and dinner, lunch and dinner, lunch and I was there for almost a week, and the only place I ate was Gretzky's lunch and dinner.
And what did you have?
Hamburgers.
And hot dogs?
No, I don't think they had hot dogs at Wayne Gretzky's.
There were literally
They had 'em
100
outside the
places.
dome.
Yeah, yeah, you could literally go to the hot dog cart. There were literally 100. Gretzky's restaurant wasn't that good. Like, why would you go twice a day for?
Because I wanted to be around the memorabilia that was in it. It was freaking awesome.
So, Scott, the hockey memorabilia and shit, they have it at a Tim Hortons right beside the Hockey Hall of Fame. Anybody can go there. It's free.
Yeah. Now,
But it's all Wayne Gretzky's stuff. It was awesome.
Yeah, but you can have memorabilia for like a good hockey player. Somebody that didn't have to have their stats,
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
All right, we'll get you a box of mayonnaise. You'll be fine. Hockey 99 says, how to watch, collect, and not like fine dining. They're two different things.
Yeah.
You're not eating the watch. Hockey. That's foolishness. What are you talking about? Zach says, I expect to be in Cardboard 5 minutes. They have a Field of Dreams at Caesars and Venetian. Extremely overpriced high-end memorabilia, but I guess the target high rollers, blowing money. Yes. That's very much the target. Will Mary Gamble out negotiate the Burrell? I would love to watch the video of Mary Gamble go and try to buy some knickknacks from Bobby and Yannick. That'd be amazing.
good luck with that.
That'd be a great video. I'd watch that.
Well, Bobby, don't do it because you telling her to go fuck off on live TV.
Do you think I'm that abrasive with people and customers?
When they start trying to lowball you and try to assume that they know more than you? Yes.
Assume they know more than me, maybe.
Yeah. When they start talking to you like, they think they know more.
Like I'm an old decrepit man or something. Yeah.
Be like, fuck
Well,
off.
Eric, why are you describing the way you talk to Bobby?
Exactly.
I've earned it.
You've earned it.
Shut up, moron.
There you go.
Anyway,
That's how I've earned it. Right
You
there.
earned that.
That is how I've earned it.
Moving on. Keith says, if a cynic says something nice about you, is it nice? That's a valid philosophical question. That's valid.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, for the Expo court session. Yes. I got that reference. That's right, Bob. I think Mary Gamma will take Bobby and Yannick to the cleaners. Yannick just does it for the content. Dylan says, man, when I was 21 to 30, Vegas would give you rooms and food for free and getting a player's card. They were fun times and not just cheap hotels either. I miss gambling in Vegas. I would totally, we've talked about this before. Vegas is one of my favorites. And unfortunately, though, changing the price point, I like staying in the nice hotel. And when they did it where the gambling was the thing, it worked. The system worked for everybody. You could get the nice room. I could still do my gambling and win-win, Scott. We were good. Win-win.
They've even said like Fremont has gone up because everybody talked about that's the place to go because the strip got so expensive. So everybody was going to Fremont, the old Vegas. Now that's got expensive. So, and of course Glow does their live, wrestling on Fremont Street. So if that means anything to anybody.
Well, that's what happens though. Once a bunch of these become expensive, everybody's like, "Oh, what's the place best bang for your buck?" Well, then everybody goes there, and then that gets expensive, and then you have to move.
Yeah.
So by the time you're done, it's like, you know what the best place in Vegas is? Reno, Nevada. You have to go to a completely different city.
If somebody says Atlantic City, then we know we're in trouble.
Ooh. And that
It's over. Listen, you guys are going to eventually, if they keep raising the prices, eventually it will be Atlantic City, Scott, and you will still get to enjoy crime, but at a premium price.
Yes.
It's like, we'll do Airbnb, $500 a night. What? For Atlantic City? For this shit? What are you doing?
It's about how much it is in Chicago this year.
Yeah. But it'll be for Atlantic City. The important thing is it'll be for Atlantic. No, per night. Per night.
You filling up your water bottle there, Eric?
Listen, Bobby, don't ask what Eric's doing.
I don't
He's
know.
for the best.
Looks like there's pee in there. I don't know.
No, it'll come out as pee, but it's going in as water.
Well, you're supposed to sweat it out. You're not supposed to pee it out. Okay. 42 miles that you're riding, so I don't know.
Sweating it out plenty.
Yeah.
When Cardboard Cynics are saying nice things about people, my wife says, this is horseshit. Valid. It's fair.
Yeah.
Alfredo Griffin showcase. I like the way you're thinking,
Ooh,
Paul.
There we go.
Alfredo Griffin. There's a reference.
There's a name.
Mike says the closest I ever got to follow ball was off the fingertip. Guy behind me caught it. Yeah, I've had a couple ones. So that was the easiest one because the section we were in was actually we were over the foul line on the right side, and that game, like that section was almost empty. It was fantastic. So that one worked beautifully. But I had a couple of other times where like it was pretty close, but the wind got a couple of them because it was basically a fly ball, and I was tracking.
Where
the
were
thing
you
is,
seated?
a lot of people don't know how to track it. Was that?
Where were you seated?
So for that one, we were actually seated just kind of behind
base?
home plate, but over on the side. We were a little bit to the side.
okay.
Yeah, he actually fouled it up, and the problem, and it went high, but that's where it gets tricky because
It
for a
has
lot
to
of
go
folks,
high to
they're
get over
for a lo-
that. Mesh.
Yeah. And the problem is when the wind starts playing games is when it starts oscillating around. That's the part you're trying to track. So all of a sudden you have to become like an outfielder at that point because you're trying to make sure that you're basically want to have your. I stopped bringing gloves by that point, so I have to do it with my hands. So I have to really pay attention because you want to make sure you get your hands up there in front. So it just shifted a little bit behind. I was trying to get my arm a little bit behind behind where the chairs were. So if it hadn't drifted, it would have actually been right there. Just missed on that one. But I've got a couple foul balls.
Those are good seats.
Oh yeah. Well, at the time you could still get them at a reasonable price. Like it was doable. So like even going up the side at that point, if you got it in the secondary market, you could get it for like $20. It wasn't bad at all.
It was dirt cheap.
Yeah.
We used to stay in the first base line.
Yeah. So it was totally built. The problem is now it's not. Now you have to pay more. You have to pay like $40 for standing room.
That's
like they've
crazy.
because what they did is now to their credit, Rogers decided to invest money on it. They renovated the entire inside. It looks beautiful inside now. Like they really did a great job with it. But what they did is they created like these different cabanas. So there's like a Corona section. It's a standing room only, but it's got a bar there. Before the game, they've got a band. Like it's nice. It's actually really nice.
You're not just standing there like a thug.
Yeah, no. They made it nice, and you have accessibility to food, drink, anything you want. It's all there, no problem. But they'll charge you the premium for it. You will pay for it. They will happily charge you. So it is a much nicer experience, but there's no seat. You're going to be standing.
Yeah.
Is that would watch that video? Yes. Is that a Maple Leaf player over by the toolbox? Let's take a look here.
For the toolbox.
That you got those are Gretzky's. You got Gretzky's all through the top there where the toolbox is.
Can't see it.
Mike was just asking if one of the posters was a Leaf player, but those are all Gretzky's.
All Gretzky.
Why would he have a Leaf
memorabilia.
player? Maybe Daryl Sittler in his 10-point night or something against Boston. Yep.
Boston?
February 7th, 1976. Oh, I'll be back. Oh, I'll be
Ooh,
back,
there you
Eric.
go.
I'll be back, Eric. Don't worry.
All right.
I am
Jeff says-
confused with a Boston Bruin fan having a bunch of Wayne Gretzky stuff. That swears up and down he loves Bobby Orr, the host. Having not much Gretzky stuff.
All right, big mouth.
American flag, which we know that's not true.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Is that good enough?
Is this a green screen?
So if you look, so hold on. So the flag in the middle is for Eric's burning ceremony. He burns one a day. And then underneath that is the image of Bobby Orr diving like a coward.
And then we have those up there.
Where's the symmetry, Eric? Why do you have like three randomly over on the side that are spaced awkwardly with two spaces in the middle?
I took those two down. I haven't put them back up yet. I got them holding on the pile right here.
Oh, you got those from Source World?
Yeah, I stole them from Sports World.
There you go. Confirmed. Jeff says the memorabilia Gretzky's restaurant was really nice. Okay, says I like the watcher from the Gallagher show from Gretzky's.
There's my bicycles.
And the man's complaining, oh, I don't have enough. Like, look at that.
Yeah, I have bicycles.
Unbelievable. Paul says, had $50 that Dan was going to tell Mary to fuck off in a video first. Guess I lost that bet. There you go. Mike says, 46. The people in the chat only 9 likes. Psh, we need to pick it up. Scott, we got to tell the people. Eric's been stealing merch this entire time. And we need to charge him for the like button. Got to do it. Got to do it. Eric should pay Filmits in $1 every time you use that beam. That's the least we can do. Canadian autograph collector says food at Gretzky's was horrible. I would believe that. Like it's a name store, it's a name restaurant. Like it wasn't known for its fine cuisine. You go basically that's where you send dumb tourists.
Hamburgers, and I was a dumb tourist, and I had hamburgers,
Yannick, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
and it was a good time.
It's not like Gretzky was there and cooking.
God no.
No, none of us could see out back. He might have been. You don't know.
And if he was, it would have been zombie Gretzky.
Probably.
He was still playing, I think, when I was there. I think he was like
Keith is correct, but not for the reason he thinks. The real gamblers go to Atlantic City. It's like you're gambling with your life.
Atlantic City's no joke now.
It's like the most dangerous game of all. Loudon, greatest places to gamble ever. The Golden Nugget. There you go.
The closest place to me to go to a national, technically, if I drive. would be
Which one? Atlantic City?
Yeah.
That's probably right. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
It's 10 hours from here. I'm there.
Sven says, in my town, you go to the casino, watch dogs race, and leave adopting a dog. Interesting. Eric, is that Armstrong juice for bicycling for miles? He's got some special things going on over there.
What was it?
It says here, is that Armstrong juice? He's accusing you of the cheatings.
No, but here is
Live strong.
here's a picture of the postal team from that era, and there he is right there.
Nice.
Those not real autographs, but just about everyone in this picture at one point or another tested positive.
Well, Eric, I assume that from them being cyclists.
You're probably testing positive.
Yeah, he's testing positive right now.
That's why I love Eddie Guerrero.
You're
Great-
testing positive for
trying.
chocolate sticks.
Your face tests positive. How you like that? Yeah. But no,
Bob Jackson says, where did Eric break into for tonight's stream? We don't even know, man. Bob Boozle, oh, Cabana boy. That's right. You got it. Let's see here. Eric, it looks like you're missing a star on your flag. Listen, Eric got that on Etsy.
I have an idea. Why doesn't Yannick explain to everyone why there's a star missing from my flag? Do you remember why there's a star missing from my flag? Yannick?
Please tell me.
Oh, you had a guest here who decided to go up and touch it, and the star fell off.
Or a
Oh,
counterpoint.
Yeah.
Or a
Oh,
counterpoint.
Yeah. So that gentleman over there, according
That's the wrong way, Eric.
that gentleman over there, according to my camera,
According to your camera, you're pointing at Ray Bork without a zombification and a German national named Eric.
his fault. That's missing a star.
Ray, you're blaming Ray Bork?
No,
I thought maybe you kicked the state out. You just didn't tell nobody.
it's Yannick's fault.
It's my fault, apparently. I touched the.
Which state did you kick out?
I don't know. What?
If you were smart, you'd kick out
Oregon.
Florida. We've already dealt with Florida, man. Get rid of them. Get rid of them while you still can.
I don't know.
Oregon. Bye.
Oregon. Well, that's it. The Fanatics vault is gone, Scott.
Gone.
It's gone.
Tax-free state's gone.
It's gone. It's over. So thank you all for the comments. I wanted to make sure I got caught up on them. I finally did.
We don't need North and South Dakota.
Yeah,
That's
how about
right.
Rhode Island?
It's all right, Scott. Pick one.
Rhode
Pick
Island.
one. North or
Rhode Island.
South? Senate Interior Decorator Stat. That's right. Yannick put a small maple leaf on the flag, the missing star area next time you visit Eric. That's right.
Right. I put a loony in there. He doesn't know.
So Yannick, real quick, I'm going to grab my beer here. But actually, since you're here, it's a good opportunity. Bobby mentioned that you guys are going to set up at the Spring Expo. So can you give us a little idea? You're good for the baseballs. What are you doing? What are you bringing? You want to share a little bit there?
Well, today I prepped those.
So do you want to share a handful just to give people an idea? So Scott, I figured this would be worthwhile. So Bobby is going to be bringing a lot of the hockeys, the trinkets and different things, right? But Yannick is usually good for, he's got some baseball stuff. So
I got
that'll be
that
kind of the
too.
mix
I
that you'll
got
have
the
going on.
trinkets as well.
So
But
want to share a little bit there while we're doing that? Go ahead.
I'm doing all Vladdy Singer. That's who I used to collect. I still do, but I'm thinking I'm letting some go. So there we go. I'm having basically a whole Vladdy Senior inserts and rookie cards from the 90s.
Nice.
So some of it even have the etching and the gold and silver embossed. Some upper deck baseball. And Flair showcase.
Let's do live right now. Live sales. 5, 4,
There's-
3, $2.
Yep.
There you go.
So I think one thing, so Yannick, save a couple of those for a little bit. We'll come back and we'll show a few more.
Yeah.
But I think, Scott, what's going to be interesting. So I'll be curious the way you guys set it up. I think it's actually good to have something like that for a good mix of things. The only thing that'll be kind of critical in the way you guys set it up is obviously Bobby will have a lot of different items that he'll display in all the different ways, but you'll want to set it up in such a way where people also get a chance to see that there's this kind of stuff that Yannick is showing. So that way he has a chance to move a couple of those pieces as well. Because if you're just looking at the booth, the first assumption, Scott, you know this already, the first assumption a lot of people have is, oh, it's all hockey. It's like, well, no, literally Yannick is showing stuff that isn't hockey. And you want to make sure that you can see that there is stuff like that there too.
I'll have some non-sport stuff too. So there'll be a different attraction.
Yeah.
I have slabs.
Pokemon and Sailor Moon.
I'm bringing at least 100 slabs over. I'm bringing at least probably here I got 200 or 300 Guerrero.
Nice. Okay.
And I'm bringing some of that stuff there, and I got about 4 bins here. All of this, it's all like knickknacks and trinkets category, if you want. And I got a whole drawer there of wrestling.
How many booths are we getting?
So that's the reason though. So that's the reason though that I was saying I'm going to be curious how you guys set it up in a way where obviously Yannick's going to have some stuff on the side, but if somebody's walking by, if they don't realize it's there, they're not even going to know to ask. So it's going to be the design.
Carlos was one of my customer last time. Carlos and I actually we made a deal.
Yeah. Well, I bought
I remember you bought me a Willie McCovey card.
It was a Willie McCovey. Yeah, I bought so Scott Yannick had a 60 Willie McCovey rookie. Graded, and I have most of a set. I haven't gone back to finishing the set. At some point I will, but the McCovey made sense. Yeah, but the McCovey made sense to grab. It was like, but the key is you have to know. Obviously, I'm going to go by to say hello, so I'll know what's going on, but it's going to be your display is going to determine if people are able to see enough to ask. Because if stuff's in a box, they might be interested in looking at the box, Scott, but how are you going to know it's there if you just walk by and just assume it's hockey? The display is going to be critical, how you showcase these things.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the things I worry about.
I have wax, I have empty wax, but like the display box put back together.
Yeah. Well, that's the only thing I worry about, because a lot of times that's the reason I thought it was worthwhile mentioning now. The Expo has a reputation of being a hockey heavy show, which it is. That is totally true. But there is other stuff as well. And there are plenty of dealers who have other stuff. So it's just about how well because if somebody's just walking by, if they can't tell, then they may not think to ask, because obviously the hockey will be prominent in a lot of it, which makes sense. That's going to be a good chunk of the audience is going to be looking for it.
I have a nice piece. That one, I don't know if I'm bringing or if I'm ready to let go yet.
Dan, in your face.
But this is a 1971 O-Pee-Chee display box with Pete Rose.
2 variations of that here for boxes. Pete Rose and
collect your bazookas there, and I guess your mom could get a coffee pot or a mixer or an iron.
Mm-hmm.
Or a tie for your dad, I guess. AM radio, AM.
Ooh,
not FM.
We don't have the fanciness of the FM.
So yeah, those
I like it.
Tough to come around.
I like it. Real quick, I'll get caught up here. So good evening to Phil here. Yannick, why would you sell those Vadi Senior cards? Are you nuts? Oh, Yannick's totally nuts. He's got to get nuts. I haven't collected hockey since Sergei Fedorov was a hockey. That's fair. That's the only reason why I thought it would be worthwhile mentioning. I wanted to make sure, Scott, that people know that there is other stuff too. So it's just going to be, I'm hoping that a lot of the dealers do a good job presenting that, because again, for me, I do collect hockey, but the great irony that I joke about is that outside of my player collections, I don't collect a lot of hockey outside of that. My main focus is on those player collections. But I will collect baseball. I will get some vintage. I've got other things that I'm out there looking for. But I'll go digging a little bit. I got enough time because I'm going to be there all the days. But if you're not there all the days, it's how effectively you showcase it that's going to help people. Because when people are trying to make going through the aisles as best they can, you need to make it easy for them. Otherwise, they won't even think to ask.
Yeah, because that's why I want to come up here. I want to see, because there was a definite, just going to Philadelphia from the south to the north, how what different sports were out there. I've noticed when I was in the Midwest. And I want to come to the expo for that too. I know it's going to be hockey heavy, but I want to see what kind of baseball is out there, for that.
Well, the last few years has been pretty progressive as getting into more in other sports and non-sports, of course. But baseball is really, taking a turn for the expo years ago. You'd see the Otto Peachy set and a few here and there, but now there's some booths that are loaded.
Yeah. Well, I think what I'm going to be curious about, because there is one specific booth, and the guy I think is literally called the Blue Jays Specialist. That's literally the name of the booth.
That's all he's got is it's
amazing. I think he's actually going to do. I think he's going to do some brisk business, Scott, with the Jays having just come off a World Series appearance. I think that there's going to be some interest. If he's got a couple of the current guys as well, I think he'll do some brisk business there, along with the classics, the OGs, because he goes all the way back to 1977 with his stuff. So he's got the OGs. But then he's also got the World Series years guy. There's always interest in the World Series years. Some Dave Steve. That's right.
Yes. Nothing.
Some Tony Fernandez. Candy Maldonado. Let's go. Candy Maldonado. Let's go.
Ron Molitor. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. So and a couple of those guys stuck around long enough where they've got a couple of years worth of sets and cards and also items, because he also does the items. He's got the collector cups. He's got the cereal boxes, all kinds of things.
They made a lot of Blue Jay stuff. So.
So that's why I'll be curious to see if I think he'll do some brisk business. If he's got a couple of the current guys mixed in there with the OGs, I think he can do some brisk business with that. Bubbles says, I'm concerned Bobby Rowell won't have enough space in the booth, and this creates a blood feud because I'm Carlos. I think they should just, Yannick, I think what should happen is you guys should take on like the Vikings and just randomly claim space on other booths around you.
We could do that.
Just be like, this is mine now. It's like, but I am the captain now.
Here's one for Scott there.
We'll get him to braid his beard or something.
That's a 76 Hostess.
I was going to ask, is that Hostess or what brand was? I didn't know if you. So it is Hostess.
See, like some of that I'm letting go. Like I'm, got some more Gary Carter there. I have the complete run of the pocket schedule.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And what year did they start?
All the way to 2004.
There we go.
That's the original, the 69 one. That one alone is like $200.
Nice. So I got a couple of follow-up questions here, Yannick. So we'll share a couple more things there, but thank you for sharing those. But let me quickly ask a couple questions here from this. So Junkwax here saying, do you know your booth number or location yet? I don't see a map yet, Bobby. I don't think they've assigned it to you.
The week of.
Yeah.
Traditionally, right?
So I'll include, what I'll do though, Junkwax, and for everybody else, I'll include, who is interested, I'll include a link to the Sport Card Expo website, because now as we're getting closer, they're going to keep adding more autographed guests, which they've already been doing. They've actually been loading up. They actually added a couple more goalies. Here's a good one, Eric, for that as well. I noticed that I saw it the other day. They added Potvin. So for the Toronto market, Potvin. So Potvin, Scott, Felix Potvin, is one of those guys who is not a Hall of Famer. Will never come. He's not adjacent. He's not adjacent to adjacent, but he is a hero to an entire generation of Leafs fans in that early 90s period. Yep. That dude punches well above his weight in terms of popularity. They want his autographs. They want his cards. Felix the Cat, Felix Potvin. Yeah. That guy will have a line on Sunday.
And that's it just so happens that Kojo Sports, my buddies Cody and Joe.
Kojo, I get it.
Yeah. So they're bringing him in.
Yeah, so that's why.
Yeah. He's extremely popular though. Like he is super popular.
This show is heavy on goalies. Like
they really have. No, they've loaded up. They've loaded up on the goalies.
Eric, that book of yours, like you would knocked like so many goalies on that show.
Mhm.
Do they still make the mini goalie masks like they do like mini football helmets and stuff?
Yes.
Not so much. I think there might be a couple of guys that do it, but it's
There
very
was-
niche now.
Yeah.
That'd be
It-
cool if signed.
There was-
I like getting helmets signed.
I think
No.
I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a couple of guys that maybe do customs, because I would think that for some of these guys, the customs would totally do well. I think.
Yeah, there's
Um,
a rampage of masks out there where people are just reproducing them just from the originals.
Yep,
It's everywhere, and they want a good dollar for them. They want like $300. It's like
they do.
what?
I just want the mini ones to get signed if I was there. If I was a goalie.
I haven't seen the mini ones around for quite a few years now. I used to like the mini ones where Tony Esposito or whatever,
Yeah.
Cheevers, what have you, but I don't see them there anymore. There was a guy who was making them. He made them a little sloppy, but they were still nice to get signed. But I haven't seen them in there in a long time.
Yeah, because they stopped making the mini baseball helmets, which made me mad.
Oh, those ones. Yeah.
Well, the mini baseball helmet, the mini baseball helmets, the
You mean
mini
like
football
ice cream
helmets.
helmets?
Weren't they were made by a large company, weren't they not?
No, like the mini
Was it-
replicas. The mini replicas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I
Yeah,
meant. Yeah.
little ice cream helmets. When you
Yeah,
get ice cream.
Well,
Oh well, yeah. You can't. You can't do that.
Dairy Queen
the-
still
the-
sell those.
The thing is with those ones though, they don't have as much of an excuse. I think one of the problem with the goalie helmets, and this has actually become a problem with some of this when some of the companies where they wanted to do sets, because for the sets, Be a Player did goalie helmet an insert set
Yeah,
of the goalie helmet. The problem is getting the licensing from the artist. That has been a major challenge. So I would think for a manufacturer to do the mini goalie helmet, if they've got custom art on it, the artist might be like, "Hey,
Yeah, really.
Like
Well,
this?
once you sold it, I think the art becomes because it's original art, it becomes the owner of the mask. I think at that point because they're selling.
I don't know because there's people that've been
I don't think
tattoo
it's
artists that have won lawsuits.
yeah." Well, you can
Over-
sell different types of rights, Bobby. You can sell rights to be like, "No, I will make this. This is for your mask. You can have it for the mask. Here it is." The moment you try to sell pictures of it off of or make money off the print or whatever, that's not covered because it's whatever you put in the contract when you commissioned it. Because
Mm.
the person doesn't have to give up all their rights to the original art. They can say, "No, for your mask, absolutely. I made it on the mask. Here it is. It's on your mask."
The only masks that I've seen are just like the basic like team masks where you just got
Yeah,
the
and those ones I think would be
The
easier
logo.
for you to pull off because then it's just licensing from the league and the teams.
Right.
Then that's easier. So
Even
Mike
though
here
I
says,
have
Carlos,
specialty ones would be cool.
that's a different thing. Yeah. So Mike here says, Carlos, the baseball items, do you do top sets or O-Pee-Chee baseball sets? Mostly top sets. I've looked at a couple of the O-Pee-Chee ones over the year. The problem is some of the sets are too big. It
I
would
thought
be
they were
tough to
all
really chase them. Well, everything's O-Pee-Chee, Scott.
Oh,
That's a different conversation.
that's a,
Yeah, that's different.
I was getting confused.
Yannick, do you have your Pokemon? So Paul says, Bobby, Yannick, do you have your Pokemon onesies picked out? Still working on it. It's a big question. So Junkwax, so this one's for you, Yannick. So you mentioned earlier you had some wrestling stuff going on over there. So Junkwax just asking, what kind of wrestling stuff do you have with your holdings?
WWF
The
hostess
Hulk Hogan
and other
Slam Buddies or whatever they were called.
Slam buddies. That doesn't sound good.
Don't worry,
I don't know about that.
Listen, what Eric does
Where
while
is
he's
the show
one,
going today? I don't know.
Eric already took us down the wrong time where he
I think
started
so.
greasing his pole.
I know in front of the camera.
Yeah, like,
Ever so gently.
Pumping up his tire.
Ever
Yeah,
so
like-
gently. And popping up his tire.
it's utterly disgraceful.
Roberto Longo.
Some of the wrestling. So Bobby the
Ooh.
Brain,
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
the Hulkster. Hulkster again, I think. Those were
Now,
like
you were pretty far
87.
away. You were pretty far away earlier, Yannick. Do you want to say what the set is from?
Hostess 87, 88. So potato chips.
Thank you.
never
Canada
remember.
distributed only, I think, then. Bobby
those ones
can
probably.
correct me.
Yeah, is that
Yeah,
Smacho and
Hostess-
Elizabeth?
Hostess was
Here's
only
my
Canadian
show.
potato chips. I don't think you guys had
Okay.
Hostess American potato chips. You had
I've
Hostess
actually
cakes.
2 of those.
I've never
Here's a
seen
10.
Hostess potato chips.
Here's
Yeah.
an 8.
Hostess has been around since I was born. So,
Here's the macho again.
oh, Eric's getting it.
Here's like we were all in love with her.
Miss Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Elizabeth on her own. Yep.
I can't see shit, so I'm just guessing.
You got your
Here's,
Andre.
Andre, and I like this one because like you never see him in the yellow.
Hmm.
I don't know. I thought it was different. Here's the Heart Foundation. Here's $1 Million Man.
That's right, my boy. So Yannick, move that a little closer to the camera for a second. No, grab that one again and just move it a little closer to the camera. My favorite part about this, Scott, is there's the meme online that says you can't hear a picture, and then they show a picture of the $1 Million Man cackling. So no, you can hear it. Trust me.
Yeah,
you can hear it in your mind. You can hear it.
that's
Yes.
exactly right.
See, I have some boxing.
Oh, nice. Okay, it's a little different. I like that. You got Muhammad Ali and Iron Mike Tyson in that grouping.
Ali, Tyson, Holmes, and Patterson.
Okay, that's a pretty good combo for boxing. That's a pretty good combo.
No, I thought so too. And,
Yeah, a little bit of leaf there.
I'm bringing tons of stuff. Nothing is.
I see you
Everything's-
helped out.
everything's-
You got that in a Beckett holder, so you must have been helping out here on that one.
I think so. Under the table stuff.
Yeah, Gold Hour here was talking about the pricing a little bit. Yager wants $229 for his auto. Yeah, Yager's not cheap. So he's on the
$229
set.
for Yager.
Mhm.
Wow.
At this point, Yager and a couple of those guys, there's a few names like that. They don't want to, because Yager is one of those guys who has the VIP package as well.
Mm.
So those are very pricey in addition to.
Yeah, they're usually like grand, aren't they?
Yeah,
Signed
I think
jersey.
he's 900.
That-
I think he's 900 for his. So right
Well,
right in
yeah,
that
it's
neighborhood.
always under $9.99. Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting a Ray Bork auto for 50 at the East Coast Collectibles. The Expo wants 65. At least 65 isn't too bad, but if you can get it for 50, get it for 50. Makes sense to me. Yeah, 220 for Yager. I'm concerned Yannick puts out surprise Breaker Grail, prompting Carlos to blow his budget and launching a blood feud on the live stream. Bob's all about the blood feuds. So right now, it's going to be tough to find a Grail that I don't already have. Most of the ones that are out there are a little tough to find. So Scott, I mentioned that on the Cardboard Cynics episode. Right now, there's still a Grail that is potentially in play. And all I've got to say is I was checking earlier tonight, the auction that happened with this that was won by a zero feedback bidder has still not been paid.
Ooh.
So here's my question with that. Since she has not been on TV for like a year, are you finding it easier now to find them and be able to buy them, or?
Not really. The cards that are tough to find are tough to find. The folks that are collecting them are mostly hanging on to them. The only reason this one's in play, this particular card, again, I'm not going to give away all the details yet because I want to let it play out. I got to see what happens with it. But the long story short of it, because I did reference it on the podcast weeks ago, the long story short is that this collector is a guy who bought it from at least one other line of separation from the person who bought it on eBay 3 years ago. So I know what it sold for on eBay 3 years ago, and the market has gone down. So I believe it to be worth less than what it was back then. That's my logic on this. And it's the same card. So what I'm looking at is this guy bought it. He's actually got a great collection of wrestling one-of-ones. Like he actually features it on his Instagram, and it's a bunch. And some of those one-of-ones, I know for a fact, Scott, are in the thousands plural. Like, and some of them pushing 4, 5, 6K a piece. And he's got a collection full of them. So this would be a smaller card on that scale, but at the same time, I believe he overpaid. Whatever he did, whether it was a straight up purchase or a trade deal or whatever he did, I think he has too much into it, which I think made it difficult to make a deal in the first place. But then he made the decision to try to put it in auction, and I think he thought it would go for more than it did. Which, again, as someone who specifically collects it, I know that market pretty well. I am the whale or one of the whales in that particular collecting. It's going to be really hard to outbid me in a legitimate auction, unless someone just feels like throwing money for the sake of throwing money.
Did you say that a zero feedback person purchased it and hadn't paid for it yet?
They were the winner so they put it up on eBay through a consigner.
Yep.
I put in a snipe, not a snipe A, a regular snipe. I was the underbidder, and I lost to a zero feedback bidder.
That is weird.
$4,000 card.
Yeah, it's very close. Now the reality, and I mentioned this to Dan when I was telling him though, the only reason it got close to 1,000 was because I was willing to bid aggressively, but the zero feedback bidder beat me. They still haven't paid. And if they don't pay, then we go to whoever the next. So you have to think of the next highest in an auction.
Third and second, not first.
What's relevant is who's number 3, because that's going to give you a better sense of where the pricing would have gone had the zero feedback bidder not been involved. And the answer is it goes back to low 500s.
Probably
So all of a sudden it shoots down to almost in half.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I mean, obviously somebody was defense shield bidding and drove the price
Based on
up.
Jimbo's verbiage, yes.
shield
Based on
bidding.
Jimbo's.
So, you know,
Defense.
yeah, that was going to be my question. Was like, you know, it drove yours up, so hopefully they wouldn't come to you and go, "Oh, will you pay, you know, $8.99 for it?" You know, whatever.
Well, so Scott, that's why I was explaining my story. Is that I said I already cut that off at the pass. I reached out to the consigner and I told them, okay, so I'm the underbidder. I just said I'm the underbidder, and I went through eBay through the conventional channels. I said I'm the underbidder. I see it's a zero feedback bidder. If that doesn't go through, reach out to me and we'll talk about it. And they said, you know, okay, that's fair. He goes, so if it falls through, what would you like to do? So they asked me what I want to do. And I said, I'm willing to offer this. I gave them an offer. And I said, you can take that back to the consigner and see what they want to do. The offer was very close to what I offered them the first time. So just to be clear, it's very similar to it. And if they take any consignment fee, they'll probably be losing.
So it's for less.
Just telling you the truth. So I gave my offer accordingly. We'll see if they come back to me or not, or if they try to list it again. The thing is, though, this is where, Scott, if somebody wants to play games with this, understand that if it goes back to auction, my Sneep A next time will be lower. So like it's not going to work. Like it's actually going to, you shouldn't have played that game in the first place. If you wanted to get a certain amount for it, then you should have made it buy it not best offer. And just let it ride. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
But sometimes things change. You know, I've seen things end and then they actually go for more the next time. It's really timing with a lot of cards like that. You know, somebody's on holiday, somebody's doing whatever. You know, missed it, didn't snipe it, didn't do anything. So or snipe it. So it does happen. But you know, for the most part, you pretty much on a key card, you'll get everybody, or because there's 10 or 15 friends of yours that are going to send you that and go, hey man, did you see this? You know, so
yeah. Well, I think the key though is that when it's a more limited market, so there are situations where you can get a price. If it was something that quote unquote everybody wanted, well then it's free. It's a free for all. But if they're certain dedicated collectors, but it's a handful, then it's going to be up to what they're willing to do. And if they've already had a crack at it and they haven't been able to sell it, that doesn't bode well for you getting the top price.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always the key. It's like, it depends on how heavy the market is. So like in hockey, per lance, if you've got a nice Gretzky, there's a bunch of people willing to bowl over themselves to throw a bunch of money at it. Sure.
Oh yeah.
If you take though some of the other guys who have fans, but not as many, you know, you get a nice Yager card. There's a few folks in Europe that might be willing to throw a couple of bucks at it. But if they don't want it, then that price drops fast, really fast, because there's a couple of deep pocketed Europe guys who are willing to pay good money for some. But if they've already have a copy or they're not interested, then that price suddenly drops like a stone. And it's not on every card. So it just depends. Yes, it did indeed, Paul. It did indeed.
That's Yager, isn't it?
Yager Metal Universe.
I like it. Nice.
Metal Universe. Oh yeah, I bought this for Eric here. If you can read it.
Oh, Jesus.
We can.
Yes.
Bronze shavings.
Well, it's called the gold stick, but all the gold sticks are made of bronze anyways. So that's the original bronze. Do you see there's a little bit of water in the bottom corner? Because each one of these come with a tier from Dave Reese. Anyways, just saying. That's my my Boston defense against you for Toronto.
Wow.
10 points. Sorry. Of course.
I think maybe what we'll do, because of Bobby.
Eric, tell us what we're going to do. Anyway, so Bubbles says, I need some Bastard Booger Kiss cards. So does Eric.
Yes.
Rob says, we'll need an update on your hostess cards after the show at Yannick. Absolutely.
100%.
Pre-sale.
Paul said, so Paul's here. Speaking of collectors collecting things, did the Helmuth come in? So I did answer it, but I'll also do this here. And a quick side story on that. There it is. Showdown Signatures, Phil Hellmuth autograph on there. So that's actually part of a set that I've been working on. That one for the Razor Poker set. So we got that on there. So there it is. One of the things is so credit to Paul. He did let me know that that it was available on the Beckett's on the Beckett Marketplace. We talked about them, make the joke before. There is stuff on the Beckett Marketplace still. That one's not on eBay. It was on the Beckett Marketplace only. So now the one trick, the one hang up, and the reason why I wanted to quickly show it as well is that you've got all these dealers that do it. But the problem is that a lot of them don't include a picture. So you have to kind of take it with it. The price was very fair. I was very happy with the price. But then you're still kind of crossing your fingers and hoping you actually get what you ordered. Because obviously with no picture, you're kind of guessing in the dark. In this case, the price point was fair enough that I was like, okay, I can take a chance. That's fine. So they did send it, and there it is. And ship my cards right now, and I'll be getting that probably at the expo.
Nice.
So I like it. Good evening, Dave. For seriousness, Carlos talking about this. I'm guessing it's not a Rosen. Not quite. Not quite. Don't worry. Details forthcoming. Not there yet.
It was chosen though.
Yes. Phil Hellmuth poker cards. Yes. Some people whose cards I would never even accept even if it was free. Well, you would if it's part of the set you're doing. Hellmuth is not a swell fella, but I need the card for the set. I've got most of the cards in it, so I still need it.
Okay. I gotta pay for something. Be right back.
Yeah. Paul says Jim and Steve on Beckett is a reliable seller. Some are shady as fuck, but most of them are good. Yeah. And it worked out. So thank you, Paul, for bringing it to my attention. It took a while. I had to wait for them to finish being on vacation mode. And then finally was able to buy the card. Yes, they did deliver it. So all good. All good. Got it in hand. Are you eating chicken right now, Eric? What are you doing over there?
I got to eat my protein for tomorrow. So I got a plan. So I had to plan to eat it, later in the evening. Usually I don't like to eat after 7, but I got to have it in my system for tomorrow. So yeah.
What is it you're doing tomorrow again? Sorry.
Down a big piece of chicken.
He's going to fall down a flight of stairs for 52 miles.
Yeah, something.
That's what you were saying, right?
A 52-mile ride tomorrow.
To where?
I was preparing my bike in the garage, and
At least if you're like paddling to somewhere, like you guys are just going back to your car for 52 miles.
Yeah, we're gonna do a loop, but a lot of it's going to be gravel or like fire roads or some easy trail, easy mountain bike trail.
Fire roads. You're gonna light yourselves on fire and run down the road?
That would be kind of fun.
I think so. That's content, Scott. I'm feeling content.
I was going to say, that sounded interesting.
We're still waiting on someone to light themselves on fire. But
Yes. If Kenny's not going to do it, maybe you could do it for us, Eric. This is your moment. This is it right now.
So, yeah, got to get the protein in. Got to have gas in the tank. So, and then tomorrow I'll eat a bunch of carbs and stuff before I go, like waffles or something. And then
chocolate sticks.
And yeah, really, that's not a bad thing. You got to get the carbs in, and then you got to eat like something like say every half hour or so. You got to.
You could take some other meal options.
No.
Bring out the best.
No, none of that. No.
You seem pretty thrilled about it at the time, Eric. You seem pretty
right.
happy about your Helmets box.
That looks like you could be sponsored.
Yes.
Nope, it's not the box. I don't know where the box is.
Well, I'm looking at the box right now, Eric.
Oh, really?
Dan says it's funny. Most of my near complete sets are missing the Pete Rose cards. Gonna have to hold my nose and buy them eventually. Yes, if you want to complete the sets, you got to take them all in. So that's actually funny side story. That's actually the reason why, Scott, I don't do a lot of sets anymore. Because then you got to get, so in order to complete the set, if you're actually going to complete the set, in this case, Dan's talking about not liking a specific person, which is totally fair. I totally get it. But for me, it was like, wait, so how much money do I have to spend for this guy I really don't give a crap about?
That's been my point for months now. When all this, I have that with my Mets, picking up Mets cards, picking up these short print updates that are $22 for a guy that pitched 2 games. It's like, what am I doing?
Yeah, it's different when I'll do it ironically or for fun, The Josh Rosen PC is fun for me.
Right.
He's out of the league. He sucked when he was there, but it's fun for me. If I was going to get some J's, I always make the joke that if I was going to get some random J's as part of the PC, I'd only grab a handful of cards. One of my favorite ones, and this is a callback. You got to go to the old baseball reference, Scott. Luke Prokopek. That was a pitcher that Jays had. He was in the Dodgers organization. He was in the Jays organization. I didn't remember because and I think he was this Australian pitcher that they had.
Not ring a bell.
A very brief Yannick, but he had a cup of coffee with the Jays. Luke Prokopek. And there were a handful of these guys that I was just sitting there like, oh, really? This is what we got? Where are we getting these random pitchers from?
When I was doing the 60s, man, so no short print, I was like, the rookies and stuff, I was like, I wanted Choo-Choo, but, the other ones, a few $100 for some of them, a couple of them.
Yeah. Good evening, Stuke. I don't like when Eric gets on camera. Just throw that out there. Listen, just put a piece of tape over the screen. It'll be fine. Why don't you do a live stream while riding? You could live stream the crash. Good evening, Orlando. I'm more concerned about Eric's ticker riding 2 miles. He'll get there. We'll find out. Get a poker kicks and watch old World Series poker events. Yes. Eric's watch will be fine. Probably. Crumbl cookies. That's right. So Eric is going to hell, Mans. Straight Stuke.
Tomorrow's going to feel like hell.
Mike says, wait a minute, Scott, you should be asking yourself, why do you collect my cards if that's what I'm doing? Mets cards. Indeed. Yeah. So it's if you have to do the set though, that's where you wind up in that situation. I again, if you want to do the set, like for the 53 Bowman color, it works, Scott, because I like the images on the 53 Bowman color. So therefore, and it's 160 cards instead of 400 cards, instead of 500 cards. Big difference. Big difference. The 53 Tops is probably a project I'm going to take on, most likely. Again, the hang up right now is that I've got the 53 Tops Willie Mays in front of me.
Yeah. That's the one that's the big one.
Yeah, that's missing. A big card. So that one is a commitment. Scott, if I get the Mays, then I'm doing the set because at that point I'm committing. I have the Mantle, and if I have the Mays, and then there's still 2 other ones, obviously. You got the Jackie Robinson and the Satchel Paige. So those 3 cards, out of 4 big cards, the Mantle I've already got. The other 3, though, but the Willie Mays is the one I'm looking at. Because if I get the Willie Mays, then I'm committing to completing the project.
I got the Satchel and Jackie Robinson. But that's going to be about it.
They're expensive now. They didn't used to be as crazy as they were. Like I've told the story before. I got the Mantle for $650 US at the time that I bought it, which at the time was the going rate. It's gone up by multiples. So is the Jackie, so is the Satchel, and so is the Willie Mays. They've all gone up by multiples. Back then when the Mantle was $650, I probably could have gotten the Mays for a pretty good price, and the Jackie and the Satchel. It would have all been less than it'll cost you. So it's like, ooh, okay. So that's a tough one. But as time has gone on, they've all gone up in price. So now the set keeps pushing upwards.
Some set can sneak up on you. Look, my C57 set, pre-war hockey, it doubled pretty much. Prices doubled in the last 2 years. Yeah. I started exactly 2 years ago in April of 2024. And since then, out of 50, I have 28. So I'm missing 22. And I'm 50-50 on big names, smaller names. But I'm still missing the Vezina, which that's the big one. And now I used to be able to afford a 2. Now I'll be lucky if I can get it. The same budget if I can get a 1 that got ran over by a truck.
Yeah, so it's almost like different but similar. That's almost the same conversation we were having about the Vegas thing earlier tonight. It's like there was a time where you could get in and have a little trip and have a good time for a reasonable budget. But now that's a starting point to just the hotel. That's a starting point, just one component of the overall. And then with these sets, because the 53 Tops is still a big set, it's still a fairly decently sized set. It's got its high numbers. So Orlando's talking about the Mays here, which is high number. So that's, a key piece of this puzzle. But then there's also other high numbers that are not Mays, and those have also gone up in price. So it's not just the one. You got to think about the other high numbers too.
Especially the high numbers.
Yeah.
I'm over half the set. I'm almost I'm like 65% complete. Like, do I quit now or
It-
I'll just sell everything and make nice chunk of money, but I never completed the set.
Pre-war, you're looking at, in Canadian issue, very like people have to fight to get those cards. Like everybody wants first crack because they just don't come up as often as you'd like to see them.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's the good news about some of those sets. If you decide that that's the main reason why for the sets that I started later on, I would focus on the key cards and short prints first, because if I decided, you know what, this is not for me, those are the easiest cards to move, and you will have very little trouble finding somebody that's interested, because if they want to build a set, they need those cards, as opposed to just random commons that not everyone may be interested in unless they're working as part of that set.
Well, Dave finished that set about 3-4 years ago, and we looked for 3 or 4 years for a Vesna. That was a 3. He wanted a 3.
I'm at year 2 and I'm still.
Yeah, but I was looking at, like, he would send me a message. He goes, "What do you think of this one?" I go, that's not a 2, man. That's not a 3. It's not. It was, the grading is really off. When you get to the lower end, it's hard to really pinpoint a good grade. You can easily tell when you're in the 7, 8,
Right.
9 of regular cards, but with a 3, 2, and a 1, like, man, that's really
Right now,
discretionary.
I can't even have an option. Like, I mean, the only place that these cards are available will be in 3 weeks from now, and there's strong chances that I'll come back empty-handed.
Well, what's a Vesna worth now? If you want
that's
if
just
you want a
telling you
2,
how hard they come around.
what's
how
a 2
tough
worth
they are.
today now? What'd the last 2 go for?
I don't know.
Like 4,500, 5,500, or is that a 1?
I don't know. I heard it. I heard if you know a guy at Sports World, they're free.
I heard that.
Yes,
Yes.
the claw. I need
They
the
just
claw.
never show up. They never show up because they're gone before they show.
He works for chocolate sticks. That's all I'm saying.
I
bad.
would.
You slide a chocolate stick to the end of the table. Go make this happen for me. He's
It's
like, say no more.
It's like the Great White North, the Bob and Doug McKenzie, where they get the secretary in that movie. Great, and then they slide her the donut. It's like, thank you. What do you want to know?
So that's all. Like I said, I'm just saying. Allegedly, if you slide a chocolate stick to the end of the table, Eric is like, "Who do you need me to kill? I just want you to steal a card. I can do that also."
Yeah.
He'll lead with, "Who do you need me to
The
kill?"
killing
but
I'll
then-
throw in for free.
Yeah, the
Don't get
killing can be free. That's fine. So Dan says, when things get tough tomorrow, Eric, just remember, we're all rooting against you. Facts.
Yeah, right.
And what would he do with a Crumbl cookie? You give him a Crumbl cookie.
He's sponsored by Crumbl,
Yeah.
no doubt.
I'm wearing a Crumbl jersey tomorrow. Well,
He's wearing Crumbl underwear. It's where
That
the
would be an
G-string
improvement.
sits up at the top, and it's kind of like, right there across Crumbl. Where the T.
Eric is
comes
not.
in.
Eric is just like, how does Bobby know my business?
You'll probably crumble his underwear.
Mike says, one day my phone will understand what I'm actually trying to say, so one can only hope. Don't worry about it, Mike. You're all good. Stu says, toughest part of collecting vintage says, not the regular players. It's paying too much for the Mandals and Hall of Fame rookies.
Yeah.
You have to factor that in. It's all part. That's all part of the game. It's all part of the game. May's the toughest high number. Good evening, Orlando. I'll be parking in a car. So here it says, Bob Ozel says, I'll be parking the car a block from the start line. I'll drive Eric to the finish line as he requested. Facts. Hashtag cheating. Huggy says, Carlos, I recently saw a scholarly video by Simon. Hashtag scholarly. Where he showed how to create a predictive pricing model. Hoj sees himself as a great data scientist. He would be too proud to hire a real scientist. Well, if you go to the comments section, and I was in contact with Simon, actually. I did see the video. And there was a Hoj fanboy, I'm assuming it was Eric, giving him flack in the comment section about this.
Oh.
You can't challenge the Hoj. Be real careful if you're going to challenge the Hoj.
Mhm.
Otherwise, the people get upset. Is Eric still riding with the seatless biker gang? Yes. Yannick, start picking out the expensive ones first. Good luck in completing the set. I know you really like that collection. So yeah, so going back, Yannick, to what you're talking about, like, yeah, you kind of have to figure out how badly you want to finish the set. That's why, to me, and this, Scott, is the reason why I've taken the philosophy that I have with a lot of this stuff. I will still do a few sets down the road here, but it is going to be a very limited amount because it's really going to be pick and choose. It's got to inspire me. It's got to be really good.
5-10 year project.
because you're committing to it because it's
Oh,
it's a project. It's not like a 5-minute
Well, I'm
thing.
not-
And it's
I'm not
good.
giving up.
It's good to
only year
have.
2. It's only year 2. Like,
Yeah, but then when I finish that handful, then I'm done. Like it's because I'm just not interested in taking on those bigger sets at this point
Yeah,
because
that's
it's
too
just not
much,
worth
yeah.
the cost. It's just not worth it. Now, what's going to be funny though is that means I've got probably a couple of thousand singles from some 60s and 50s Topps baseball that are the sets that are never going to get completed. It's just not going to happen. So now I'm
get
probably going to have to offload those. Yeah,
set
over the
guys
next
that
couple
You
of
don't
should
just
offset
be
your
powerful.
other purchases.
Exactly. And that's going to be the next little project. I'm going to have to go through them a little bit and see, all right, I got some stuff in here, but a lot of it is lower conditions, beat up. There is somebody out there who's going to want to build the set anyway. They're going to want it regardless. So those are the people I need to find because those are the ones who are going to want these singles. And I'd rather they have them because then they can take a shot at it and good luck to them. But I'm just not going to do it. At this point, at this stage of the game, I'm not going to pay for that.
This is why I'm letting some of my stuff go, turning that money into something else.
Smart way of doing things.
Sir? Bubbles said I just looked up the registration details for Eric's race. Apparently, it's a tricycle rodeo for preschoolers.
It's not,
It's
a
not
race.
right for Eric to compete.
I'm not
Ooh.
racing. It's not a race. It's a ride. Not a race. Not racing.
It's a personal race.
That's what people that don't win say.
That's exactly right, Spot. You got it.
To be honest, it's my annual birthday ride.
It is-
Since turning 50 a couple of years ago, I do whatever my age is. So I did a 50-mile ride. Last year I did a 51-mile ride. And this year I'm doing a 52-mile ride.
And it keep getting worse every year.
I don't run into marathon. It's just a jog.
So tomorrow, me and a few friends are going to go out and bang out the 52 miles for 52.
You have
years.
friends?
Who are riding 52 for your sake? What?
Well, for their sake too, but
Are they 52 as well? No.
You're paying them, right?
I seen them.
One is older and one is younger.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so the older one is just confused and he thought you were taking him somewhere nice. And the younger one just felt bad for the other two of you.
So do you ride in the middle of the two? Does the older one ride?
Yeah, do you guys maintain formation?
Mhm.
Well, of course, got to be aerodynamic.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Goodness.
Do you
Hobby Jeff
just
says,
go
Eric,
to the
where's
top of
Crumblware?
the biggest
Yes.
hill and start at the top of the biggest hill that you have there?
Well, I mean, there'll be a
The
few
51-mile hill.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Go to a mountain and go, we're going to start here for 50
Yes.
miles.
Yeah,
Let's go, guys.
that would be smart. We could drive all the way up to Mount Washington and just drive to the top and then ride down.
Coast. Yeah.
Eric, drive. Use your fucking helicopter. Use your helipad and take the three of you over in a helicopter and then go straight from down there.
Mm-hmm.
The chopper's in the shop this weekend.
Psh.
It's just like
Chopper.
one of those riding drones. It's easy. It just folds up into your back pocket kind of thing.
Probably.
Sort of.
Hobby Champ says, Eric, where's Crumblware? Always.
Crumbl, that's what it should be.
Mm-hmm. Rob says, took me years to find mid-grade. Mahabal's rookie and looked good. It was priced right. It wasn't overbid. Very nice.
Gotta be patient.
So in a moment, Orlando's going to bestow upon us some wisdom. It's coming here.
Oh.
I'm going to keep reading comments. Yannick, I can't believe you're selling those Guerrero cards. I know. I'm as shocked as you are. Damn, let's just pay bridge instead.
Guerrero's gotta go.
Brendan Ryan says, the over-the-hill gang rides again. That's right. Orlando
Sell
says,
high,
building
buy
sets like a marriage. Make a commitment and spend money on stuff you don't really want. Hashtag profound.
Is this Roadhogs Part 2?
Maybe.
Just saying. Zach says, I found the guy that Eric paid to pick him up halfway and drive him to the finish line. Eric's going to be shocked when he's not there in the morning. I know.
It's not a race.
That's what
It
losers
isn't
say.
technically.
So, Eric, I'm concerned. I would like to know, if it's not a race, how it is that you somehow managed to lose.
That's not funny. I'm not losing. It's a 52-mile ride.
So is that
The
part of
challenge
your
is
birthdays, your mom and your and your wife stand there with a ribbon and they just pretend like you win. Here it comes, hold it up.
Great job, Eric. We believe in you. Yeah.
And then he starts coasting, and the guy goes beside him.
And a moment ago, Eric is like, "That's not funny." I'm like, "Are you sure it's not funny? You're just not a little funny?"
Here's your ice cream cake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you sure, Eric? Are you sure it's not humorous?
And he only goes about 5 miles, and they say it's 50. You did.
I want to put the focus on Eric. I want everybody to look at him and go, "You're telling me that it's not a race. You're telling me that it's not about winning. You're telling me, but you're also telling me that when we find out that you somehow managed to lose a race that is not a race, that it is not funny." Is that what you were claiming right now?
It is not a race.
He just does it for the fun of it, I guess. But he complains about it, so I don't know how fun it is.
It's to challenge myself and to set goals to maintain fitness as I get older.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so Scott, I'm willing to play with this. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm willing to play with this.
Throw
You
it out.
said it is about the challenge. You want to prove to yourself that you can do it. Yannick, I got an idea. I need you to drive on down. Let's get down there over to Massachusetts. And what we'll do is we'll beat Eric to within an inch of his life with a baseball bat and a crowbar. And then if he can get onto his bicycle without falling over, he has won the challenge.
The challenge. Yes.
That's the challenge.
We get it.
Get to the end of the driveway with internal bleeding.
Here's my question. Eric has wrecked on his bike enough where he can't hardly walk in a straight line because of his hips.
Correct.
Has how many head trauma?
Lots.
So what's the challenge here? That he can still put words together after the bike ride? Because we know he's going to wreck. So what's...
At this point, he's mentally challenged from all the head injuries.
Oh, that was a given.
There's been a head injury once or twice while riding bikes. That's true.
Okay, I just hit a softer. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's his face? I know he left Green Bay, so maybe he can get his helmet, that big helmet, that outside.
Well, they have the ones now that if you do crash, it'll expand into a
Okay,
protective, and your head will bounce as opposed to.
it looked like Darth Vader from Spaceballs.
Mm-hmm. Dark helmet.
That dark helmet. Your
That's the
Schwartz
one,
is
yes.
bigger than my Schwartz.
Yeah, well, Eric was already playing with his Schwartz earlier tonight. Zach says, Eric's mom told him it's not a race. That's right. Says, since Eric will be riding in the basket up front, he still takes credit for pedaling. He should. Challenge myself, quotation marks. Set goals, quotation marks. Said by the guy locked in a room for eternity. Look, don't ask him about the logistics of this. These things confuse Eric. Like math, they're confusing him.
Mhm.
Mike says, so Eric, are you saying that when you're 75, you're going to ride 75 miles? I hope your insurance is paid up. Eric didn't think through this plan correctly, Scott.
I'll do it for as long as I can. And 75 wouldn't even now, of course, at 75, it's much different. 75 wouldn't even be the longest ride I've ever done. I've done like 104 in one
But
day.
not at 75.
No, I was not. I was
Who
in
were
my-
you running from?
Yes.
He was running from Dallas. He was leaving Dallas.
We've been over this.
You know it.
We've been over this before, and it's the reason why Tom Baby owes me fucking money,
Oh.
because I did it for charity, and then found out that Tom Brady took some of my money and put it in his pocket because he wasn't being charitable. He was a paid contributor to this charity, even though it was for disabled kids, and he was the face of it. And he and the Kennedys were quite embarrassed when it came out that the Kennedys were paying him to be a spokesperson for the Best Buddies Foundation. And it really that was the first time he had bad press here in town. And I really haven't been a Tom Baby fan since then. How do you take money out of disabled kids, charity,
Easy.
out of disabled kids charity, it just,
Easy, Eric. Yoink. It's a lot like a claw situation, but very. If you make the sound, if you make the yoink sound, it's legit.
no,
Yoink.
he can just eat shit, and he owes me money. So
I mean, it's bad taste, but it's probably easier than able kids.
Yeah, I was gonna say they can't chase you, Eric. Because that Tom Brady is about the strategery.
I mean,
See, Eric, you would be foolish enough to steal from able-bodied kids.
I'm just answering the question.
Look, Scott is speaking truth, Eric.
It's bad taste, but sorry.
As far as I'm concerned, Eric, what Scott just did is he just sent you the proverbial.
Shut up, moron.
Basically.
Yeah,
He got you there.
Yeah, I haven't
missed
been a
that.
Tom Baby fan since we all realized that he's a scumbag. So,
I'll just put that on the list.
and I've always hated the Kennedys. They're just the most corrupt family in American history, I think. So,
Aren't they
doesn't
from
surprise me.
Massachusetts?
What?
They're from Massachusetts?
Kennedys, yeah, and they're just scumbags.
Wow. Bubbles says, I ordered Eric a race bit for the race, but the Boston company screwed up and sent a banana hammock instead. Eric will take it.
Mm-hmm.
Stuke says, do you have a picture of the participation trophy, Eric? Now, Stuke, as you all well know, is a man of peace, but this is a valid question.
There is no fucking trophy. It's not a race.
You couldn't even win a participation trophy? How much do you
Nine-
suck?
A 9th place.
Worse.
Is that even a ribbon?
What a
Or
race.
Nice girl,
Everybody
9th
gets a
place.
ribbon. Don't you worry.
God
I
damn.
didn't
One of
know. I
those.
didn't know they made 9th place.
All the
ribbon.
same color ribbon.
Oh my god.
There's
It's not a
you're a
race.
winner on it.
You're
A
our
real winner.
The Mayo Cup.
The Mayo.
Cup. He can never win because he doesn't like mayo. So there you go.
Wow. So I want us to all embrace this. What does it say in your subheading there?
I can't even win a participation trophy.
Yes.
Lame. So lame.
There's no participation trophy. There's no
There is for
way-
everybody else. You
There's
just
no
suck.
way. You set a goal as you get older because if not,
Eric, most of us set a goal when we get old enough to die. That's sufficient. Like, that's good
Yeah.
enough.
On a bike, riding 50 miles. Yes.
52 miles.
It's a lot
Yeah,
quicker.
we don't like pushing your luck, anyways.
I got
Yeah,
things to
it'll be
do.
53.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's coming up. You're moving on up.
I got a year before I'm 53. I just turned 52.
Yeah, I remember on your last birthday.
Is that how it works?
Scandalous. Just be safe, Eric. My best friend had a white bike. Let's see. Had a wipeout by the road. Stay safe. There you go. Mike's showing some concern for you. So that's important.
I'll do my very best. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jack says, Eric, serious question. Aren't you setting us up for a seriously depressing birthday when you can't even bike your age anymore?
Mm.
The time will come, but
Is the time tomorrow?
It may
Listen,
come.
I did
tomorrow.
25. I did 25 on Monday. Right. So that's half. And
But Eric, that's before
no,
Yannick
it's
and
all
I
in
came
one.
down to help you on your
And
merry
then-
way.
I did
Maybe we
30.
can get FanDuel to give us
And then I did
odds
30. I
on
did
this.
30 in the garage yesterday. So I've already done like 55 miles this week.
In 2 days.
Yannick, how many of those miles did he do with a broken femur?
Could you have just done it in your garage and say you did
He
it?
hasn't tried
I
that
did
yet.
that. I did.
I would have done that.
Years.
Probably
I
rode 2.
Live on the show. I did 50. It's harder outside, obviously, but I did 50 on the show in New Year's.
Hold on, Scott. He wants to use this show as his credentials for having done this. So, Scott, for those for the dramatic reenactment, this is what he did on the show.
Mm-hmm. I saw that. Yep. That's it. Are you riding a bike,
Look.
Carlos?
I got.
Oh, I am.
45
Listen,
done.
I've already look. Eric is a peasant. This is why I want a participation show. I just did 550 miles.
I'm at
That only took me
50 now.
a couple seconds.
He didn't do the Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah. I had to mute myself, otherwise you would have heard the whoosh
Mm-hmm.
as I broke the space-time barrier. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Wisco here says, sure, Brett Favre would be down to help you with that. Listen, that is why he is not a swell fellow. But if you need some welfare fraud, #GOAT.
And get away with it.
That's right. Eric will always be able to bike his mental age. I like it, man. Josh. Good evening, gentlemen. And Eric. Josh is here.
Yes. Don't say it. Okay.
Come on,
We'll see
Eric.
you at the end of
It's your
month,
good buddy
Josh.
Josh. It's your favorite.
Come on.
All right, fine. Shut up, Josh.
Thank you.
We'll celebrate the fact that Eric isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is Shut Up Josh going to the
Wasn't your
expo?
birthday?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
by the
Of
way, wasn't
course,
that like
you're
2
not
weeks
there.
ago anyway?
What's
When
that,
was
Scott?
Your birthday was like 2 weeks ago, right? 3 weeks ago.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't do it then. The weather.
Why?
Why not?
The weather was bad. Plus the people that.
Wait a minute. You did a video in the snow Friday.
Yeah.
You're right.
How bad was the weather then?
It was bad. I'm not
You
doing
were
52 miles. in that
icicles
crap.
off your face.
I'm not doing 52 miles in that nonsense. No. No, tomorrow's going to be like, 50. It'll be perfect.
50 or 52?
No, the temperature is going to be 50.
I
I'm doing
understand
52.
that.
Yeah.
Make sure you get those two right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I like my idea better when we pummeled him viciously and then let him ride his bike to the end of the driveway.
So
I feel like it's a better use of a collector time.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
how do you know how many miles you've done? You already measured it out? Or?
Eric likes to use triangulation in the maths.
I have a bike computer on my handlebars. Plus, I
Wait. Pause. You have a bike computer. So you're saying hashtag rigged is what I'm hearing right now.
How is it rigged?
Is it solar powered or is it by bicycling powered? Or?
Eric, while you may not be a man of science, I surely know that in a place where MIT is not far from you, there is someone who, hey guys, I did 52 and a half miles. How long did it take you? 42 minutes. How did you manage that? You lying sack of shit. That's what the bike computer says.
Plus, I'll have satellite from the what is called a Strava app, and it picks up my phone and maps the whole thing out, and elevation and time and distance and the whole thing. So
Wow. So Eric now believes in science.
So
Fascinating.
I'll be able to keep an eye on exactly every aspect of the ride. How
so you gotta look at your handlebars
my
and
heart
look at where
rate.
you're going. Yeah, it's a wreck. FanDuel, we need some odds on this wreck tomorrow.
Eric, don't you just start from the sign on the side of the road that says Saugus 52 miles?
That would be smart. That'd be way easier.
Okay.
Then he just crosses the sign. I'm here. I made it.
How far away from I-95 are you? They got mile markers on there. Just go on I-95 and ride.
That's only a couple of miles down the road.
Okay, there you go.
Yannick knows. He's driven it. It's only a few miles down the road from my house.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Babuzo says, how the hell did Eric get DQ'd from a one-man race? He's a special boy.
I'm not doing a race. God damn
He
it.
tested himself and failed.
It's a mental race.
Yes. It's like, and he managed to lose that one too.
Yeah.
And no participation trophy for his efforts.
No.
I says, Carlos, I remember when you bought a Session Bags Gold Reflector. I think that'll make you money in the long run. I already did. I sold it. It's gone. I will have one. Babuzo says, I will have some big women standing by to give Eric CPR. Bless you. Bless you, sir.
Fat bottom girls, baby.
Yep.
Damn, 50,000 bike. I know, Bob. Wisco says, I stopped biking after someone stole my bike seat while I work. Eric stole your bike seat while you were at work?
Well, I didn't have one, so I needed it.
Wow. Boozle. Inspector Gadget. I love an Inspector Gadget reference. Think about Hockey says, how come we don't see a Sports World YouTube channel with Eric playing a big role? Psh, because Eric's a lazy son of a bitch.
Probably.
He can't even get his participation trophy from a one-man bike race, let alone build.
Second.
Time, velocity, displacement. All three of Eric's bike riding criteria. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Del says, oh, how I wish I could enter this race. See, it's a race, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
A race.
Yep.
People from Australia want to join.
Yeah.
Sorry, from Hawaii. From Hawaii.
He moved even further away.
Hey, listen, listen.
You can do it too.
Listen, Hawaii is already an island, Scott. Australia is an island nation, continent.
Okay.
The whole thing. That's all I'll say. But we do have Aussie people that join us too.
Yes, we do. I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And maybe the Australians want to join too. Look, we talk about Don Bradman and the Australians will show up. I promise.
Oh, yes.
How many times does he have to ride around this island to get 52 miles?
Ride around my what?
No, Double D. I don't know which island he's on in Hawaii.
It's true. At least when Dylan does it, he's got hula girls. Eric, what do you got?
That's why I love watching
I have
cop
youth
shows in
clubs.
Hawaii. I don't know where the people are going to run.
Got big girls and Crumbl lingerie.
Neck jobs.
It would be like Pawn Stars and Eric would be Chum Lee. He only wishes. We can hold cups of hot water at the side of the road. Seinfeld. I like it, Cardinal.
Remember that?
I like it.
I was during a marathon, right? And
Mhm.
they threw a coffee or
Jump
something
ball.
or hot tea in someone's face.
But you know he won't drink hot drinks. Because
I don't like hot drinks. Hot drinks are not
That
enjoyable.
is a callback. So.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't like hot
Ima-
drinks.
Imagine Eric saying it's not a race while everyone is flying past him.
There's no one to. Okay.
What? You're on a private one-man road? You bought a fucking road for your not race?
He doesn't like hot
There-
drinks, but you like hot food? Like, I don't see the difference.
You like hot food?
Probably not. Probably not.
He ate a cold piece of chicken a minute ago.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was pretty cold.
It was cold. I got to get the protein.
He kept it under the stoop, keep it extra cold. So,
Never been cooked, so he'll be fine tomorrow.
yeah. Botulism at its best.
Yep.
I
Duke
cannot-
says, I prefer the French Polynesian Islands. I like it. Don't have to worry about the continent gods. Eric's provided with 2 hours of entertainment, so it would seem.
I don't even understand. I mean, this is unbelievable.
This is-
None of you bastards or anybody in this chat could do 5 miles on a bike. And I'm
How do you know? Wait. How do you know that?
getting my nuts roasted. This makes
What?
no sense to me.
Hold on. You're worth a sack of
We're
shit.
smarter. We go in a car.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, first of all, so
And
two
drive
sides to this.
150
we don't
miles.
do 5 miles because we're not stupid. First, of all.
Correct. So yeah, Nick, hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this because I think this is Scott. This is what we're here for. Hold on. This is what we are here for as a people.
I was
I got-
going to leave now, but now I'm in. I'm in.
I got to straighten out my shirt here because now we need to settle this. Eric is not a man of science. He's not a man of maths, and yet he's got some bold takes. And I got to take down this trash take. First of all, Eric is assuming a lot of things. He assumes, and you know what they say about assuming. First of all, so he says, "Oh, none of you." Says who? How do you know what people around here can do? But to Yannick's astute point, the venerable Yannick, who speaks truths, the rest of us are smart enough not to do dumb shit. Eric is literally sitting there the same way he would say, "Hey, none of you would hit yourself in the
Hey.
face with a hammer for an hour."
I
And I'm like,
get it.
"Well, we could, but why would we do that?
I
That sounds
have
like a dumb
bike.
thing to do. This sounds like something
get
an
it.
idiot would do."
How long
I
would
have
it
a
take
bike.
you to
It's called
ride
a motorbike.
52 miles? How long of a ride is like time wise?
I'll probably be out for like 4.5 hours, maybe 5, depending. if I
Imagine Scott
stop.
being a man of such leisure, a man with nothing else in his life to do, that he could just say, "You know what? 4.5 hours. I'm off on a lark. Family, I'll be back in just under 5 hours.
If I don't
Goodbye.
return,
Goodbye.
send the people.
If I do not
home,
return, speak well of me."
please.
Imagine. Just imagine.
I think that was from Braveheart, wasn't it?
Basically, it was basically Braveheart. That's all I'm saying. Dylan says 111 miles around the island I live on, but a road does go around it. Thank you, Dylan. Wisco says, I've been out of a player who just signed an extension before having an MLB AB. Cooper Pratt. Should I sell now with the news or wait until it gets called up? Well, usually with prospects, you want to sell reasonably early. Usually. Yeah. And now, if you got nothing into it, maybe you don't care. Maybe you just throw it in a box and forget about it. But otherwise, usually you take the money while it's there. Cardale says, I conceded already. I'm tired of hearing about this long a race, let alone a 55-mile car ride. I know. 5 miles. We do kilometers, dumbass. I know.
Shut up, Josh.
Big Scott and I will compete in a 2-seater with Scott doing the pedaling. I like it, Bob. Here, Stuke says, I did 700 miles on my bike a couple of years ago. We did a 10-mile trail around town. It's 8 miles to trail from Wisconsin to my house. See?
Yeah.
Stuke crushed your ass.
I mean, in a year, I mean, you did not do a 700-mile bike ride.
How do you know he did?
Wait.
Eric, if that's what it said on his onboard computer, who are you to dispute him?
Okay.
Wait. That's not right.
For the sake of the joke, Scott, anything this is Eric is right.
I'm just saying, you can't dismiss what Stu says like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Eric is sitting here going, "Oh, hey guys, I'm going to ride a 52-mile bike ride. Ooh, everybody use my onboard computer and the satellites are saying so." Yeah, your fucking satellites are full of shit, is what I'm saying.
What he really is going to do is go to B-Dubs, Buffalo Wild Wings for 4.5 hours and come home with, I'm back.
Yeah, like listen, if I need my onboard computer, Bobby, to say all that shit, it's like all I got to do is fire it up. It's like, what is he doing? I basically just attach this wheel to it, and it's like you just turn it on, and then it goes spins. Hey, Eric, I did 550 miles today.
Well, that's what he had down in his garage. Now he doesn't. He changed the wheels, but now it's screwed.
See, that's the thing. That's why I don't bicycle ride, because I want to keep my real hips. I want to keep my real shoulders. I don't want to be.
Remember yesterday?
It was true.
Yeah,
I was having a visual of the jokes that were coming, and I needed a second. I was already like, I was gonna let you finish, and then I was already gonna throw like 14 more insults after that. And I was like, nope, I've thought ahead too far. I need to back up. I need to back up for a minute.
That was a good one.
I need to back up for a minute.
Flip that one. That was good.
Yeah. I almost choked to death. See, right there, I already did my cardio right there during that moment was already more than Eric doing 52 miles.
Yeah, there you go.
I think you ought to get.
And that's hard, Carls. That's hard work.
That was hard. Listen, I almost died. Died.
It was close. Give and take. You never knew.
It was touch and go there for a minute. It really was.
Well, for 3 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it was tough. Well, listen, if I use Eric's onboard computer, it was like 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's
his onboard computer kind of exaggerates a little bit, bumps up the numbers.
Because he has that special radar thing from PSA's special edition.
Whatever. About Tesla?
There's a lot of stuff going on there, man.
Is it midnight yet? I've had enough.
I know.
Well, what does your onboard computer say?
You should have just kept hush on the 52 miles, and we'd be almost finished by now. Like I said, almost.
Yeah, I was gonna say these are important questions, valid questions.
There's something for sure.
See, Scott, this was the most dangerous live stream I've ever done. I was choked on Eric insults that I hadn't even said yet.
Risking our lives doing this show. It's hard.
This is how. See, Eric is talking about his bullshit bike ride that means nothing. He can't even win and get a participation trophy on his not race. And I'm sitting here, Scott, risking life and limb, almost dying, thinking about the ways that I could insult Eric.
Yes.
It's tough out in these streets, man. It's tough.
He doesn't get a participation medal, but he does get a half-eaten chocolate stick. So,
it's
important.
It fell down a couple of times, but nobody tells him beforehand.
Cake involved
afterwards.
What are you giving yourself afterwards, Eric?
Chocolate stick and chocolate milk.
I'm going to come home and probably order a pizza.
Oh, okay.
A pizza or pizza?
Because I know
pizza or pizza.
And what specialty toppings do you have on that pizza?
How's Gretzky like his?
Well, I usually eat my pizza with my family on Saturday nights, and Mom happens to like mushroom. So we usually get a mushroom pizza on Saturday nights because that's what Mom likes.
Oh, you're a fun guy.
That's what Mom likes. Okay.
You're a vegan?
You missed Bobby's pun there, Eric. Did you not get the participation trophy on it?
I'm a fun guy. It's fungus. I get it. Ha 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 ha. Hiddity ha.
He doesn't think it's funny, Bobby.
I don't think.
Yes.
I don't think anything's funny tonight. You guys are making fun of me, hurting my feeling.
We didn't hurt your feelings.
Eric was very clear. Scott, Eric was very clear earlier. So I'm still confused. So is Eric more offended when we make fun of him or when we ignore him and don't talk about him? I can't remember.
I took one over the other.
He should be happy because this is the most interested anybody's ever been in bike riding.
Yeah, like literally no one gives a shit about. Well, hold on, Scott.
We were
Hold
talking
on.
about bike riding.
Scott, to be fair,
To be fair.
See, he
a
loves
couple
the
weeks
attention.
ago.
He loves
Yeah,
the
that's
attention.
important.
That's it.
A couple of weeks ago on the podcast, Bobbles and I were extremely interested in that race where the one lady went flying over the barrier.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh,
That was incredible.
What happened to her?
That was
I don't
amazing.
know, but she was laying there pretty.
She got airtime. She got hang time out there. That was
I think
incredible.
That was like 8-10 feet fall.
Yeah, she broke 5 ribs and her shoulder.
Yeah,
See, I
and
knew
then
he
Eric
would fucking know. I knew it.
And then
I knew it.
She's
and the best part about it, Scott, was that Eric, again, this is karma. So remember this karma. So Eric was sitting there like, oh yeah, Mom and I were watching it. And like we were horrified. And Eric was sitting there cackling. And he's like, and he's about to do his little bike ride, Scott. So I'm just saying, if he gets to like mile 5 and bursts into flames after getting struck by lightning and then gets hit by a truck, he'll be like, well, fucking deserved. You laughed at the lady hitting over the barrier.
Don't laugh. I told you, my mother and I gasped.
God, you can't even say it.
We gasped.
Just
so
gasped
loudly
for us.
that Michelle came running in from the other room because she thought there was something wrong.
Listen, Eric, I don't know if I believe you. A few moments ago, I gasped, choking on my beer because Glory was coming. That was gasping. I was out of air. It was dangerous, Bobby. People out there should know. Don't try this at home.
And I know
This stuff's dangerous.
Yeah, and he knew what happened to that person like 1 minute after it happened. He hopped on
This
his
stuff's
Clubhouse
dangerous.
app of cyclists and started typing and going, yeah, she broke 2. Yeah, okay.
5
We're in the
ribs
know.
and her shoulder.
Send. Yeah.
All right, so real quick. So Dan, whenever you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
This is all
So-
I need.
Oh,
So Dan,
there
thank
you
you.
go.
Dan, thank you for joining me. We appreciate you. So Dan, I appreciate you being here because listen, I almost died. Earlier tonight.
Yep.
Eric was being his ridiculous self, and I almost choked on the sheer insults that I was about to heap upon him.
I really feel like he
Turn your sound up.
You got to
Dan.
turn your mic up. Turn your mic up,
No.
sir.
Leave it the way it is. I don't want to hear him.
Hello, my mic is not on. Hello.
More.
We can hear you, but you got to turn up the volume.
No, you don't.
No, you
Nobody
don't.
wants to hear from you.
All right, it's there's nothing wrong with the volume.
You're good now.
Now we can hear you.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
there we go.
You know your age, right? Like you can tell someone else by just doing this, like they know exactly which.
Well, you have to take
Tell that
advantage
to
of it while you
someone who's
can.
30 or below that. They don't
At a certain point, the youths will be like, "What are you doing?"
What?
Mhm.
So what I was going to say while I was apparently muted, Eric should be paying Filmington money. He should write a blank check for the number of times you're going to be using that meme.
It's amazing. It's really great. Did you appreciate though? Like he went in and out of the Massachusetts accent. Like he had the cards, and like it came and then went, and then it came back briefly and then went, and it was in and out of that very clip that I was playing.
Yeah, no, it was almost as bad as Eric's accent.
It's horrific. It's horrific.
Well, he's cycling to August tomorrow, so
No, I'm not.
it's 50 miles from where he lives. So
No,
that's
it
the
isn't.
marker. Just saying.
I think you should do a biking tour of all the different boroughs. That's what you should do. I'm sure there's plenty of miles in that.
Mhm.
Bubbles says, Eric, it's okay if you want to back out of the race and just go bowling.
Yes,
It's not a race. Just a
Yep.
ride.
they have ice cream cake there at the bowling alleys.
Could you imagine, Dan, being so bad at a bike race that you don't even get a participation trophy?
Not a race.
What is he doing now? What is he doing on the table there?
He's-
I'm always amazed that he seems to be doing something but yet doing nothing.
It really is a talent. And by the way, whatever he's doing right now, I just wanted for the record, I want it noted that Eric is sitting there doing whatever he's doing right now instead of sorting his 57,000 cards that he apparently needs to sort, that he's been sorting for the last 4 years, and he's still not done.
It's the Kurt's card care kit that's right there on the side.
Well,
That's all it says.
every time he works a shift at the sports world, there's new cards to sort.
There are. That's true.
Clean, fix, repair.
I had Bruce Hurst sign a hockey puck, and it smudged. So I grabbed another one and had him sign it, and it came out great.
Did you put the smudged one in a hearse?
I was cleaning this puck and getting the old signature off.
So earlier, to be clear, so we're all recapping. Earlier in the broadcast, you were greasing the axle.
Yeah, I was.
But now you are rubbing down your puck.
Yeah, you do what you gotta do. Whatever you.
I'm just asking questions, Dan.
Whatever you gotta do for ratings, buddy.
I'm not the one doing it. I'm merely pointing out what's happening.
Whatever you need. That's fine.
Yeah, that's going to help ratings.
Oh, no question, no doubt. Like, listen, I think Eric is ungrateful swine for not appreciating that and this comment here is the appropriate one. Zach says, Eric always whines about wanting to talk about bike riding, and I was doing nothing but trying to shut us up for 2 hours. Bike riding has never gotten more airtime than it has on this broadcast. This very broadcast, Dan, that I almost died in.
Yeah. I mean, I came in hoping for some camper van discussions, but apparently it's all about bikes.
Listen, I'm all about the camper vans. Camper vans was great. I watched a couple more videos today. I was enjoying it thoroughly. It was amazing. I appreciate it. So I asked the question. I know that the comment section has been good. On Cardboard Cynics, I noticed the comment section has been good. I haven't gotten, though, anybody giving me YouTube rabbit holes. So actually, while I quickly get a refill, I'm curious.
Missed it. Dylan did.
Oh, but I mean, aside from a handful here, but I'm actually curious. So folks here and then folks in the chat here, what I was referring to on the episode with Dan is I said, you know what? I like watching a lot of YouTube. I will watch a lot of sports card content, but sometimes it gets a little repetitive. Sometimes I'm kind of like, okay, you know what? I don't need to watch the 15th video on the same thing. So I'll go down different rabbit holes. And one of the rabbit holes that I've talked about that I went down is I'm not an outdoors guy. I'm not a camping guy, but I am fascinated with the people that convert vans or U-Hauls or all these things into camper vans, because the amount of stuff you have to do and the choices you're making with the space and the compromise, and people come up with designs, and sometimes they'll go into a whole elaborate thing of why they decided to do this way, that way, and how. That stuff is interesting to me because you're basically problem solving. You got a certain amount of space. You're trying to accomplish a certain task. There's a million ways to skin a cat here. How do you choose to do it? And that's what a lot of these videos are. And some of them come up with some pretty creative solutions. I will give
credit. For the last 20 years, I've been thinking about retiring and doing exactly that. See ya. Gone.
Yeah. And it's this whole thing. So it's kind of interesting to me. And yeah,
I see some AI now does a few of them.
Yes.
So it's like, man.
You can. So that's a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a rabbit hole I get down, because for me, it literally is construction. For some of those folks, they're building insulation. Because obviously, if you're going to live in it, Scott, it has to be climate controlled. You have to have it. So how do you resolve the AC and the heating situation, depending on where you're going? How do you resolve, how to make sure you got enough space to do what you actually need to do? Have a kitchen if you need it. Have refrigeration if you need it. And then ultimately, here's the big one that happens a lot. How do you figure out the power situation? If you want to have power and be able to do this, some guys have built it. Yeah, power that lasts. That's right. And some of them have literally done it where they have a whole gaming rig. So AKA you need enough juice to run everything else that's going on inside the van and be able to run this computer, a real computer that connects to the internet and does all this with a monitor and the whole deal. So some guys add an alternator, but it's actually they've got a fuse box inside of it. That's the only way you can do it, because you're actually doing electrical. So at that point, Bobby, it's not dissimilar to electrical in your house, but inside of a confined space. You're trying to answer questions that you're trying to solve problems inside of the van or inside of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And that stuff's interesting. Like from just watching it, I'm intrigued at how they solve these problems that you have in order to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, well, you have to store the energy. I seen people put the what is it? The on your roof, the sun. It catches the sun. What is that stuff? The
Solar panels. Solar
The
panels.
solars. I've seen the solars on there, and then they store it in a battery underneath the bottom of the chassis. So it's sort of like a Tesla, really. It's like the bottom chassis is really where all your power goes to and stays. So, but that's a little dangerous, anyways. But especially in a van, so to speak.
Well, so that's the
I've
thing.
seen them
Some
do
of them will
that, and
combine.
it works. But
some of them will combine that with an alternator, so it's charging as you're moving.
yes,
So the alternator is charging as you're moving, in addition to the solar panels.
Needs
So it's
to
a
beef
combination
up.
of all the above.
yeah, and that's what I never understood about why they didn't design a Tesla car that actually, because the wheels move. Why don't you take that motion and recharge back to the battery through an alternator into the battery pack? Have a double battery and then just charge one and run one, and vice versa. I always thought that should have been an easy way of doing it, but maybe it's not. I'm no
That's fair.
Elon, so
So I just use that as an example. Again, for me, there's a bunch of YouTube rabbit holes that people can go down. That doesn't matter to me. I just gave that as an example. I thought I'd include that as a fun case study. And sometimes when I get bored and I'm looking for some stuff, I'm like, oh, this would be kind of interesting. I'll watch a couple of episodes of this and see what they came up with. Some of them are like really loud. Some of them are like crazy. Some of them go super bougie. Like one guy literally took a full bus and completely built out a full scale RV all the way to raising the roof, literally.
They call
on
them
the bus.
schoolies.
Yeah, he went all the way for it and like built like a 2-story thing, literally up to the absolute legal limit that you can have on the height of a bus.
wow.
So, and that is like the ultimate bougie solution. Like it's a house on wheels. It's a full house on wheels at that point.
Mhm.
But again, that's the extreme. But then there's other folks who came up with more practical.
I
kind of
have
build-outs.
I have 7 feet indoor, so I'm standing in my van.
That worked.
I'm a 6 feet tall guy, whatever, and I got a double decker type of thing almost.
Nice. Bozel says camping with Steve, camping champion, and Bliss Bunny are my camping go-tos. Very nice. And I think Bob mentioned that he watches some of the folks that do stealth camping. Stealth camping is where they'll camp like in plain sight, presumably, but kind of off to the side, trying to avoid detection. Kind of like people kind of sneak around on their bicycles. Just saying. Zach says, I have a coworker that lives in a van and started building for others. Wish I would ditch my overpriced apartment and live in a van. So that's one of the guys that I talked about where I did the live stream and everything. And Eric is 5 seconds away from being in a van down by the river.
There
As soon
you go.
as Michelle
Come and
says,
join me, Eric.
as soon as Michelle is fully tired of my crap, that is where I will be.
Mhm. My go-to is pyramids videos. I love that stuff.
Nice. All right. So I want to open up. Anybody in the chat have, again, it doesn't have to be the specific topic. It can be anything. It can be whatever your favorite rabbit hole is. Doesn't matter to me. I gave a couple of examples. I gave that one because it's a fun one. But I also watch like physical media.
Watch repair. I love
That's a good one.
watch.
I like those ones as well. Yes. So he says I bought a
$100,000 Timex. The guy like restores it. It's like 50 minutes. It's calm. It's all tiny little things here. I like it.
Yep. Yeah, that would be a good example of that. Stu says we bought a 5th-wheel camper and lived the last 4 winters on the Texas-Oklahoma border. Up for sale now as the grandkids move back to Minnesota. So there you go.
Oh,
Some people like to do that. That's an option.
well, that
And
fifth
think about
wheel, that's where the bunk beds go, right? Up top.
Where's the collection go in the RV?
Yeah.
How do you collect in an RV? That should be the
Listen, you could.
The ultimate
Like,
question.
A consolidation.
Yeah, you're gonna have to really consolidate. You can put it inside of a Z folio, and that'll do it for you. Are Egyptian
Yeah,
experts
my,
holding the true secrets of the pyramids from humanity?
Hmm.
What's your question?
I got a lot of those different rabbit holes. For a while, I was doing, when we were planning on going on different vacations, I would watch like every video I could about like Hawaii in 2022, and then when we went to Italy in 25. You just watch like travel videos made by people, not like the commercial ones, not the drone ones with music, but like people who actually go there and chart it out. So I was doing some of that for a while, but then when the vacation's over, you just forget all those. But the one I was talking about on the Cardboard Cynics was these guys who go around with metal detectors to like houses and areas out in the country looking for all sorts
I watched
of
that. Yeah.
treasures. And there's a whole subculture of this and they have the whole hierarchy. Who's a more popular channel, and one channel works with another channel, all that kind of stuff. So it's similar to the card world and the whole
collabs. Yeah,
the community interacts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got a rabbit hole right now. I'll tell you, like I'm gonna build a house here. Not necessarily me, but I'm gonna manage myself on building a house. So now I'm all into like resilient home, home efficiencies, all that kind of stuff, whatever. So that's the rabbit hole right now.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. I like it.
So you're building a rabbit hole?
Yeah, literally. Jean-Benet Ramsey. There you go. Paul's going down that path.
Oh boy.
That makes sense for Paul. We got an extra bedroom and converted to an office. Fair. Lately, been watching those chiropractor videos. Look at you. So we got Paul and Paul going to
own animals.
I don't know if I believe those chiropractor ones. I don't know. It's interesting.
Oh, I think we should find out if it's true. Eric's got a broken everything. We should get one of those people. We can crack him a couple times.
Eric knows.
I go to a chiropractor once a month.
Of course you do. I'm assuming.
This is a chiropractor. This is a chiropractor. So has it helped, Eric? Has it loosened the back? Have you cracked it? Or does the chiropractor bring like bricks and baseball bats and chiropractor?
I just crack my own knuckles. Anyways.
Sometimes he has to jump on me and put things back where they belong.
Does he make you sit on a couch and tell him it's like your life story? Is that part of it? No.
No, it's
not that kind of chiropractor.
Chiropractor. No.
I've never believed in chiropractors. So, for the most part,
as somebody who's had major back issues to the point of being in bed for over 5 months, needed back surgery and stuff, he's been a huge help. So,
help. You have to go back every month. You have to go back to him for more help.
So Scott,
should it not fix it, or is it a maintenance program? It's a mortgage or paying his mortgage. Sorry. Yeah.
Scott, I feel there's a point here that needs to be made.
Oh, it's good.
There is one individual here. By the way, I appreciate the real Bud Light Real Man of Genius. Thank you, Stu. I love the reference. Love it. Have you seen those ones where they throw the big magnet in the pond with the creek and drag the bottom and see what comes up? I like that.
Yeah.
That's solid.
Watched a few.
It's always guns. It's always guns.
Not in Canada.
Chiropractor was holding me for 30 minutes after cracking me. Is it a horse chiropractor? It's fair. Fair question. So here's the question I was about to ask. And Scott, help me out on this. A moment ago, based on the conversation we have just had mere moments ago on this very program. So there is one of us, I won't single out anyone, who talks about 52-mile bike rides and all this bullshit and all this stuff, whatever. And he talks about how, challenge, it's not a race, not a participation trophy, all that nonsense. But I got to tell you, there is only one person on the screen, again, I won't single anybody out, who has had their hip replaced and who's had back problems and all these things. I am feeling there is a common denominator because everyone else here has not done those things and has not had their hips replaced or consistent back problems.
Now you can say that without laughing. Or almost dying. No, sorry.
I was near death, Bobby. I saw my life flash before my eyes, and I got to tell you, when I was done watching my life flash before my eyes, the very last thing I saw before I finally recovered and rejoined you in the land of the living was this. It brought me back.
You survived.
But I did. Well, somebody has to be resilient here. We can't have just not participation trophy guy over here.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if we had to leave him in charge. Heaven forbid. So I had to come back for no other reason than that. The key, though, is that imagine if you didn't do stupid things like a 52-mile bike ride because you're 52. And maybe you would have working hips that didn't have to be replaced and broken backs and endless concussions and basically no one likes you.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
And
you were making a fair point.
There were many fair points there. Not just one, many.
My bike riding has nothing to do with the fact that no one likes me.
How can you take that away as a factor? You talk about Puck Peters.
and you tie pork chops around your neck so the dogs will play with you.
Well,
This is basically, look, Eric, your bike riding is basically like being into CrossFit or being vegan. Everybody's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
All right, listen.
Shut up, moron.
You have said a lot of mean things to me over
I
the
have.
years. And
I said a lot of mean things tonight.
Take it. But to compare me to CrossFit and vegan people, you have crossed the line, sir.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you eat on Saturday night?
Mm-hmm.
Pizza.
Fungus pizza.
Mushrooms.
With
Fungus.
mushrooms.
They went all out and
Nope,
got the
nope.
mushrooms.
Yeah,
Fungi.
but that's a vegan pizza.
Basically.
Vegans don't eat cheese because it comes from cow. Because milk comes from cows.
You think that's real cheese on there? You're a fool. You haven't watched the
Lactose-free?
videos. I went down that rabbit hole, brother.
With your fungus.
Yes.
I'm sorry, vegetarian.
vegetarian?
You know the different. You know the different definitions.
Yeah, you're a veterinarian.
I'm a veterinarian. Yes.
Not so.
You know where they got a great veterinary college, Eric?
Where's where?
There it is.
Not a real place.
It had to be. Where else?
Not a real place.
Bobby, this is a fact. I am not making this up. That is in fact. The veterinary college was the first thing they built out before the rest of the university was built out. That is a fact. Fact.
Not a
Herbivore.
Obscure Blue Jays. Never heard of this guy.
The Joe Cannon.
No idea. No
Cannon
recollection.
Well, anything other than Dave Steve inside of the maybe Danny Ainge would be another one who a random, in the early 80s. But there are a lot of obscure names in those late 70s teams. There was basically the Jays didn't have a winning season until I think 83. I think 83 was the first winning season they put together.
Yeah. Most new teams that never end up with any half decent players. Who wants to play there and in Canada at that time? So
yeah. So I will say though, like all things considered, putting together your first winning season by your sixth season isn't too bad.
Yeah.
That's not that's hardly anything to be ashamed of. That's pretty good.
Winning the division within 10 years is pretty impressive.
Yeah. So they built that team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lloyd Mosby, Jorge Bell. That's right. Good old George Bell. That's right. But go ahead, Scott.
Carlos, I'm going to be taking off. I got the movers coming in the morning, so
you moving into a trailer or something? No.
what's that?
Van down by the river.
I got
Down by the river.
Yeah, I'll move to a different apartment tomorrow. So,
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Well, Scott, good luck with the move. We will
Maybe
send the
Eric can come
participation
help
trophy
you
that
and-
Eric isn't getting.
well,
Get Eric
I
to
wanted to
cycle.
say, have fun, Eric. Enjoy your bike ride.
Thank you.
All right.
But
Don't get
Mr.
hurt.
Singer.
I'm not going to give you a butt. I gave you enough tonight.
All right.
That is so. But anyway, y'all have a good night.
Be
Take it
careful
easy,
moving
Scott.
those 52 boxes, Scott.
Well, it was more than my collection. I did move my collection already. I know, but yeah, it was a little bit more than that. All right, see y'all.
That's just your
Take it easy.
baseball collection.
Bubbles says Eric's Race to 52, powered by Ernie's Chiropractic and Erectile Dysfunction Clinic. Fair.
Yeah, does Eric have a sponsor for this race?
He should.
Not a race. Not a race.
Look, just because you're not going to win doesn't mean it's not a race, Eric.
Not a race.
A mental race,
Jesse Barfield,
maybe with
Bump
yourself.
Willis.
Does
Bump
Eric
Willis
have
had
a
a tough-
sponsor for this not race?
Crumbl cookies, Crumbl
Sponsor.
cookies,
Don't
and lingerie.
Just going out for a ride. It's just it happens to be a long one.
Leisure ride.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a little, I guess, probably a little more than leisure, but whatever.
Then it's
Eric, have you ever considered alternative 52 things to just commemorate the occasion instead?
I'd rather have 52 chocolate sticks, but then I will be a big fat bastard again, and I don't want to be. So
Again?
yeah.
We need pictures.
He's a good one. He's a good
you
Blue
have
Jay. He was
seen-
actually a solid pitcher. Jim Clancy.
Yeah, Jim Clancy actually had some good seasons in
Yeah.
those early teams. Yes.
I remember him.
Yeah, Yeah, there were some solid players. It just took a while for like them to get a core. They coalesced. My good says, did you ever see the video where Joe Carter drove out Bell's SUV and they said some lucky winner with this tonight? Yes, I did see they played that practical joke. Damaso Garcia, I like it. Rock Latex, I like it.
There you go. Former Yankee. Damaso.
I wish Eric was more upbeat about his bike ride. 52 is a blessing. That's right, Bob. Look, Eric, it could have done
upbeat. I'm looking forward to it. It's you idiots who are bringing me down. I'm all set. I'm ready to go. I can't wait.
Eric, you could start right now. Imagine the time you'd be done if you started right now. You'd be done by 2 a.m. Let's go.
I in the summertime, we haven't done it in a few years, to be honest. But we, for a long period of time, would in the summer we'd pick a night of a full moon, and we do a midnight ride, and ride from like midnight to 2 or 3.
So you would literally be like, "We ride at dawn."
No, we ride at midnight. You're not listening.
Till dawn.
I try not to listen to you.
That's till
As a
dawn.
matter of policy. As a matter of policy.
Red dawn.
Why? Why? Because a regular hour ride wasn't lame enough. You're like, hey guys, we can make this lamer. Let's ride in the middle of the night for no reason. You could sleep.
And you wonder why he's got concussions driving in the middle of the night.
Hold on, Eric. What else could you do? You could sleep. That's an option.
I do that every night.
Do you?
No, I don't. You know I have insomnia.
That's right.
That's why.
So I think you're a liar.
Oh,
kinda. But that's not a surprise to anyone. We literally used to have a rule that said I was a liar.
I don't think it's. Oh, I think the rule still stands.
No, it doesn't. We added something else instead. We took that out. That
Fucking liar.
And added something else.
Oh, sorry.
Paul says, just for Paul V, Tom Hankey with those serial killer glasses. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a blood ritual, says Bob. Correct. So he says Midnight Ride is a decent Styx song. Fair.
Midnight Rider is a great Allman Brothers song.
Yeah, I was going to go with Midnight Rider by Allman Brothers.
Is that what you're playing while you're riding on your bike in the middle of the night with no seat on it?
Nope, Fat Bottom Girls.
With your bike with no seat on it?
Always. Fat Bottom Girls.
I appreciate what specifically Bobby he chooses to correct versus what he chooses to let stand.
Mm-hmm. When he's
We're learning a lot.
Watch out.
We're learning a lot. A very contemplative Eric tonight. We've learned a lot. And we thank you, the folks that have been joining us tonight. Also, please hit the like button because in honor of Eric's 52 ride for 52, I can't even say ride for adjacency because it's not even for adjacency. It's a ride of crap for crap. We charge him for every single like. And honestly, this bougie bastard, you saw how many bikes he had earlier tonight. Bobby, those bikes are not cheap.
I heard that.
It's a lot of money invested in those bikes.
Where did he come up with 10 bikes? Who has 10 bikes? What the heck?
The Claw does not sleep. The Claw does not sleep.
I have one.
Sports World has to close sometime, Dan.
Yes.
Sports World doesn't have bikes.
I have 7.
That's why he's got to go to his other job.
I don't have
in quotation marks.
I don't have 10 anymore. I only have 7.
Yeah.
Did you crash the
You
other
can
3?
only
What'd you
ride
do?
one at a time. Isn't that funny?
They do different things. Okay.
No.
They've all got 2 wheels and they all move. They're almost in transportation.
2 different things.
Different things.
I got my fat bike for the snow rides.
Wow, you're body shaming your bike.
I got a road bike. I got a gravel bike. I got a
Wipeout bike.
Mountain bike. I have 2 full suspension mountain bikes. I have an antique from 1980. I got an Eddie Merckx Columbus steel model from like 1983, which at the time was like the best bike in the world. So I got bikes, man. That's what do you want from me?
Fried shrimp burgers, shrimp.
Horse gum.
Basically what's happening right now. It really is. Yeah.
Yeah. Kept going with the bikes. I just went, you know.
I was hoping at some point he would just start naming flavors as opposed to like talk about gravel bikes. He's like the fruit roll-up bike, the almond Cheerios bike,
the wagon wheel bikes. It's
like, this is the chocolate stick bike. I really like this one. I really like this one.
You're forgetting the most obvious one, the tickle trunk bike.
Oh,
I do not have a tickle trunk bike
yet.
Live Strong bike.
Up to 30 likes. Screw you, Mayo Man, says Zach.
My road bike has the same paint job as Lance Armstrong's Postal Service bike. No, Discovery Channel bike.
What the fuck?
Oh, thank goodness you made that correction. I was worried if you had said Postal bike instead of Discovery Channel bike, all your bike cred would have gone down the tubes.
Well, I didn't want to lie.
Here's a Blue Jay. I do remember Tim Johnson. Look at that mustache. I think and that hair. This is 1980, but he's still stuck in the 70s. Mr.
70 porn star mustache.
Needs a haircut.
Bubbles says Eric has as many bikes and blades as I have Emmanuel films. Fair.
You gotta collect what you like, I guess.
Hammer 44 says I'm doing a 25-mile MTB bike ride tomorrow.
That's really hard. That's hard.
Why is it hard, Eric?
25-mile mountain bike ride. That's not easy. So if you're really doing that,
where's Hammer 44 live? I thought Hammer 44 was in Florida. No, that's Hitman 23. That's a different person. Sorry.
There's a lot of Florida men's. Not just Ham, but there's Florida men's.
Yeah, where's Ham?
Who cares?
Oh, who knows? Ham is doing ham things.
Who cares? It's probably FaceTiming my wife or something.
At least you know where he is. Seems reasonable to me. I don't know what the problem is. You say that that's an unusual occurrence, Eric. That sounds like standard operating procedure.
I call bullshit.
I see.
Shit.
I got to tell you, I'm actually exceedingly proud of this particular episode with the amount of mileage we've got on a stupid bike thing.
Well, it's not stupid.
I am so. Dan, there are times where look, I don't want to say too much, but there are times where I'm genuinely impressed at the range and ability of this fucking Friday Lives to get so much out of so little.
This chat has been on just absolutely really good on this bike thing. They like it. They like it. I was in the chat. I know. I
give the people what they want, Dan. You got to give the people what they want.
They're very good at this whole thing. But yeah, Eric, seriously, be safe tomorrow. You know, don't go crazy. You know, we need you back here next week.
No, you don't.
That's true. We don't. So
I hope I get hit by a
break
car.
a leg.
Well, look, Eric, if you're going to hope for that, listen, I don't want to dissuade you. I want you to live out your dreams. Getting hit by a bus or something, that's a legitimate, that's a good fantasy.
It would be so much easier if something just ends me tomorrow. I wouldn't have to come back to this nonsense.
Eric, I'm good with this, but make sure someone records it. Do it for the content gods. Don't waste it.
That's up to them. I can't be, I can't be everything to everybody. All right. I can't be the videographer of my own demise.
Yes, you can.
It's
called a GoPro. It's called a GoPro. We have the technology.
Just put it on the clip it to the handlebars.
It hasn't been charged in years.
Here's a Blue Jay card.
Yeah, I like that we went with the refractor one. Yeah, but Yannick, I don't know if you've seen those are expensive.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
they've actually a lot of folks have started going after some of the nice images. So the bat toss, the Jose Bautista, people have been looking at that a little bit more. So that's been going for more than in the past. Zach says, I'm doing a 100-mile mountain bike ride tomorrow, as long as we're all just saying things. True.
Yeah, I don't think I could do one.
James here says everyone should have a healthy hobby. Good for Eric. I'm inspired. There you go. You're getting some support.
Oh, thank you.
I think those 90s.
The shooter drop on that, but now that is that the one that I had at my house.
That's a Tufts gold label black.
Yep.
I know, but didn't I had one of those at my house view. Is that the one?
Live by the claw, die by the claw, Eric.
Yeah, that's the
Mr.
one. Eric.
Tom Underwood.
Yeah, I like that. That's a nice one.
The proverbial crafty lefty.
I like
Oh,
Paul's
maybe we
reference
can
here.
work a trade, Eric.
Paul says, show the over the edge fall. That one I don't think I have access to.
The one that I
Have
got the
these guys,
concussion.
too.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Shiny.
Yeah, those are nice. I like those.
And they still have the peel on, so they're nines.
Peel on.
Obviously.
Peel on.
Numbered.
Mike says, if you want to see mustache, bring up the 1983 Tim Blackwell top card. He's got a mustache like Hitman. There you go. I like it. Let's see
Second
here.
year Gretzky and a 1. Believe it or not, that's a PSA 1.
Why? What's wrong with it? Is the back all torn to pieces?
It's got micro wrinkles all over it, but you need a loop to see them, basically.
Why would someone even send that in?
I don't know, but for a 1,
'Cause they didn't have a loop.
I
guess
like
so.
it. It's the second year Gretzky. Like,
No, it isn't. It's the third year.
third year. Sorry.
All right. So
Yeah, I'm not attached to this. If I can get good money for it.
I think there's some folks that would be interested because it is a great image.
I'm
It'll
then
be
it's
a
the
good
refractor version.
timing to bring it now. Spring Expo. Like,
Yeah.
or
Bautista was very
in,
popular.
or in November after a World Series parade.
It's going to be tough to get back in there. We'll have to see what happens. That'd be interesting.
I still have I think they're going to the World Series again. I'm not saying they're winning it, but I think they're going again.
Maybe.
I like hope springs eternal. You never know. So Paul, I see your DMs. I see the DMs and the cards you're talking about, but 2 comments up from me. Not sure what you're referring to there. And I do see Ham joined us here tonight. YOLO Pro. Good evening, Ham.
There you go.
Oh,
Speaking of Florida man. Dave Winfield and the Seagull incident in Toronto was memorable. That is true. We got to get Darren Rovell to sell that ticket.
Yeah.
you know, it's
Probstein.
funny because I thought when we were talking about the Johnson game, I thought it was in Toronto, and I was like conflating the 2 games.
Here's
But it
a
was in
cool
San
one I found. I visited Eric when we went to meet Bernie Perron. And that's one of the cards I found in the show there. I didn't even know they made a Field of Dreams card.
Nice.
Yeah. It's like some kind of like universal promotion.
Gotcha. Real quick, I'll read a couple comments and get caught up here. Some people collect a run from PSA 1 to PSA 10 and everything in between. Some of the Pokemans folks have started doing that. That's been a big thing in the Pokemans. Ham says, what are your thoughts on the Bo Jackson Arena Club offering a sealed box, 545 versus a non-sealed box, 445? Is this a bad luck for the hobby? Arena Club offering a sealed box, 545 versus a non-sealed box, 445. I feel like I'm missing some context here. Sealed box of what? That maybe just to help out. I'm curious what you're referring to. Sealed box of what? Can you imagine that documentary team not filming their trip to see the Blair Witch? Yes. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. The bike ride. So we did actually show that one, Paul. I don't know if you caught it. We showed that one on the podcast episode before the most recent one. However, it is worthy, I feel, for us to revisit it once again. Now, remember, for context, Eric said he saw it with his mom, and he cackled like a madman and hoped death.
No.
That is, I believe, what he was saying earlier. So just to make sure we're all clear on that. So here it is. And we'll do a little quick recap here because it is one of my favorite inadvertent things. I did enjoy it for what it is. I want you to listen to the commentary, though. The commentary is really what sells it, Bobby. So this is a bike ride.
And notice
Yes.
there's already one rider from Visma Lisa Bike is already gone over. Okay. And
The
there
French
is
guy
more,
get excited.
there is more video of her going over, but hers wasn't as violent as what's about to happen. But you already got a Visma Lisa Bike rider already down there.
Yeah. And as we discussed during the podcast episode, Eric is like, oh no, this is terrible. Let me hold on, slowly replay this back. Let me go one frame at a time.
Oh no.
But let's listen to the commentary, though. The commentary is really what sells it.
It is, yeah.
Oh no!
Mhm.
Tough scene. And even Eric right now is trying to cover his face just not to show the smirk that builds on it, because every time he watches it, he's like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I literally thought she was dead and was very scared that I just watched a young girl die. So we can joke and all, but I'm telling you, when I saw it, and that young lady was not moving. And in the hit that she took, I thought I just watched a young girl die, and it was very hard to watch.
She wasn't moving. She was tired.
You waited until you start laughing?
Still haven't laughed about it.
Gave it a respectable minute. Gave it a respectable minute.
No, still
10 seconds.
have not laughed about it, but that's fine.
Mhm.
Ham says, sent you a Facebook link to what I was talking about in messages. Okay, I got you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
No idea who this guy is. Bob Davis, Blue Jays. No,
Dan, this is like your thing. You're the guy who's supposed to tell us about the obscure randos.
The Bob
I'm
Davies?
supposed to know all these.
I can't
randos.
help you. I can't help you. Speaking of the Bob Davis, I can't help you there. You're on your own. All right. So Ham here was sharing what he was referring to. Okay. So let's take a closer look at this. So it's saying here, pre-sale options, 2 options to own a piece of history. So this is a hobby box of, I guess, Bo Jackson Battle Arena. I think I remember hearing about
the
something
old
like this.
Nintendo game.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is Battle Arena. So I think this is like a product that I guess they made with Bo Jackson's thing, borrowing off the Tecmo Bowl name. I still am curious what the hell it's supposed to be. So basically, the difference here, there's a factory sealed hobby box, and then there's a hobby box with no seal. So if you get the one with no seal, it costs $100 less.
Oh,
But it's a pre-order.
excellent, yeah.
So I don't know. I guess to answer this, is this a bad look for the hobby? No. Compared to the other stuff going on, like it's barely noticeable. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I've heard that Bo Jackson is promoting this product that he's involved with. The idea that Arena Club is participating in it, I guess doesn't surprise me. But at the same time, or at least Battle Arena, I guess what it says there, whatever it is. Yeah, I feel nothing. I got to be honest. Like, I'm just looking at it like, okay, not something I'd be in the market for, but whatever. So kind of to Ham's original question. The Bo Jackson Arena Club offering a sealed box, 545 versus non-sealed. The only piece that I guess would be notable is that the whole idea of there being a no seal is to try to make it less attractive to folks scalping it. Because without the seal,
Yes.
it's going to look like it's already opened. So therefore charging less for that it would be the same as like your hobby shop saying, okay, we'll sell you the box, but we're going to cut the wrap off of it right now. Take it home with you, knock yourself out, as opposed to throw it up on eBay as a sealed box.
Yeah. So no resales. Yeah.
Yeah. So I get the argument for that. I don't think it's a bad look for the hobby. I don't think it's a good look for the hobby, but I think I guess it's an attempt to try to give an option. I can watch Arnold Schwarzenegger wipe out 100 people, but watching something in real life, it gives me the cold chills.
Hmm.
I'm with Eric. That was a brutal crash. Yes. Eric cried himself to sleep.
I didn't cry myself to sleep, but it was.
He doesn't sleep.
Well, I do have a sleeping issue, but yeah, it was difficult to watch.
Yeah. During the podcast episode, Bobbles and I struggled too. It wasn't me. The $1 Million Man came of his
I
own
know
volition.
he does that all on his own. I know.
Mhm.
He acts alone. The $1 Million Man acted alone.
I know.
Indeed.
I was in the storage locker the other day. I was actually looking for, stuff for the show and what have you, and looking for a particular thing, and I came across this.
This.
Ooh,
the collector's box.
So this is from 2008. It was buried in some other stuff, and it's the PSA Collectors Club. And how much is the pricing for grading? You ask. I have the list right here.
$8.
What was the year before you say it? What was the
2008?
2008.
Oh, then it would have been like $7-8.
You're looking at 3 holder is $5. Modern cards dated 1972 or later is $10. 35 business days.
There we go. They got an old vintage 1972. That's right.
Yeah, and regular any card declared under value of $500 is $15 and 10 days.
10
Express
days.
30.
Good old days.
Express 30 is in
They're
5
still offering
days.
that kind of service these days. It's great to hear.
Yeah, $85 for a walkthrough, and premium is $200. That's for anything 10,000 and more declared value.
Yeah.
The answer
That's
to this
all right
question is that these cards are all going into a giant 5,000 count box that gets at my shows where I set up. So people go through here and pick out cards to build their sets. So
There you
set
go.
builder box.
Set builder box.
So-
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nicely
every
done,
card's
Bobby.
good. I'm not putting out at a show cards that are not in sleeves.
All right. I like the contrast, Bobby, from 08. So it's two quick things. So we'll do this quickly. First one. So Ham, if you're in the chat, you want to pop in and give us a little Florida man
He doesn't need to do that.
perspective. Listen,
No.
you can join us in making fun of Eric's bike riding.
We had to replace Scott with somebody.
He doesn't
That's
need to. He doesn't need to be here at all. He must have something else he'd rather do.
He can do it for the love of the game. So that's first. All right. Second, and Ham already has a link. So if he wants to join, he can. Second, so Zach says, Eric, your sleeping problem might have something to do with the claw. Might actually have a guilty conscience. That's a fair call out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything's possible.
They even have a list of the shows that the events that are going on.
Nice.
Baseball's Best, Angels, Fan Fest, TriStar Show, Philadelphia
On-site
Sports
grading?
Card. Yes, where they're PSA. Yeah, they're setting up. So it
Nice.
goes through all the different shows. They're not even around some of these. Collector Showcase, this National, of course, JP Sports, and Rock Solid Promotions. West Coast
Classic.
Collecting Convention, TriStar Show, Labor Day, Philadelphia Sports Card, Memorabilia Show, Greater Boston
show.
Sports Collectors Club.
Yeah. That's the Shriners.
Oh, is that the Shriners? They don't. Oh, Shriners is
That's the November. That's the November Shriners.
Yeah, November 2nd, and submissions only. Oh, okay, some they're on site, and actually only 3 of these are on site. The rest are submissions only.
In a way, on site wouldn't have been super popular yet. There would have been
It
a couple
wasn't.
places
You
they
can
would
look
have
down
done
the
it.
list down here.
Yeah.
It's just like
It would have
yeah.
been limited. Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
been limited at the time. There would have been some logistics issues in getting it. Obviously, things changed
Well,
later
it's
on.
2008 too, right? So
Exactly. Things hadn't reheated yet, really. Like I always laugh because a lot of people act like the hobby was in this dead zone in 08. No, it was quieter, but it was like, no, stuff was still at the expo. We were chugging along. We weren't really worried about it. We were just doing our thing. But it is obviously much busier today. That's a different conversation. That's totally fair. So let me ask this question here, kind of an open-ended question. So Dan, real quick, since obviously I mentioned earlier tonight that we've got the shows happening back to back to back, the 3 big shows.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This one, they've got the expo show that we talked about that Paul chimed in from earlier tonight. Next week is the Strongsville one that a lot of you guys will be at. There'll be the trade night and everything. Do you want to quickly give a couple of discussion points or topics about Strongsville, what you're out there looking for, obviously the trade night is a go. You guys are all set for that. So it's be some stuff going on with that. Any thoughts or comments you want to include on that for a moment?
So it is informal, but Thursday night there is going to be an informal sort of get together at the lounge slash bar of the Embassy Suites. A lot of people getting in Thursday afternoon, especially YouTubers. So if anybody is going to come over to that, that's going to be sort of the informal get together Thursday night. We did the same thing last year at the Terrible
content
Bet.
creators, or
What was that?
Was it content creators or just anybody?
It was mostly content creators. There was some, some commenters and friends and guys that aren't on YouTube at all. But I remember in the informal no shirts. Yeah, no, we're wearing shirts. Trust me, there will be no shirt situations. Hopefully, I know that Sammy Thunder and Jason did their cardboard and cold ones live from the bar last year on Thursday night, and that was a lot of fun. So I don't know if they're doing that again this year, but yeah. So the Thursday night get together. The Friday night thing is getting bigger, and it's going into a bigger room as of this week. So it's going to be there was
the
going
trade
to be
night. You're saying
capacity. What was that?
Trade night.
No, trade night is Saturday night. Friday night is like the get together. It's like the YouTube get together. But Chris has reserved a larger room because apparently there's over 100 people of RSVP, so it's going to be pretty big. So that's going to be fine on. And then Friday night, I'm sorry, and then Saturday night is the trade night at the Holiday Inn. We have a much bigger room than we did last year. We have the bar is going to be outside of the room. There's going to be a separate room for food. We did reserve tables for people, but there are first come, first serve the tables that we are leaving open. So my suggestion is for people to get there as close as you can to 6 o'clock to be able to get a table if you need a table and you haven't reserved one.
So Dan, is there a show too?
Strongsville, yeah, I think there's a show. I'm not sure about that.
It's all the evening stuff that's going on. It's like from morning till night. Like you're busy.
Last year I did a Friday night.
He froze.
Oh, yeah, he done froze.
It's the Strong's people. They wanted to get to him.
Do you notice I don't freeze now? I got my internet.
So my internet was good. And then Saturday, I did the same thing. I fell asleep for like 3 hours. It's like you got to take a nap before this stuff.
So I think, though, just for the record, though, I think one thing that is worth noting is, and we've talked about this already the last couple of go-rounds, it is feeling like the Strongsville situation. Again, we'll see how this year plays out because it's the first time they're going to do the thing with the other venue and the curtain and the two kind of shows into one and all that. Mm-hmm. I think, though, like, and this is my opinion, obviously, Dan, you'll be on the ground and we can discuss again by next week and beyond. My opinion is, I think as long as the rest of you guys are still able to get what you're looking to get out of it and the dealers get what they're looking to get out of it, I think this is going to still be the actual destination position for a lot of folks because the National is getting so expensive and so big, it's making it very difficult. So it's still obviously a destination show, but at the same time, for a lot of the vintage guys, this Strongsville is a very logical place for them to gather and hang out.
Mm-hmm. We have a email chain with the showrunners and like a lot of the media guys, mostly YouTubers. And they sent us today a list of all of the new. They brought in a bunch of new vendors because they have more space than they did last year. So they're like now, it's funny because I know most of the guys who are at it, Leighton Sheldon is now going to have a table. Auction Wire is going to have a table. Henry Reynolds is going to be there. Ed DeSerio is going to be there. These are all people that like were on the waiting list, but now they're actually going to be in the room. So in a way, it might actually be better than it was last year because there's more dealers. So we'll see. I did a video on my channel that has gotten a lot of what's the word used for it? Engagement. And it's about how I'm changing my strategy. I'm not going for high-priced first-tier Hall of Famers because the prices have just gotten out of control. So I'm going to be doing a lot of grinding at the show. Going over to the set building places and finding numbers and filling up some stuff. So we'll see. But I will be at the show, Bobby. I definitely will be at the show. In fact, Thursday we found out we're going to be able to get in early before while the dealers are setting up to do some content.
How'd you do that?
Friday we get in early. The show starts at like 3 or something. Last year we were in at like 10 a.m. So we're going to get a lot of time inside of the show. Yeah. So by the time it's like 3 o'clock and I'm like completely petered out, I'm just going to go back to the hotel and go to sleep for a while. So sleep pillow fights. No pillow fights. I have my own room. Unlike the National, one night or 2 nights during the National, we had 5 guys in one suite.
I don't want to know that. So
Eric does though. He's getting excited. What do you think he's going to be thinking about during his 52-mile bike ride for participation adjacency?
I like pillow fights. So what?
Oh,
but
okay.
But we do wear safety goggles. You don't want to get a pillow in the eye.
Thank goodness you're thinking of safety.
I will
Safety first.
I will come on to the Friday Night Live to give some updates, talk about what's going on, maybe show some cards, and we'll see. But yeah, like I did for the National, come in on Friday and joke around and have some fun and give you guys updates. So you can put that in the thumbnail.
Yeah, sounds good. I think what's going to be interesting, though, the reason why I brought it up is I figured since it's coming up next week, I figured it was thematically appropriate here. But also at the same time, like I said, I think we are moving. We did that conversation earlier tonight where I talked about the pricing, Vegas and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The National is taking on a lot of that because as more people come and it becomes this thing, there's a plus and a minus to it. One of the things that becomes an issue, though, is if the price point keeps adjusting upward and cranking up, at a certain point, it's like, okay, so do you still want to go to the? Yes, there's a lot of people gathered to it, but can you even get around? Can you even actually connect with people? Like, it actually becomes more of a nuisance than a thing. That's why I said I'm linking it to what we talked about earlier tonight. I like Vegas for what it was, but I'm comfortable with what I know about what's going on right now. I wouldn't enjoy it as much today. There's a lot of those aspects of it, what's there that I like, but part of the reason it worked is because I could make it work budget-wise.
We went to Vegas when I was, before we had any kids, we went to Vegas in the late 90s and spent like a week there. And then we didn't go again until 2009 where our kids were like 10 years old in that range. And that was a little bit different. And then we went back again last year, maybe 24. And Vegas between 2009 and 2024, completely different. I mean, it's just like the Strip is a completely different thing. It's now it's very much, it used to be like casino, hotel, casino, hotel, etc. Now it's just one giant mall. It's just like you walk around and either side of the street, you're basically in a mall. It's very, very different. Yeah, I'll give better coverage.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. That's why I say like sometimes, and I'm not a person who has any problem. At the end of the day, it's going to be what it's going to be. I have to make my own decision on what makes sense. And like I said, I went there in 2013. By that point, they still had a good balance. There was plenty of, again, if you just want to spend money and you want these luxury experiences, there was plenty there. That was not an issue. But there were still other options. There were affordable options. I talked about it back, previously. I've talked about it. I would go to the at Planet Hollywood. There was the Earl of Sandwich, and that was a spot where I could go get a sandwich. And basically, you had different options of what you could get. But the thing is, it was sub $20, which is very helpful when everything else is super expensive. And it was very good. What you got for your sub $20 was actually very good. As opposed to now, where you can pay like, oh, this is like $45, and you get what? That makes a big difference. That's all of a sudden you're like, okay, well now I got to factor in like, okay, so lunch is going to cost me a ton, dinner is going to cost me a ton, breakfast is going to cost me a ton. It's like I've run out of money, and I actually like gambling, and I'd like to be gambling while I'm in Vegas, and well, that costs me money too, and it's not a good. At that point, it's not fun anymore. That kind of takes a lot of the fun out of it.
No question. Yeah, it was. I don't really feel the need to go back to Vegas at this point. But it's funny because like the National, like you explained, the National is kind of becoming like Vegas. Our hotel this year, our hotel last year was right across the street. Our hotel this coming July is a mile and a half away. We couldn't get anything on the Strip.
Rent a bike. Talk to Eric.
Oh yeah,
how to get there fast. I had to close the window. It was bloody cold in there. I forgot I had the window open.
You're cooling down in the garage of knowledge.
Yeah.
North Dakota State plays Las Vegas in football this year. My only reason to go there. There you go, Stu. Ham says I'll be in Vegas April 23rd to 27th. That's not too bad. April's not too bad. Can't wait to see J-Lo in Vegas. Hot ticket in town. Woo. That's right, man. I will be fasting. You might have to, Ham. Or you could, if you go off strip, like if you go away from the strip, there are still spots out there. Like if you go where the
diners there, right?
Well, Bobby, basically the trick now, because I've watched YouTube videos where there's some of the local travel YouTubers and such talking about it. Basically, their advice is if you want to, basically figure out where the locals go. If the locals have a watering hole or a place where they grab a bite to eat, go there because that'll be priced more appropriately. And you won't have to pay a crazy premium. It won't be as fancy, but you will eat better and it will cost you less.
Well, back in the 90s, there was the dichotomy between the Strip and then the downtown Vegas. The downtown Vegas used to be ridiculously cheap. You get like a steak dinner for like $12. But downtown is now just as built up as it, as the Strip was 20 years ago. So whatever, I don't need to go there again.
Yep.
But hopefully when the National moves to Detroit, we'll be able to get some hotels. But we'll see what happens.
Yeehaw.
Oh, Detroit will be an interesting one. Staying at Caesars says Ham. I'll go to In-N-Out Burger for at least one stop if I go there. Fair enough. Yeah, my favorite thing at the time was because you're on the West Coast time zone. Is I liked going to the bar at happy hour because you could watch the games at for them was early, but instead you'd be watching the 8 p.m. starts for 5 p.m. So some of the bars would have happy hour, so you could eat actually and drink relatively cheap and just watch the game. And it was a pretty good setup. So again, but that was now now that's 13 years ago. So a lot of things change in 13 years.
Yeah, but we could drink beer at 8:00 in the morning at a bar when the soccer was on.
With the soccer, yes. If the soccer was happening, yes, that is true.
It was funny. I said, "Well, who really needs the bars open at 8:00 in the morning?" Well,
It's funny because with the soccer, I'm used to watching the British Premier League at like 10 o'clock in the morning. But when you're over there, it's the middle of the afternoon and the bars are open and you're drinking. I'm used to eating eggs while I'm watching soccer.
Fair. Paul, who's more out west, says starting at 8 p.m. is wrong. I got you. I hear you. I got you.
We're so used to it here.
Yep. Stu says we had a choice of 3 different hotels across the street. My roommate works for National Dealer, so it's cheaper and closer to normal. If you can get a better price for it, I think that's good. If you can get a better price for it, go for it.
I don't know if you've been seeing this, Carlos, for the expo coming up. I've seen Zets doing a lot of advertising lately. When we had the pandemic there, it seemed like they shut down. They were 24 hours and they were busy like crazy. And then they slowly came back, got rid of a lot of the old guys that were there, and now they got new guys. But I've been seeing a lot of Zets videos on the on YouTube and wherever. It's just
I was going to say social media would have to be where you'd see that. Yeah.
Yes, of course. And I keep hitting them going, and I'm hungry.
3 new autos. My 1970 auto build is now up to 429. I got Tom Tichinsky in eBay purchase, and then 2 TTMs, Eddie Leone and Larry Burkhart, 2 guys from the Indians. Very, very fast too. Both of these guys were free in like 10 days, TTMs. So I'm back on the TTM train.
Well, you're making progress on your set. That's not too bad at all.
Yeah, 429 is crazy. I was at 388 when I made the video. So
nice.
That's a lot considering when you get to this point.
Yeah. So to kind of answer your question, Bobby, no, I hadn't seen anything like that. Although I guess it does make sense to me. It is weird because when they changed ownership, they kind of moved away from some of the stuff that made it work earlier. The thing is, truth be told, though, like at this stage in the game, I'm not going to Zets. Like there's almost nothing they could do to bring me back, realistically, because I enjoyed it for what it was, but at this point, like I'd rather just most of the time I'm going to eat at the restaurant that's at my hotel. Like I'm just not interested in venturing outside of it. It's right there. Yeah. Like I'd rather not make an intermediate trip unless there's a bunch of us that happen to be going to it. Yeah, and Zets isn't a venue where that would have been the case anyway.
But a lot of card deals would go down because everybody at the show went to Zets. It was like busy, like 30 people in line, and they're just pounding things out. Good food too at that time. But now it's definitely a little bit different. Sure.
At that time, yes. Yeah. I'd agree. Bubbles said 20 years ago, Eric's only ride was 32 miles. I know. It's a different time.
Yeah.
I only started this at 50. I wasn't out doing 32-mile rides on my 32nd birthday. And no, this is something I just started doing at 50, and I just gonna go as many years as I can, and that's that.
Zach says Ham's rich. I'm not saying it's Caesar's. Welcome back, Mr. Ham. Would you like your presidential suite? That's right. Great progress in 1970 sign, said Dan, says Stuke.
Yep. Thank you.
Ham says, give me 80 pointers, Zach. Never been. Going to a bachelor party. Definitely getting in and out. Never had it. I would say, Ham, seriously, if you're going for a bachelor party, that should be fun. My favorite thing, so I said already, I went there for my 30th birthday, and one of the biggest groups, the groups there were bridal parties. A lot of those. So bachelor parties and bridal parties. Full, and almost every bar we went to, bridal parties and bachelor parties. Lots of groups went to a lot of those places. It's a good time. Depending on how long you're there, also that can also play into it. And Caesar's Palace isn't bad. Caesar's Palace is decent. At the time, the Wynn was a good deal though, because again, you could get a better price for it. But the Wynn was beautiful. It was great. It was a great situation inside. 650 room hotel should take care of the dealers. Ham and Eric's wife flashing Eric's credit cards in Vegas. True. It's all true. Splitting a room for 5 days. That's unfortunate. That's not nearly as fun. Shit's gonna hurt at 70. That's right. I mean, he blocked someone because I'm on a phone. I'll try to unblock. You figure it out, Boozle. You can do it. Use ChatGPT. Ham, ask for food suggestions. Oh my god, that could be dangerous. I'm going with got money or no money, or I don't know. How should I interpret this, guys? I am going with got money is what it says. I don't know. We already have a day for the pool paid for. Canopy and drinks. All right. See Pete Davidson.
Is that like found money? Found money?
I don't know.
Got money?
Yeah, listen. I don't know.
He was dragging a magnet through the ocean and found a treasure or something. I don't know.
He probably sold a couple of those gold bars or something that's hidden away. Ham's all about that stuff. He's got a lot of these things going on.
You haven't heard anybody comment about the Edmonton show, so it seems right now.
Well, Paul was at the show.
Yeah, he spent my money.
Oh,
yeah, he bought stuff for Eric.
That's all we heard, though.
Yeah.
What else?
He said it was his description was pandemonium. Does that count?
Oh,
spending Eric's money.
Yeah, he said he was basically saying he was very busy. So he was a little under the weather as well. So that's why I was kind of curious. He did shoot me a message where he did see a Medano that was there. I actually did have it, but I appreciated him sending it over.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently what he was saying is very busy.
So he was trying to spend your money too.
Yes.
That bastard.
Well, it's good to see it's come a long way since its first. I guess the summit. Was.
I think at this point, Bobby, I feel like almost every place that we're talking about, you say card show, and the response I get is busy.
Yeah, sure.
It feels like in almost every place.
So on that, serious. I think I told Carlos this Monday in the pre-show. We actually discussed it on the podcast. That we had a show here, a 2-day show here last weekend that was so busy. The fire department almost shut it down, and everyone who went complained that it was too crowded. You couldn't move. You couldn't see what's on the tables. There were too many people. There was no place to park. People were parking a mile plus down the road and walking. It was nothing but chaos and complaints. And the takeaway is this hobby is extremely hot and healthy right now. We are in part 2, 1B, however you want to say it, 2B rather, of the second card boom that started in the pandemic.
1B?
We are
to be or not to be? What?
A second part of that. It is extremely healthy.
I got my report from Matt from Providence. I think he's a little more reliable. So,
really, and what did Matt say about the show in Quincy last week?
What the fuck did Matt say?
That there were cars parked down the block and around this corner, and he couldn't see any tables, and he couldn't even get to Paul Borges's table. It was so crowded. So, and then he said he hates you. So that was the best part.
Well, that's valid. That's all valid.
So everything I said Plus, he hates me. Fair enough.
But he included that he hates you. I feel that adds legitimacy.
And I am totally okay with that as long as he said everything else that I said.
He didn't say anything about the fire department. I think you're embellishing there.
No.
Well, Eric was trying to start a fire. That's a different conversation.
The fire department was there.
I think that's important.
The fire department was there on Saturday, and
it's like the Toronto police coming for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's correct. Yeah. So Yannick, we'll chat a little bit later. Why don't you take off for the night, and then we'll talk a little bit later. Get yourselves prepared. Keep sorting your stuff, and then we'll talk a little bit more as we get closer to Spring Expo because Yannick, Bobby will be there. So we'll discuss this again down the road here.
Yep,
It was fun. Thanks for having me, guys.
Same
Have
man.
a
Good evening.
See you, Yannick.
Goodbye.
Now I do have kind of a follow-up question, a follow-up thought based on
to this guy. Put me next to him.
I think I have to fight. I think I have to fight him a little bit. Hold on here. I'll be nice.
Oh,
There you
here
go.
we go.
Bobby knows how to deal with them. He's got things in the garage. He'll deal with his problems.
I'm fine.
So I have a follow-up question though, kind of playing into this conversation for a moment. And Chad, I'd like to get your thoughts as well. So I mentioned a moment ago, we've heard lots of these reports from these different shows, and I expect Strongsville will be strongly attended in all this as well. In advance, I am suggesting that I feel that will not be an issue. Here's what's interesting to me though. I want to ask a question, and again, I want to get the chats chiming in as well. I don't disagree with any of this, but I find it interesting because I'm preparing to go to the Spring Expo myself. I've set some money aside for that. Hotel's already been booked and all that. I've taken all these things into account. But I don't have substantially more money than I usually do. My budget is pretty much in line with where it usually is right around these things because, again, I've got other expenses and other things going on. It is interesting to me, going back to what Eric was talking about, and Matt from Providence, a more reliable narrator, but you've got so many people and so much money presumably in the room, but I keep sitting there going like, where is this money coming from? Beyond a certain point, it's like, again, my hobby budget hasn't fundamentally changed. My inputs are very similar to where they were a year or two ago. It hasn't really fun. I allocate a certain amount of hobby funds. So I'm just being serious for a second. I allocate a decent amount of hobby funds to that because I am happy to do so and I like to collect and all that. And that's fine. But again, my hobby funds are not fundamentally different. A year ago, my hobby funds were very similar in terms of levels at where they're at now. It's not like I suddenly found much more money. So when these shows are being so populated and all these people bringing the money, the question at a certain point is, okay, so from where?
Yeah.
Where is all this extra cash? It can't just be Eric's stimulus package and him sending us all cash. Like,
You know what,
where?
I mean, he's getting the clause involved in that too. But
That's
from
right.
my vantage point, the money is coming from me selling cards, me
Yes.
working shows. I'm making money on some stuff and putting it away. And I have an envelope filled with cash that I've made from card shows in the last several months. You know, I mean, that's where it's coming from me. But that I haven't made enough money in that regard to be able to pay the prices of the cards that I wanted to get a year ago that are now, you know, the $2,000 card is now a $3,000 card. And to me, that kind of eliminates for me getting like a one card like that because I want to get, there's a lot of different things I'm working on. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like at this point, I'm not going to be spending the kind of money I spent at last year's Strongsville.
Yeah, but what you're describing though is a consolidation thing. But even if I take consolidation into account, then the people that are buying from you though have to get money from somewhere. And let's say they're consolidating.
The people that are buying from me are buying $100 cards and going through and spending $50 to get, you know, 50 cards for their set or 100 cards for their set. Like people from me are buying small. I'm getting smaller. It's like the fish that eats the fish that eats the fish.
Yeah.
Smaller fish are buying from me, and then I'm taking all that money and buying bigger fish. Let's put it that way. So in essence, what we're talking about is just, it's easier for me to make money at these shows because the hobby is so busy. So that helps. But on the back end or on the front end, I guess I can't afford the stuff that I purchased last year because the stuff is twice as much or 50% as higher than it was. So, you know, I'm going to go for the prices that are still where they were back then, the $100 cards, the $200 cards, whatever.
Yeah.
Sending the tax refund.
Yeah, it's an open-ended question. There's no wrong answer, but I'm merely posing the question because what I'm saying is that consolidation, it can be a partial answer. That can be a part, but if everybody's consolidating, at some point we run out of money anyway. So like there is a point at which I still have a missing piece here. I have to be able to answer for. Now we're filling up these shows, and I'll read a couple of comments first, and then I think Bobby wants to have a thought. But let me read a couple of comments first here.
Right.
But I want to kind of, again, every time I hear record, attendance, this, that, I'm like, okay, but it is interesting because for all the talking, certain things outside of collectibles are also getting more expensive. It's like, I don't know about you guys, but my sources of funds are the same sources of funds that they were before. I can sell some cards, but it doesn't change the fact that my sources of funds are still the same as before. So Paul says the Edmonton show is in the space where it was at the Summit show. The crowd was 10 times bigger than it ever was at a Summit show, to kind of give some context from Paul's perspective. Zach says they told Eric the police were there for the crowds. They were watching for the claw. True.
Yeah.
Stu says Des Moines, Iowa, a Capital City Card Show had over 4,400 paid attendance. Sounds pretty strong to me.
Yeah.
Most of the cases were sold were to breakers. Several vintage guys had cash or Venmo to pay for their purchases. Ham says credit card brigade or guys who sold high and want to turn into a new card. So I didn't want to allude to it, but I did suggest the possibility at a certain point. Dan, I have to believe there's credit involved somewhere in here because we can't make money magically appear out of the air. At a certain point, I just don't have enough cash in this room to make this work unless somebody's doing this.
There has been a problem with people overusing their credit for things like breaking. But I don't know. Are people using credit at vintage shows? For the most part, it's either cash or Venmo or PayPal. The dealers want cash for obvious reasons. So I don't know. I'm not, I'm not using my rent money but using my credit cards, or I haven't used a credit card for a hobby purchase ever, literally. So weird. It's one of those things where if people are doing that, I think that they're making a big mistake. But that's not my world. I hope people aren't doing that.
I just feel there's no way to get around the fact that at some point someone is, because, and by the way, that someone, and here's the thing, Dan, just to give the scenario. If that person did and went to your table and handed you cash, how would you know the difference?
You wouldn't.
Where that cash came from, you don't know. You just know that, hey, I'm interested in buying this. You negotiate, you come to a price, and they hand you the cash. It's from your perspective. You sold a card, you receive cash, and then maybe you in turn then buy something else or whatever. The money circulates. But where that piece of money came from, that's the piece we're missing. Piece
when I got the last show I worked at, a guy bought 3 big cards for me, and it was like $825, and he sent Zelle. So I don't know where it came from. I mean, I assume his Zelle came from a bank account, but I don't know if that's his, working bank account, if it's his hobby bank account. I don't know that. So it's hard for me to say. But, when a guy buys $20 worth of singles, and hands me a $20 bill, I mean, I have to assume that's not money that he's, taken from his kid's college fund or whatever.
Yeah.
But, I think that, I think that there's a lot of credit going on in the hobby. I agree with you on that. And the problem is, as these prices keep going up, eventually it is kind of like musical chairs. Eventually, one of these dealers is going to get stuck with this stuff at prices that, that people aren't willing to pay.
Agreed.
There is a shell game going on. There is kind of a pyramid scheme thing going on, especially in the vintage world, with big card being sold from dealer to dealer to dealer, and everybody's got to put, their price on it. And suddenly it's now $3,000 instead of $2,000 last summer. And at some point we're going to stop buying them and somebody's going to get stuck with them. Somebody's going to be, musical chairs is going to be standing up with, without being able to get rid of these cards, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't think the market can continue to blow up the way it is. At some point there's got to be some sort of correction. But
with that, I can give you a progressive timeline of the Toronto Sports Card Expo from the 90s through the 2000s and up till today of what I used to bring. So through the 90s, I would bring $1,000 to $2,000 with me. I wouldn't always spend it. Most of the times I would. From 2000 to 2010, I would bring $5,000 with me. I would usually find something to buy for that amount of money. I mean, multiple things. From 2010 to 2020, it was $10,000 that I would bring with me, cash, no credit. And today, $1,500 to $2,000, $2,500. That's it. So that's the what I go through or what I went through in the last 25, 30 years. So it's, you can see it. It's starting, and I'm actually going back down to, and I think it's because there's not a lot of rogue dealers out there who are bringing in fresh stock. Everything's sort of just turning around and being rebumped and recycled, or it's been sold online, the good stuff, and then the other stuff that's left over is kind of sitting there, or the regular common stuff. So the hobby's really in this. You can see the roller coaster, and right now it's right at a peak. With the vintage, not so much, because there's not a lot to buy vintage. All that stuff gets gobbled up. Like everybody, you get an empty Wayne Gretzky box. It's like some guy wants $1,700. It's like, okay, whatever. Yeah, it was like, $700-800 like 8-10 years ago, and now it's like double, triple. Like, and I don't see a lot of people handing out that money for it, but you do get the people who like to spend the money. So there you go. There's my timeline.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead, Eric. You wanted to say something. I noticed your hand was up a moment ago.
Yeah, I don't think this necessarily has to do with lots of money in a small group's pocket. It has to do with an average amount of money in a larger group's pocket right now. Like I was saying, this show that was in Quincy last weekend, this 2-day show, it isn't like, 500 people showed up and they all have $10,000 in their pocket. And it's like, wow, where are people getting this money? And they spent it all. No, 4,000 people showed up to a hotel ballroom and they all had $100 to $200 in their pocket and spent it all. So I think it's an increase of bodies,
volume of sales,
and which is increasing sales, rather than people having more money to spend as individuals. Because just with gas prices alone, all of us have less money in our pocket, because that affects everything. Your groceries are going to go up because the trucks carrying the groceries got to pay more in gas.
That's why you cycle.
That's why I ride my bike. So all of us have less money in our pocket right now as a fact. But if 4 of us go into a show, we're going to be spending less. But if 4,000 of us go into a show, the dealers are still going to make a shitload of money.
And that goes back to what Carlos said, is, he's got the same amount that he kind of spends, budget wise. That's fine. And you add the amount of people that have come in, and they all have a budget, and everybody spends their budget, if not a little bit more. Like you don't go home with a lot of money. You usually end up buying something, or you buy a couple boxes to finish off whatever you got money wise. You kind of want to spend it because it's allocated, it's already spent in your head. So I think it's a really good analogy that enough people going, spending, let's say the $200 each. That's, you got quite a few people that are going right now. And
so I think it's an increase in people, not an increase of money. But
so I think there's nothing wrong with this theory. The reason I wanted to posit it is that I think that explains how you get more money in the room, which is fair. Yeah. I think the only thing that becomes tricky, though, is that if that was all it was, then the higher ticket items wouldn't keep increasing the way they are, because the person spending $200 can't buy $1,000 card.
But they're not the average people, though.
Right. But those are the people that come to the shows that I'm working at. And then the more people that come to my table, the more money I'm able to take in. That money is now going to get spent on higher ticket items. So maybe not me personally, because of the way I'm looking at the prices now, but let's say I'm just your sort of Joe Dealer. Joe Dealer has more cash now. Joe Dealer can now buy higher ticket items from, let's say, another dealer, put a premium on it, and now that card's more expensive. And that's kind of what's happening. There's a lot more cash in the room because there's a lot more people in the room, as Eric said.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with I'm okay with this, but I'm kind of curious to see how it plays out, as far as, because I'm watching and I see enough of these cards that have continuously gone up in price. It is in less hands, yes, but I don't think everybody's doing what Dan's doing. And so that's why I can allocate. That's why I say that I do believe, my opinion still remains, that there is an element of credit being used. Some people are manufacturing more
I
money.
agree.
They're creating the illusion that, but so it's not really cash, but the person on the receiving end is getting cash, which in turn they can spend. But people are interjecting an influx of extra cash, and I'm putting that in quotation marks.
Yeah,
that wasn't there before, that they didn't actually have. But the person on the receiving end doesn't care because they're receiving cash on their end, so then the money cycles.
Yeah, or Venmo or Zelle or whatever, and you know, I don't know where the money came from, but it's, you know, it is money. And you know, it's funny because there was a comment before about guys going into the shops and saying this card should work and praying. You know, it's like there's some of that going on. I mean, that was one of the issues that people started talking about with the breaking, is that guys are losing their shirt and spending $20,000 that they don't have, most of it on credit. Like, that's a problem. I don't see that in my world necessarily. I don't know, unless people are hiding it. But for the most part, in the vintage world, it's a lot of cash. And, you know, older guys, we're older guys. We have retirement funds. We have families. We have budgets. We have careers, whatever. Like, we're not, you know, a 25-year-old guy who has student loans and, you know, has a rent and whatever, and they're just running up their credit cards to do the stuff that they can't control. We're supposed to be more responsible, and I think to a certain extent we are. The older guys.
What if you're a person who spends comfortably into the six figures on chocolate sticks and Dunkin' Donuts?
That's different. That's different.
Then you're a player.
That's different.
I'm just asking a question, Dan. I'm merely positing a question.
I mean, you know, if I had a never-ending amount of free cards with, you know, at my claw, I would be able to spend, you know, tons of money.
Claw. You know, it's funny. I was going over a video. It was from 2000, I think 8 or 10. I can't remember. And I was going around my booth, and I looked at the video just the other day, and I went. I was saying in the video that it was rather slow Saturday, and it wasn't a lot of people around. And this was like, you know, prime time. It was a slow Saturday, and I went, wow. And you know, I looked at the stuff that it wouldn't be there today. It wouldn't even be in the display. It'd be long gone. So the amount of items have lessened. So when something does come up, like a display box or like a rookie card, a big rookie card, or all the new cards that have influxed the market, you have to understand there's a whole new generation of people that are playing, you know, the gambling games. So, but with the vintage, that stuff comes up, it's just doubles, triples, quadruples, because it's just not enough to satisfy the market. So we have seen an influx of not much being there, and it's busy. And if anything is good there, you better get it quick. And I think that's what it is. If I don't get it now, when am I going to get it?
Yeah, the stuff is
Especially
crazy.
Numbered stuff.
You get liquid stuff, it sells within like a half an hour of a show opening.
Oh yeah,
It's incredible.
Well, that's what I'm hoping is going to happen at the show.
Yeah. Well, you got to be able to identify what's going to be liquid for your particular market at your particular show. You know, I work in New York shows, so I try to get Yankees and Mets stuff.
Of course.
And put it out on the table. And I got a whole bunch of new Thurman Munson cards and put them out, and they were literally gone in 10 minutes. One guy came over and bought 3 of them and said, I'll be back for the other 2.
You were too cheap then.
Of course, by the time he came back, they were gone. So
you were too cheap then, Dan. It shouldn't sell out that fast.
I liked the prices. I got a very big lot at a really good price. I made the entire lot was like 400 cards. Those Munsons alone paid for the entire lot. And so everything now is from here on is profit. And then somebody went in and bought a ton of singles of just commons, and I was like, thank you. You know, when you can flip that quickly and make money, and you know, you're sitting on everything else is bonus cash. So I feel like I did fine.
Yeah, and it is about commerce. It's about getting business done, opposed to sitting on.
And I think I forget where I talked about this last week. There was a table behind me where the guy's prices were just too high. He was moving nothing.
Yeah.
You know,
he didn't sell anything, you said, I think.
You're there to sell. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's better, you know, and sometimes you are a little cheap on something, but that's okay. If you double your money, then what do you really care if you're going to miss out on 10, 20 bucks here and there?
It's, you know, these small shows in local areas, the same guys come in all the time. And if they know you are going to have good prices, they're going to come to your table and they're going to look. and they're going to
First.
negotiate with you, and they're going to buy. That's where the cash comes. And if your prices are ridiculous, people are just going to walk by you. I do this at shows, at the bigger vintage shows. I know the dealers where the prices are going to be ridiculous, and I'm not even going to waste my time. I just walk right by them. I don't even look at their inventory because I know that it's fruitless. But that's people operate their differences differently. Their businesses differently. Those are their cards, and they can do what they want with them.
Yeah, I'm
just curious, Bobby. You're going back and watching videos of yourself at shows from like 15 years ago.
Well, I was organizing because when I go into different files, I try to organize, and then I can maybe take a clip out and use it in a video that I got coming up or something.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I'm always documenting something. So no, it's not narcissistic, Dan. Don't worry.
There
I
are
do
some
that
people
other
though.
ways.
There are some people though that have been known here to consistently rewatch their own stuff on loop because they just the vanity is just excessive. It's disturbing. It's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Just throwing it out there.
He should watch this one. Yeah, Eric's going to watch this one on replay multiple times because the whole first hour of this live stream was talking about Eric. So you know what they say. The only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. So there you go.
Well, listen, Eric has always tried to angle. He's done everything in his power to try to get some attention by any means necessary, by anybody who will listen.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
See?
It's shameless.
What I was going to say before is there's 6 or 8 guys that I go to when I go to the expo.
Doesn't mean it.
Now, the hierarchy of those people going to are from the lowest price to the highest price people. The highest price people, I don't have to worry about them selling the stuff right away because they're really going to be high. The other guys, I know, I'm going to hit this guy first. Even though he might not have the great selection, at least I'll get a good deal in these few guys. And then I slowly work my way to the best guy.
That question that Zach had can you pull that one up again? This is a really good question because this is one of the struggles. And I've talked to different people who I'm not a big show dealer. I'm a small local show dealer. So inventory is crucial. And if I have a really good show, it's wiping out a big chunk of my inventory. And so this has become an issue for me. And I'm finding myself buying big lots in the back of auctions. That's what I've been doing. And I bought a couple of big lots out of an auction that I'm picking them up at Strongsville. It's like 150 cards from 73 and like 600 cards from 77. So I have to do that in bits and pieces. And so it's really a constant chase. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's a constant chase to get inventory. And, singles inventory, like slabs and stuff like that, it's tough. I'm just trying to find stuff that's underpriced, people's mistakes at shows, and buy them. And then
everyone's a dealer now, though. It's gotten tougher.
I've been pulling stuff out of here and pulling stuff out of the boxes, cards that really aren't important parts of my collection anymore, and those are going in. I'm bringing a whole box of that stuff to Strongsville.
Well, Carlos, you remember the expo when you'd see big blue tarps all over people's tables, where a guy would go in and just buy the whole table up.
Yeah,
I used to see that a lot. I don't see that today.
Yeah, the underlying current. So the part of the reason that I've asked this question is because I think there is more open-endedness to it. There's no right answer. I have to emphasize this because there's different theories about why certain. And by the way, there's also different answers to why certain people deal in certain ways. So their answer is going to be different than somebody else's. The reason I bring up the question is that we are playing this game, and the game is there's a finite amount of supply for certain things. If it's just anything in general, well, then there's an infinite. Then that's a different conversation. But, if we use the vintage, well, then there's supposed to be a finite supply. Well, there's a finite supply, then there's only so much to go around. Then you can keep increasing the prices. But if you increase the prices too much, then your buyers decrease. There will be buyers, but then the buyer has to be interested in what you're selling. So this is the critical piece. You can sell certain things at certain price points. But then Dan is talking about the inventory side of it, which is part of the equation too. If you run out of inventory, then you've got to try to replenish it. How do you replenish it? He's talked about a couple of ways you could do that. But
Well,
then
this is
if those guys start charging too much, then you can't replenish that way. That becomes not an option anymore.
so I bought this 1980 set. The Ricky Henderson is an 8. And the price that I paid for this set is, I think, about what I'm going to be able to get for the Henderson alone. So there's 700 cards in this set. It's like 705 or something. And there's 50 Hall of Famers. So I'm pulling out the Hall of Famers. I'm looking at maybe any of them grading, probably not. But, I'll get $10 for the Ryan and $5 for the Rose and $4 for the Schmidt or whatever. And I will price it out to the point where I get $200 from the Hall of Famers. So now that's my profit. And then the commons are 25 or 50 cents, whatever I put them in for. And then that's an ongoing thing of extra cards that I have that I've already made my money back on. And now they're just part of a big giant box for set builders. So that's kind of the theory here. And a lot of it is just buying a full set or buying a near set and, breaking it up that way. Breaking up sets makes you money.
That's why I never liked cards. There was too much competition. So, and I just said, you guys, and then the grading came in and being really strong after 2010. I just didn't even really want to deal with cards after that. I just said, I found a niche, and it actually has served me extremely well. So, we all find what we enjoy in this hobby.
I'm currently working on a pre-war set that was the set of a father of a guy who's in his 80s, and I'm trying to work it out. It's not looking great right now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. So Stu here is going back and forth with Zach. Want to make sure we cover that. So Bass got an interesting comment here. So it says people have to realize that collectors bought what they could afford to spend from disposable income and never sold. They collected. I believe if you have to sell to buy, then you are out of your skis, which is interesting. Now, here's where it gets tricky. I think that is the thing, but there are a lot of folks that don't want to throw more money in from their other businesses and other accounts and other categories. If this is the angle, then Bobby, if somebody wanted to take this philosophy, then as soon as the stuff they want to collect reaches a certain price point, they're done collecting. It's over.
Well, it's the other way around. Also, there are cards in my collection that I purchased 2 years ago, and now my price tag is twice what I paid for it. I'm making 100% profit on this card in 2 years. And to me, that I don't think I'm out over my skis there. I think I've made money on this card, and now I'm using it to get a card that I want more. And I don't think that's bad. That's a consolidation. I'm not selling in my consolidation. I'm not really consolidating. I'm taking a lot of the extraneous stuff off the side that I really don't need. But I'm not selling any of this stuff that I'm losing money on. Everything that is in my case is something that I spent far less on than what the price tag is when it's in my case. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's a winning strategy. That's not. I'm not over my skis here. I don't feel like that's the case. And when I buy with the money that I'm making from these sales, when I buy, I'm not overspending. I'm not just going out and buying. I'm very specifically trying to find deals.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think the key piece here is that what Baz is going for here, he's talking about more of a hoarding mentality. Now, what's interesting about this? So the reason I thought this was interesting.
I don't agree with this either.
I get you, but the reason I think this is interesting is that Bobby, if everybody hoarded, then also collecting would stop for a lot of folks because then they can't get anything. And also, since people just literally just fill up rooms full of stuff and then nothing ever moves and it doesn't, See, do we really want to encourage this type of behavior?
Yeah, I'm a hoarder,
but it happens.
I don't sell.
It does, but if everybody did that though, Bobby, then the entire system stops because then you have a problem where you've got a bunch of hoarders. Whoever got to it first, basically, is it. The supply dries up. It's done. Cancel Strongsville. Cancel every other show because what's the point? What are we even doing? Because if there's enough, because the hoarders who got to it first already have it.
Yeah, but
and if they're not selling it, then the game is over.
Yeah. Well, we're sort of living that with vintage right now, anyways, because you get someone wants to get into collecting display boxes. I'm looking for some from the 60s. I'm saying, well, good luck. You won't find them. You might find one, and you'll have to pay like $3,000 to $5,000 for it, anyways. So that market is eliminated. It's gone. There's no way it's going to come. You might get lucky here and there, but years ago you could get lucky. You could pursue it and eventually get to a certain point. But now you can, I would tell nobody, don't get into display boxes. You'll never find enough to satisfy your collection. So, and stay away from this and stay away from that, because there's lots of little things along the way that you can't get into because you just can't find the stuff anymore, and or afford it. And that's the other part. So all the cards have gotten to this point. It's like, okay, well, the mantle's out. I'm like, forget that now. You know, we were just talking about that earlier. So what are people doing with all their money? I'd like to know.
Mm-hmm. So why don't you answer this one first?
Table, that's the problem.
Yeah,
Bloody
obviously.
nonsense.
So why don't you answer this question first, Dan, and then I'll move to a couple of comments here that I want to touch on. So touch on this one first, because this is a question for you.
So it's a good question. I would say at smaller shows it happens less, but people do walk up, and I like walk ups. A lot of times it's somebody walking up with something that, you know, they're going to every table and nobody wants it.
Nobody wants it. Yeah.
A lot of that, but occasionally, you know, stuff walks up, and it's a guy who, you know, has a vintage card and he's not a vintage collector and he wants to move it. And I'm going to tell him, look, we're going to look at the price. I'm going to offer you 70% or 80% or whatever. And then we have a deal. Or it's a raw card and I'm estimating what I think the grade might be. And then I'm working off of that. And, you know, I'm very fair with these people and I'm honest, because I'm looking at the, you know, they can see the same thing on their phone if they want to. So it is kind of cool. Sometimes stuff walks up that I want in my collection, but that's pretty rare. Mostly it's stuff that walks up that I'm going to move myself. But, you know, it's interesting. It doesn't happen that much at smaller shows, though. It happens much more at the bigger shows.
Well, the expo, nobody comes up. Like, I think with cards, yes, more so than, but other great things through the door, hardly ever happens anymore.
Yeah.
Unless you get that one guy who comes through with something, you know, and then
once in a while,
the auction houses jump. You know, there's 7, 8 of them there. It's like they're going to hit one of those, because then someone will go, oh yeah, go over to the auction house. They'll put it on. Yeah, shoot, you know. So the dealers don't really get much of a chance anymore, unfortunately. And I don't think a lot of people are bringing in, you know, fresh stuff from old finds. I don't think there's NOS sitting around waiting to be coming in. But, you know, there's enough platforms out there that, you know, people satisfied. Getting money for their stuff or finding out the information.
The last show that I worked at, there were 2 instances that I want to. One kid came up. He was a kid who was probably 12 years old with his mom, and he had like a Lou Gehrig patch card with like a piece of Lou Gehrig's jersey, which was cool. But I don't know how to price that. It's not what I collect, so it's not going in my collection. I don't know how to flip it. And I was like, this is a cool card, but I really can't work with you on this. So, you know, thank you for giving it to me. The other one was a kid who was like, had a $10,000 Otani card in his box. But for me, he had a 1960 Sandy Koufax that had just been graded, a very new cert number, and it was a 6, and it was a real 6. It was a really strong 6. And we looked up prices together, and I said, this is the number that I'm at, because this is like 75% of the card. I'm probably going to keep this, but I might sell it. I don't know. I have the card in like a 5, in a pretty good 5. So I was like trying to work with him, but the kid wanted full retail, and I can't pay full retail. Like, that's not the way it works. So he ended up not selling it to me. And then he tried to sell it to somebody across the room who did the same thing and said 75, 80%, came up with pretty much the same number as me, and he didn't sell it to him either. So
that's where you have to put it on an online auction and get as much as you can for it. And,
yeah, I mean, but
you're still going to pay the 20% that eBay pays?
If you put it on eBay, you're going to pay 16% or whatever, or whatever your consignor charges you, and you know, you're not going to make the money, and you're going to have to ship it and all that stuff. But
and
you know, I offered the kid what I thought was a strong number, and he just wanted full retail, and I'm like, okay. But those are examples of the kind of stuff that walks up.
Damn 12-year-old kids, so frugal.
This kid, he's literally showing me a $10,000 Otani card.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
good for you. Like, I mean, I don't know if it was I don't know it.
Get away from the table, man.
Word for it, but you know.
Yeah. But right now, a lot of those Otanis are going for crazy amounts, so it's hard to tell. So Baz was saying,
I believe him. He was probably right.
Yeah, for a lot of them, for some of them, it's probably true. Baz was saying the system doesn't stop because they keep printing new sets. That only works though if the person is collecting the new sets. Because so we can't have this both ways. We can't be, and this is the irony of the part of the irony
have a lot to do with that too.
They do, but here's the key. But here's the key on this. But hold on. Let me touch on this before, and then you guys chime in. The key here is we can't have this both ways, because we have so many people on the platforms now that are here to tell everybody that the new cards, the boxes are too expensive, which I'd agree with they are. And then the cards aren't going to hold value because of the production, because of the sheer quantity and all this. So then the printing new sets doesn't matter anymore. If you want to tell them then to go backwards in time where their printing isn't as bad, well, then we've still got the finite supply. Brendan Ryan was talking about the vintage is not infinite, because whatever it is they produce is what they produced.
Yeah.
Now, they did produce a lot in certain years, and that's 100% true, but it's still finite. The word finite just means there's a limit. The word finite doesn't mean a small number. It just means a limit. That's all it means. With new stuff, we can print more going forward. And as we go forward, we can make new sets, and every year there's additional item. That brings additional inventory. So that's part of why grading can do what it's doing right now. This past year, I'm not going to spend time on it tonight, but the gem rate data was in for this past month. And for the first time, PSA cleared 2 million cards in a month. That's the first time that has ever happened. And the majority of it is the Pokemans.
Yeah.
So as long as the Pokemans continues to be strong, and as long as that's been the case, that's what's driving the volume. That's new product, what we just talked about a second ago. That's fine.
Is it Pokemon, or are you just calling TCG Pokemon, or is it actually
TCG is like 95% Pokemon. One Piece is doing well, but it's not
One Touch or one something.
One Piece.
One Piece, yeah.
Yeah, but One Piece is not. One Piece doesn't hold a candle to the Pokemon IP. Like Pokemon is still the dominant force in that side. So when I say TCG, I mostly mean Pokemon. One Piece and those other ones do have some inroads, but it's a small percentage, relatively speaking. They're still the dominant player. Yeah. And that's fine. That works for that. But for the other stuff, for when it comes to outside of that, no, the other stuff is like, it is what it is. That's the reason the 90s stuff has gone up so much. Mm-hmm. Guys of my age, the 90s stuff was our stuff. That was the stuff that we were collecting in our day. That's why I joke about it. But the Brett Favre's, the Not Swell Fella and everything, the 90s stuff, the key pieces for him are now like 4 figures into 5 figures. Well, that's not a small amount of money. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have $10,000 sitting around to buy any card. It doesn't matter what it is. But that's what the market says, because I can't make more. So it doesn't matter if they make a Brett Favre in the year 2026, which they will, by the way. Mm-hmm. Topps now has the license for football. They're going to make new cards. Hockey 99 was talking about earlier tonight. He asked if they make new cards of him, would I collect them? And I go, probably not. If I see something that's really neat, maybe. But realistically, I'm not going to go out looking for that. But they'll make new cards of him. So they will make new ones. But that isn't necessarily what I'm looking for. So it doesn't matter they made new ones. That doesn't help me if it's not something I'm intrigued by. That if I want one of those PMGs, though, it is now priced out of my range. It's not even a consolidation issue. It's just, it's too much money. I need $10,000, $20,000 plus for some of those. It's too much money.
Can we go back to a comment that I was disagreeing with? It's baseball card curmudgeon at 1153.
Yeah, the short term. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me give an example of 2 cards that today I put into my box for Strongsville. One is a 1932 U.S. Caramel Joe Cronin. And there was a while that I was collecting a lot of Joe Cronin cards, but I kind of lost interest in it. So it's not like I never wanted it. I did want it, and it's a beautiful card. And I'm a type collector, so I needed to keep it. As long as I only had one U.S. Caramel, I'm going to keep this card. Now I have another U.S. Caramel that fits into my Braves collection. And so this Cronin card now becomes a card that is now worth $200 or $300 more than what I paid for it. I'm not as in love with it as I used to be, and I can part with it. And I'm going to part with it if somebody wants it for what the price tag I'm putting on it. But it's not like I never wanted it. And then there was a point where I was considering building the complete Willie Mays run, and I had a lot of the early cards already. And I picked up a 1963 Fleer card in a 5, and I got a really, really good deal on it. And now it's just sitting in a box. I'm not working on the Fleer set. I'm no longer working on the Willie Mays run. And I feel like this card is now doubled in value from what I paid for it. I'm going to move on for it. It's not like I never wanted it. It's that I wanted it at the time, and things have changed. And now the card being worth more money makes it smart for me to move it now. That's all.
I don't think you have to make any excuse, Dan. There's nothing wrong with buying your card.
It's the truth.
No,
I just
no,
I
I
feel like
understand.
I feel like this comment is basically calling me a flipper.
No, and
I'm
this
not
is,
a
I'm
flipper.
trying to defend you on that. It's just like you can buy a card. If somebody has a good deal on a card, why wouldn't you buy it? Turn around, sell it, take that money and buy something you really want, or pay your bills, whatever you want to do with the money. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's been going on since.
There's nothing wrong with that, but that's
No.
not the case with the cards that I'm selling. I bought these cards for my collection at the time, and they fit into my collection. And they no longer do, and they're worth more money. So it's
everybody
smart for me to
changes
move
their
these
mind,
particular
sure.
cards. Cards that are worth less than what I paid for them. Why would I sell them now? I'm
I
just
think
not going.
I think though the last point that you're making, the last point you made a moment ago, I think is the most pertinent piece here. Baz is discussing the idea of just hoarding cards, just hanging on to them indefinitely forever for no reason. If you buy something with the intention of collecting and you actually like the thing and you bought it with that intention, but at some point you no longer have interest in it, or your actual goals have changed, you're looking at what you're working on, then at that point, okay, so do you keep hoarding it out of some obligation, or do you move on from the thing and then get something out of it?
It's the
And the
hobby.
$200 or so that I get for that Willie Mays card are probably going to buy quite a number of cards from the 1952 Bowman set that I'm going to try to complete at Strongsville. And to me, that's a real goal, and it's going to be a really cool thing, and that's going to mean a lot to me. So I feel like it's going to a better purpose. So
Go ahead, Eric. You raised your hand a moment ago, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying again, I'm the hoarder, so everything I buy is because I like it.
That's what makes the hobby go around. Remember, and then all of a sudden a collection comes out, and it's like, wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's
die
timing.
someday, and somebody's gonna be like, "What do we do with all this crap?" And I like to think I have some decent stuff, and some of it's rarer, and someone's gonna have it in the future. You know what I mean? I mean, stuff I see looking around my desk, I got some decent stuff here, and it's got to be in somebody's hands in the future.
If you don't sell it, somebody else is going to sell your stuff.
I'm gonna
or give it away, or throw it out, or whatever they're going to do.
Well,
burn
they
it.
know better. Well, yeah, you're right. Other people, but I mean, that have collections that families don't know the value. But my family does know this stuff is valuable, so they know not to just chuck it.
All the lemons that are, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They know to call Bobby, and he's going to give them a fair deal.
I was like, please don't call me. Not for that crap.
Bobby,
please.
Fair deal.
It's in the app. Trust me.
So,
no, it's not.
Rob says, I usually try to sell my PSA submission mistakes in the cards that I've upgraded. I've not set up a show yet, but I would like to give it a try. Well, if you have a chance and the circumstances are right, I would at least look at it. You could have some fun with that. Bubbles has said Eric just opened 52 packs on his birthday and spare his body from cramps. See, solutions.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, I got this ride tomorrow. I need to go to bed. So I'm going to wish everyone a good evening. I'm glad we could all have some fun tonight. And hopefully I'll survive this tomorrow and we can all laugh about it next week.
Be safe.
Before you go, Eric, I think it's important. I think it's important that we leave you with some sage words. Send you
sage words. Okay. Go ahead.
Shut up, moron.
That is
there you go.
Very good.
Bill McDonough has spoken.
All right.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah. Well, you guys all wished me a birthday back in mid-March, but the ride couldn't happen then, so it's going to happen tomorrow. So, all right, you guys take it easy, and I'll be thinking about you tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye.
Ice cream cake. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was good. I ate the ice cream cake. I sent you
forks with a fork. Come on,
Yeah.
you're lying. Can't eat ice cream cake with a fork.
All right, Eric, we can't miss you if you don't go away. Go,
I know. I brought up ice cream.
Be gone, please.
Good Lord. Wow.
It worked.
Enjoy the most birthday chafe. That's right. Exactly right. See, Dan, I gotta see what I gotta work with. These are the conditions I have to work under. These are the conditions that I have to work under. It's unbelievable.
Is this why you begged me to come on the screen via text before?
Yes. Yes. Good Lord. No, I was also looking at I'm looking at this from multiple angles. Tonight, I like to think this is a proud moment. Despite coming off the near death in this very broadcast, I was able to come off of that and still manage to make a viable program out of comfortably over. Bobby, to tell me if I'm mistaken, as the hobby historian you are, have we ever gotten as much mileage out of Eric's biking bullshit as we have tonight?
I don't think so. And I actually put him in my last video. I put him on a bicycle card from the 40s.
Dan, I was honestly in awe of myself. I was like, I can't believe I've managed to make this work.
Yeah.
If I can make this work, my God, what else can I make work? Wow.
I mean, I came on. I thought we were going to be showing cards and talking about camper events. We spent 3 hours on it.
Dan, I'm always up for talking about camper vans. I'm always up for it. But like, I'm working with what I got here. I'm working with what I got.
Or talking about Darren Rovell, or the jackass with the card.
The fake Mr. Wonderful, the fake Mr. Wonderful, and his FTX connections and his FTX homie connections. Baz says, the first 2 hours cemented something in my mind. I will never buy a bike again. Exactly. That is the takeaway that I hope you guys get from this. Imagine the kind of dorks that are required to get on these bicycles, unironically.
I know. I'm
at a certain point,
opening
give
my
it up,
door
man.
as I go by, on the car. Anyways.
At a certain point, give it up, man. Give it up. Move on to something else in your life. My goodness.
It just makes us feel bad.
But yes. So I will pose this question here to the chat. Thank you all for great participation tonight. Very, very strong. By the way, if you haven't already, hit the like button. I'm going to charge Eric for every single like. Every single one. That said, though, I will ask. We did talk about. I got so much of a kick. I'll leave a link in the description to the latest episode. Cardboard Cynics was dropped earlier yesterday, so the 3rd. For those of you on the West Coast, it's still the 3rd, so enjoy that. But for the folks on the East Coast, it is now the Saturday. Any last thoughts or comments, though? Anything else that you guys want to touch on? We covered a lot of ground tonight, and we also did talk about again. We talked about the card shows being busy. Again, post some theories. We will come back to this conversation, though. I'm warning you in advance. We're going to come back to this conversation because every single card show that is so well attended, that so much money is changing hands and all that, I'm going to keep posing this question because as we keep going forward, I'm curious. I'm not saying no. I don't care where you get it from is fine by me. But I am curious because a lot of these things are getting more expensive. And it is interesting to me, intriguing that we just keep finding, again, what you guys said earlier tonight about more people coming in, bringing in, reasonable amounts. That's fine. That explains part of the equation. But then these other cards keep raising in price. Somebody has to pay these higher numbers. And enough of them have to be willing to do it to keep those prices going. Otherwise, we run out of money. And at which point, then the cards just sit. Then you have to hoard them because nobody else is going to take them. So that's where it's been kind of interesting for me.
I think a lot of people with free money that they got in the pandemic, they retained a lot of cards, and I think that money is still sitting there. A lot of the people, because it did dive, and then people jump back. Now they're putting it back out there again, so they have all these cards. You have more people getting into it. I think it's just nonstop. What's going to happen in the future is like eventually you're going to hit a wall. I think with the newer cards, the vintage, it should be okay. It's still limited.
Can you show that picture that I just put in? Do you see that? Yeah. That's the side of the building of the Philly show. The Philly show entrance is like down the block from there. This is the side of the building goes, and this, I couldn't see the end of the line. That was the Philly show in March. And that's what the Philly show is coming back in September. I think you're right. We're going to revisit this conversation at Strongsville, at the Expo, at the National, and at Philly in September. And these are all this is going to repeat because the show was, other than the line, which I am fortunate I did not have to wait on, but other than the line, this show was run extremely well. So, I feel like people are going to come back to the Philly show because they had a good experience. Yeah, and it's true. Scott is right. There were a lot of dads with kids, moms with kids at these shows. So the Philly show was a family event, and I think that the families had a good time. And if they have a good time, they're going to keep coming back. We'll see what happens. But I think that I think that you're right. We're going to revisit this quite a number of times over the next 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So right now, I just want to take as since this is the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we have been able to pass the passage of time. We've gone through different cycles inside of the time that this live stream has been going consistently. So it is worthwhile looking at this and going like, we will revisit this conversation. You know, we're not going to have any definitive conclusions tonight. And it's not over. We will talk about this again. But right now, this month is going to be interesting because we've got those 3 big shows that we're talking about that the same group is actually running. So it will be interesting to discuss this with them, because I will probably get a chance. I'm going to try to talk to Menzie a little bit when we get to the Spring Expo, because they will be on the 3rd of 3 shows that they will have run. So as Paul dictated tonight, talking about that as someone who went to the Edmonton show and said pandemonium was the description for that. So that's part 1 of the
show.
trilogy.
Is the Expo guys? I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yes. Everything,
Really
all
brilliant.
those Expo ones, all the Canadian Expo branded ones are the same people. The same people
Right.
that bring you the Strongsville show and the Spring Expo is the same folks that are bringing the Edmonton Expo. So that's in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Yeah.
So Paul's description, pandemonium. We're going to do your Strongsville one, and then we're going to talk about the Spring show that's coming up here.
You know who's at the Edmonton show and is not doing his live stream tomorrow night? Your Canadian.
Are they
counterpart.
decapitated? Are their heads floating in space?
Yeah, apparently.
Mhm.
A lot of books
Well, you
being
know-
signed.
Well, you know, Dan, people who can't make their live stream obligations, honestly, they're quitters. So,
Not many people can do 1,900 weeks in a row.
Mhm.
well, as of next week, 2,000.
Clearly,
Just saying. Get on my level.
you could do. You know what? There's an opening tomorrow night. You could do a Saturday night follow up.
Look, I could 100% do a Saturday night. I don't care to, but I could. Yes. The only thing that prevents it isn't that I can't hit the button, Dan. it's like, oh my God. At that point, I would be like, Ham, we need to fucking talk about silver and gold and, and fishing. We need something else. I just don't want to talk about the same stuff all the time. Dan, I practice what I preach. I practice what I preach, Dan. I don't want to be the cause of repetition, because I could be repetitive and just do the same topics over and over again. I'd get bored of it too. Yeah. Dylan says, best hobby ever to do with your parents. My parents never cared about sports cars or sports. My parents were never sports at all. I was the only sports fan in the house. My dad always took me to card shops and played baseball with me. That's good. Good to hear. Laramie G, maybe. Allegedly.
Well, you talk about repetitive. There were 2 hours of this live stream that was talking only about Eric on a bicycle and making fun of him.
Mhm.
Yes. But
Maybe
my
a little
counter.
bit.
Well, listen, this is like when you decided to take on the Lonely Basement baseball cards and you were questioning it. So all I have to say about this, Dan, is
what? I was praising the guy.
I will go back to Cardboard Cynics. I think Keith should be able to talk to a bobblehead in his lonely basement as long as he wants,
I agree.
as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Now, to your point, my counterpoint is it's Eric, and I will make fun of him to the end of time, and we'll all enjoy it.
Okay. All right. What I was saying was there was a running joke amongst multiple channels doing kind of this thing. I don't know if you saw it. Is that I thought had kind of maybe gone a few episodes beyond its, being still very funny, but whatever. Keith was in here earlier. Yeah.
Zach says this was the cycling show. You could do sports cards tomorrow. That is true. I could be the first sports card related live stream on a Saturday night for the first time in years, Bobby. Finally, somebody talks about sports cards on a Saturday night. It's about time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned Saturday edition because I'm Carlos live stream with Carter Canadian Blood Feud. I will win. I will win so hard. Stu says we have 600 plus table show at St. Paul the weekend after Strongsville next to the Wild Hog. So this guy, going back to what I was talking about earlier tonight, everywhere I hear there's like gigantic show over here. A 600 table show is a massive show. We become so spoiled with this foolishness, but like a 600 table show is a big show.
Do you remember? It might have even been Cardboard Cynics #1, where I talked about the Dallas Card Show in New Jersey. Oh, hey, there he is.
That's right.
Listen, Dallas Card Show.
Keith, I support you. I support you in your lonely basement. And you know what? You and Don Mattingly have my support, no matter what Dan says about you. I want you to know you have my support, my unqualified support, my complete support. Just saying.
I just said Keith opening his mail and telling us about the cards is wonderful videos. I enjoy them immensely, not because the content is great, but because the person doing the content makes the content great. But that being as it may, there is a Dallas card show in New Jersey the week after Strongsville.
True.
And somebody told me, hey, you going to that? Or asked me, you going to that? You should go to that. It's going to be big. And I'm like, I'm going to spend all my money in Strongsville. I'm going to be tired. I'm going to be sick. Well, we'll deal with it. But I'm not going to go to that Dallas card show. But, you know, famous last words. Maybe I will.
Yeah. Well, they've expanded the branding. That's right, Keith. You deal with it. You make sure this is dealt with. This must be resolved. Collins Dallas card shows across America. Yeah, he's taking the Dallas card. The thing, Bobby, about it, I don't even mind it because, again, we're talking about Menzie and the Expo brand going, you know, from basically almost going coast to coast at this point. He keeps adding more shows, which is fine. You know, by all means, feel free to do so. But what's interesting though is
when we brought it up, my point was that I think there's a level of arrogance in it because this particular location has failed every time they've had a big card show. And I don't know what effort they've put into it, and there hasn't been that much advertising. So we'll see if it's in fact successful or not. I could be wrong. It could be wildly successful, but I have my doubts.
I just think the thing for me, and this is what struck me, Bobby, is that, look, I don't even mind the concept, but my question always is, literally, it's called the Dallas Card Show, and then they will put like New Jersey. I'm like, Dallas is a place. It's not like the word Expo. Expo, you could put anything you want in front of it if you really want to. It could be the Texas Expo. It could be the, you know, Afghanistan Expo. If you want it to be, so be it. But Dallas Card Show is literally a name, and then you're tacking on New Jersey at the end of it. New Jersey is not part of Texas.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
There was a Toronto. There was an actual Toronto Expo, like in the 60s and 70s, right? It was like a sort of a big
Expo 67.
The actual exposition, yeah.
So, and then the Montreal was the Expos was the name of the team. So, yeah.
Well, the team was named. So the team was named after the exposition.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. So there's the exposition in the 60s, and then the Expos team was based on that.
67, then 69. Yeah, the Expos came in.
Yeah. This was the Wild World of Sports Expo with all the biking going on. That's right. The Wild World of Sports we got covered. Dallas Card Show to heal the world. So it seemed, Bob. My goodness. So it seemed. The New York style pizza of the hobby. My goodness. I've been very surprised, Dan. Like, look, at the end of the day, I'm far be it for me to poo-poo the companies wanting to spread their wings and trying this. It seems though to be working because they're building these damn big mega. In my mind, maybe this is my thought process, Bobby. In my brain, when I'm thinking of 250, 300, 400 table shows, that used to be the qualifier of what would qualify as this is a big show. And now it almost feels like it's becoming standard. It's becoming like old hat. Oh, only 500 table show? What are you even doing over here? That's a lot of tables.
Become a dealer. Like Dan, have you been a dealer your whole collecting career?
Me?
Yeah.
First show I worked was like 3 years ago. So no.
Exactly. And I'm just saying that's what we have. And we're the critical mass of media out there for every show is advertised. Are you going? Yeah, of course. And we have the collective of all the people that came in after the pandemic. So all this generation is it's at its peak.
Well, if there comes a time when I retire from my actual other job, I think what I will be doing in my spare time is actually doing shows on weekends. I mean,
it's fun.
It's my post-retirement. A friend of mine retired recently, and he and his wife go to yard sales and estate sales every weekend, and they have an eBay store, and that's how they make the money. And he's got a pension and everything, and he's fine with that. But like, that's what they do for fun. So
Goodwill's,
Can I just say this about card shows nationally? There's this front row show thing that's also, I think they started in California and then they have moved east. I think they're going to Atlanta, front row card shows.
Okay.
These sort of, the way that a business fails is by expanding too fast and too wide and not being able to handle the expansion. So I'm worried that some of these, it's like in the card shops in the 80s and 90s. Wasn't there a card shop in Toronto that had like 8 different locations and then it went out of business in like a year?
There wasn't, but there was so many independent card shops.
No, but there were a bunch.
We didn't have Grizzlies. We had Smokies. There was a few others, but
to Bobby's point, there were a bunch of independents ones, but most of them, like if you're talking about during the original boom period, the '90s boom period, no, a bunch of those shops lasted quite a while, but then they eventually faded out. Yeah. The one we talk about a lot is Legends of the Game. That one lasted quite a while and went through a couple of ownership changes, but
no franchising. No,
in its peak though, in its apex. The reason why I like Legends of the Game is a good example. In its apex, Legends of the Game was a precursor, a proto version of what Geoff wanted to do with Cards HQ and similar type of shops, because they were that back then. They really had for what they did with the space. It was actually extremely impressive what they did at the time.
Signing guests all the time.
Very
there
impressive.
Was a film. There was a movie that was made, like an independent movie. You guys have probably seen it.
Oh,
it was a guy who had grown up with his dad, owned a bunch of card stores, and I think it was Toronto.
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about the one who sold it to Carlos with a K. Never trusted Carlos with a K. Sluggers. They became Sluggers today. Yeah. Sluggers 55.
Right.
They had 3 locations.
They opened up a bunch, and they overexpanded too quickly, right? I mean, that
was early. That was early 90s. Yeah, that was early 90s. Yeah. He actually sold out. He screwed up because what's funny is that Carlos with the K bought the franchise with, I think it was some cases of 9091 Upper Deck French.
Yeah.
Which at the time, the cases were very expensive. But at the end of the day, they printed a crap ton of that stuff too.
I went to Sluggers back in the day.
Yeah, Carlos with the K still sets up at local shows here. The CSC show, he sets up regularly, and he sets up at the Expo and all those places. He's still around. He's still around to this very day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wasn't the one who was crooked. It was the guy Jack, right?
Because the guy's dad.
The fathers, yeah. I think that was the whole reason, was to get back at his father and tell him how he felt or something. It was a very strange kind of story.
And then they did the thing. They did the Moynihan thing at the end of the movie. They burned a bunch of.
I watched that documentary. I was very amused by it, but I was sitting there like it was very self-indulgent. Where I'm sitting like, buddy, no one cares. Nobody cares about your drama with your dad. Like ultimately, no one cares. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but bless your heart.
Self-indulgent is definitely true. There were some appearances though. Suze, SOOZ. She writes. She's like probably the preeminent female in the hobby at this point.
Well, she works with CGC. Yeah.
But she's in that movie because at the time she was working at Topps, and Topps had an office in Manhattan, and that guy showed up at the office in Manhattan in Topps and took a tour, and she's in the movie, so that was kind of cool to see that.
Yeah, she's actually had a long career in the hobby for working with these different companies. So like she's been around. She continues to exist in there. I've only had one. What's funny? I'll quickly tell the story here at the end of the podcast. I only had one interaction with Suze ever, because I've really had no reason to reach out or anything. The only time I ever heard from Suze was I think I did a video on CGC, and she reached out and said, "Hey, by the way," and she was very nice. In the communication she gave, she just shot me a quick email, said, "Hey, by the way, if you need, here's the updated version of the logo if you want to use it for what you got." So I just said, "Oh, thanks very much, appreciate it." And I used it and I updated it. And that's my only interaction. So it was very professional, very good. And she just sent me an updated version of the logo. They had seen the video and they said, "Hey, by the way, this is the new logo. So if you want to use it, you can use the updated version of the logo."
Yeah, she's good. She's got a what do you call it? Mailing list? What do you call it? Newsletter. Email newsletter. That's actually really good. So, all good words to say about her. But the thing was seeing her in the movie from 10 years ago. That movie was made, maybe less.
Yeah,
I was saying less than that, but it was
very very interesting. It was actually quite amusing. It kind of took me by surprise. But anyway, that's cool. There was a mention. Do you guys know who Crazy Eddie is?
No.
The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember.
So Crazy Eddie in the 70s opened up a bunch of stores in New York. He started in Brooklyn, moved into Manhattan. It was all stereo equipment, receivers, turntables, speakers. It was all that stuff. And there's a documentary on YouTube, which is fascinating. But the thing about Crazy Eddie is that there were commercials that were on TV all the time in New York. And the guy, it wasn't Crazy Eddie on the commercials, although the actor who played him, everybody thinks that was Crazy Eddie, but he was acting crazy. His prices are insane, and he was doing all this crazy stuff. And the commercials are very popular, and Crazy Eddie was making a lot of money. But if you watch the documentary, it was all a shell game, literally. His inventory, there were empty
look like
boxes.
you're big. Yes,
It was the whole thing was a shell game, and he ended up serving like 8 years in prison for tax fraud and all kinds of other fraud. He left. He went on the run. He was arrested by Interpol in Israel. It was just like, it's a great documentary. But if you were in New York at the time, like what it was all about. And then the whole thing kind of fell. It was all a house of cards, and it all sort of fell apart. But yeah, the Crazy Eddie is a great documentary. It's incredibly entertaining. And you could see it coming, but having lived it from the vantage point of seeing the commercials, and I maybe even shopped in the store. I don't think I've ever bought anything in there, but he would sell appliances, microwaves, TVs, all that kind of stuff. And it just kind of it's funny that if you pull the curtain aside, it was all a big scam.
Mel Lastman, Bad Boys. There you go. We had that here.
Similar
circumstance. There's some other stuff going on.
So as Dan was describing that, there were a couple of names that were coming to mind. The one that was coming to mind for me was Oliver's Jewelry, the Cash Man.
That's the first one I thought of. And his commercials are good.
Yeah, well, he was doing them. So I was literally Googling as you were talking. So Oliver's Jewelry started doing it in 1971. So he actually spent decades doing these commercials. He was the Cash Man. And by the way, they're still around. To this very day, they're still around.
Yes. Oh yeah, still doing commercials.
So that franchise still exists. So that was one, and then the other one, like kind of an infamous name that no longer is around. This one, Honest Ed's, was a big one.
I was thinking him too, but there was nothing wrong with Honest Ed.
No. But what happened was eventually
junk dealer or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. But what he did is he eventually bought a city block. At one point, he owned literally. He owned the whole block. Yeah, at a certain point, he built a big franchise, and then his one of his kids eventually sold it off, and they turned it into developments. But that was, but he was infamous. He was, that whole Honest Ed's was his own franchise as well. Yeah, who's better than Bad Boys? That's right, you got it. Nobody.
No,
big commercials back in the day. The Cash Man. That's right.
So similar stories, Dan. Famous local.
We had a few. We had a few, and they were infamous because I remember seeing those stupid commercials on TV all the time. The goddamn Cash Man, and then also the Bad Boys, and then, like I said, Honest Ed's. Those were three.
Well, he gave out turkeys, right, on the Thanksgiving.
Well, no. What happened is, so the guy's name is Ed Mervish. Ed Mervish was the one. And his story is fascinating. If anybody ever wants to, now that we're bringing it up, I'll go see. I think I can find a short documentary on him. Fascinating dude. Built this gigantic. Started off small, and then eventually turned his store into this gigantic thing that, at its apex, was, if you ever went to downtown Toronto, Honest Ed's was this thing that you couldn't miss it. It was like a landmark. People would go to Honest Ed's to check out the big sign and everything related to it.
A big Vegas sign, Honest Ed's, is huge, massive, and he had specials on everything, and he, household, house goods, those kind of things. No furniture or anything like that, but hockey cards, hockey packs, boxes back in the 70s, 80s, all that stuff. Because I used to go down there in the early 70s, 71, 72 with my parents. So.
Yeah, the selling point of back in its apex was that it was this strange thing. So here, kind of show you. So that is the corner Vegas, of Honest Ed. And this was in downtown Toronto, and I remember it well because I was down that area all the time. And he owned, Dan, imagine, again, downtown Toronto is not cheap real estate. Imagine that this man owned a literal city block He owned the block. The store became the whole block, and everything related to it was Honest Ed's. And eventually, obviously, they sold the development because the land was worth a fortune.
We had the
by the
Mervis
time they sold
Theater
it.
too, right?
And yeah, the Mervis Theater still exists. The Mervis Theater still
Right
exists to this
across
day.
from Legends, it was.
Yeah. So what he did is he became a patron of the arts. He contributed to a lot of different things, charities and all that. And he bought out a theater, refurbished it, and it became the Ed Mervish Theater, which still exists. So even though his kids eventually sold out, so this sign and all this is all gone. This I'm showing you. It's been back in the day.
What is this all appliances and stereo
Housewares.
equipment? And all that?
Everything, anything and everything.
Tea, coffee,
All kinds of stuff.
Socks, you name it.
It was a discount. It was a discount. Like it was like a gigantic, oversized discount department store that sold all kinds of anything.
Probably a few small appliances, but not much of that stuff.
Yeah, the idea was that it was because he bought stuff so cheap, they sold it for a good price for decades. It was basically go-to for people to get all kinds of
almost
stuff.
like a dollar store of the time.
It was, but like on steroids. So they made it again. You got this gigantic Vegas-like sign on the outside of the damn thing that you can see.
Yeah,
from
it literally
far away.
looks like what is it? I can't remember one of the downtown casinos looks exactly like
almost like that. And
that
the whole
was
place was like old building, downstairs and upstairs and up these. It was crazy in there, just unbelievable. You get lost.
Yeah. It's fascinating because
your kids.
I'm one of the last generations that really saw Honest Ed's when it was still in its peak. It still was operating at its normal level. And then eventually, it started to shrink and then become smaller and smaller in terms of prominence. And then eventually they sold the land because the land was worth a fortune. So the family made plenty of money on it. But it was
Sam the Record Man too.
Yep. Sam the Record Man. Yep. Yeah. There's a lot going on there.
We have our own stuff here too. So it's like, old stuff.
That's why whenever a movie wants to do New York and they don't want to go to New York proper, they just go to Toronto. They call it New York. So the point, the reason I'm mentioning this, Dan, is that the analogy is there. Honest Ed's was an institution for decades. There's an entire multiple generations of Canadians that were in Toronto in that area that knew Honest Ed's, but now it's gone. Anybody who is under a certain age has no idea it ever existed. It wasn't even a thing. But that's the reason I brought it up to your basically going off your story. The Crazy Eddie.
How many people know Crazy Eddies now?
Yeah.
Crazy Ed.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be of a certain generation. I think he was in like the 70s and 80s. If you're my age, you obviously know who he is. If you're maybe 10 years younger than me, you know who he is. If you're younger than that, you have no idea.
Yeah, that's why I said I thought it was an interesting comp. Just to throw it out there, like Honest Ed's was one of the fascinating stories. And again, the Ed Mervish Theater still exists. So to his credit, there's still an institution that bears his name that still exists to this day, and hopefully it continues to do so because he's a fascinating story. But Honest Ed's, like I bought stuff at Honest Ed's back in its heyday, and it was a fascinating place. But it's long gone. It's gone now.
They still sell his signs. So if he had 99 cents for socks or something like that, they were like hand painted, colorful, beautiful signs. Very homey kind of looking, very artistic folk kind of looking signs. And they still sell for like 40, 50, $100, depending on the sign, what it is. It's like, it's because it's iconic to people who are age and older and younger a bit. So
I think my original point that got us off on this Crazy Eddie and Mervish thing was that, expansion of these shows to a national audience might work. Like, I think Menzie is doing it the right way. But I don't know if, this what's it called? Front gate, whatever it's called.
Front row.
And the Dallas Card Show. Front row, that's right.
We just call it all Dallas.
And Dallas Card Show, it remains to be seen whether they are expanding intelligently or they over expanding too quickly. It's something to bear in mind and something to take a look at, especially given that the card industry is in a boom right now, and it remains to be seen how long that boom is going to last and whether they can sustain their expansion or not. I think in large part depends upon the market and how well they plan for it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think their biggest challenge. So we'll finish off on this thought. And by the way, thank you, chat. You've been fantastic tonight. Appreciate you. But
Absolutely.
just a last thought here is that I think part of what you're talking about, Dan, is going to play into it. Is they're trying to build and expand. Building and expanding is not necessarily a bad thing. But
I agree.
I know what you're talking about when you say front row sports, but front row sports, look, the conversation we just had a moment ago, Bobby, we can speak fondly of Honest Eds because you have memories of Honest Eds as an institution, as a thing that existed for a long time. They established a thing where even though it's no longer around, we can at least tell the story here tonight. We're able to tell the story of this thing that happened, that existed. We can talk about these things fondly, with some entertainment and amusement and like maybe some memories to it. Front Row Sports is a promoter of card shows. It's it doesn't have any sticking. My point. And when you're doing a Dallas Card Show, New Jersey, the Dallas Card Show is supposed to be the brand, and a Dallas Card Show, like Dallas Card Show, really? Okay. Dallas Card Show, New Jersey, I guess, sure.
Yeah,
so that's kind of my critique, Dan. It's just that, but as a brand, you don't have any stick. What am I supposed to stick to? Oh, Dallas Card Show. Okay, Dallas. So Dallas Card Show, Netherlands, the Dutch. Where am I supposed to go with this? I don't understand.
Toronto show in
Dallas Card Show, August.
Heaven forbid. Yeah, that's all I'm getting at. So I think there are ways you can. So to your point, I think where Menzie has been able to at least do something with it is the word Expo.
It took many years.
He's building a brand with Expo. We had at least a baseline. There was decades of Expos before Menzie ever tried to do any additional Expos. So now when he does a Montreal Expo or an Edmonton Expo or those ones, okay, but at least we have a baseline brand. We have an existing brand, and then we're just trying to try it in different locations just to see how it goes. But a Dallas Card Show, literally the word Dallas is in it. The word Dallas, Texas. So when you put it in New Jersey, it's like, are we going to wear cowboy hats? There is no Dallas to this. Yeah. Good evening, Zach. Have a good one. Suk says Dallas Card Show Inc. Whatever has tried a few things that have worked, some have not, and they discontinued those shows. Hey, listen, try it. Yeah. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying Dallas Card Show. The word Dallas is a place. It has a brand. It exists. Yeah. I'd like to see a Dallas Card Show, Mississauga. Give it a try. I don't know where you're going to go.
Interesting, though, that when Menzie and company took over Strongsville, they didn't call it Strongsville Expo. They kept the
it had its own brand. It had its own brand.
Yeah, and it was a brand that was working. And they've made. I mean, remains to be seen. We will know in a week whether their newest expansion is successful or not, or we'll have opinions about it. We won't necessarily know. But I think that they've handled it correctly thus far. We'll see. I mean, they've been very good to us at Four Collectors. I could say that. Oh,
Stuke knows. Stuke knows. Stuke knows. Listen, you want to do a Dallas Card Show Guelph? Dan, I will personally support it. I will personally support it.
Bobby will set up.
I don't know if that'll help, but I will do what I can. I will do what I can to support. Anyway, all right, that's it. Thank you all. You got a little bonus time. Hopefully you enjoyed. Again, you can all in the comment section feel free to wish Eric ill or well if you want on his latest venture to do something stupid on a bicycle because he came up with some random idea in his head. He has a lot of brain damage. He's had a lot of concussions. He comes up with a lot of really weird ideas. I don't know why, but he does. So anyway, last things. More videos coming up on the channel. I will update the link in the description to include the latest Cardboard Cynics episode. So we'll have that on there. That is already active. I've already updated the playlist, so it's already on there. So you can check that out. That's on Dan's channel. This cycle goes go around. I will actually get the audio version if somebody wants to check that out. I will probably get that on tomorrow. So give or take in the next couple of days, you'll get that if you really want to. So you're welcome to that. Otherwise, go to Dan's channel, hit the like button, support it. Other key point as well is that I will include those links into it. And then the other piece of the puzzle is that next couple of weeks. So we already talked about the Edmonton show that happened. Thank you to Paul for giving a report on that. Next week, we'll get a little bit of a live conversation with Dan from the Strongsville show. So we'll check out how that's going on. And then we'll get the follow-up, obviously, once that's done. So hopefully that goes well. And then in a couple of weeks, we've got the Toronto Spring Expo. There'll be coverage on that, like here on this channel as always. And then next week is actually the 2000th day since the live stream streak started. 2,000 days exactly. No more, no less. 2,000 on the dot. It's pretty good.
Nice.
Nice.
So
nice.
is the expo weekend you are live streaming from the hotel room? on
I
Friday
will
night?
always.
No
I
problem.
have made it the last couple of years. I've done a very good job of it. I try to have one live stream from the hotel room during the expo itself.
Okay.
So that's the plan. That is the plan. As long as the hotel Wi-Fi holds out, which has been good the last couple of times, we've been able to manage. So far so good. So that is the plan. The plan is to have another live stream from the show.
Yeah, I should say that next Friday does depend on my Holiday Inn Wi-Fi, but we'll see.
Understood.
It was okay at the National. I hope it will be a fine hotel. Yeah. So it should be better than the hotel that we had in the actual town of Strongsville.
Fair. Baz says Guelph World's update. I noticed they're now selling fractional shares. Let's go. I love it. Live stream excellence. Thank you, sir. There's also a Dallas Card Show Plano down the road from Dallas Card Show in Allen. This Dallas Card Show branding is like the worst idea ever. It is literally the worst. At least Front Row isn't giving a location in the name.
Yeah.
Well, they are the front row.
Front row doesn't really do much for front row. If you're a baseball guy, I get it, or I don't know. Anyways,
He gave us an
what they
excuse.
do.
It might be a joke on there's the Bob Euchre did a commercial years ago where he must be in the front row. I think that's what there comes from.
Wow. Well, good old Bob Euchre. Oh, and next week I have Ryan McClanahan on my show for an interview, and we'll be discussing the Batters Up baseball and the O-Pee-Chee baseball.
Okay.
Batters up
Because
30s or 60s or both.
30s. No, the 34 to 36, and then we'll do the 36 baseball and include the hockey in the bendable cards. The
Actually, the 60s are not called batter up; they're called stand up. So yeah, different.
yeah. Well, anyways,
Okay.
whatever it is, we're doing the 30s. We're doing the comparative between O-Pee-Chee and Batters Up, the American. So we're going to talk a little bit back and forth and see what we come up with. We got some stuff planned, so it'll be interesting.
Good stuff. I like it. All right. Sounds good. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody else in the chat. Feel free on your way out, if you could hit the like button, we'd appreciate it. Feel free, if you check it out on the replay, feel free to comment on anything you heard tonight. Let us know. Also, curious your thoughts on what we talked about earlier tonight about the whole idea of, okay, we got all these shows, record-breaking attendance, all this. Like, what is the impetus, the final impetus? What is, is that just sustainable in the long run? Because we got a lot of people coming in. It's like the money's coming from somewhere. I assume it's Eric. I just assume Eric is supplying us all for funds. That's the only logical explanation I can think of. But maybe you can come up with a different one. So good luck with that.
Crypto.
Crypto might be legit. Sponsored by the Dallas Car Show. That's right. Listen, I'll only be sponsored if Penny Sleeper once the check clears. When Penny Sleeper can clear the check, then we can talk about it.
We never mentioned Penny Sleever on the.
Dan, we do not mention Penny Sleever until the check clears. The check needs to clear. Then we discuss them. Otherwise, they are dead to this channel. Anyway, thank you very much, folks. Have yourselves a good night. Appreciate everybody that joined in. Thank you, Yannick, and Eric was here at some point.
Right? Oh yeah, he's out riding.
No, that's all we get. The acknowledgement wise, that's it. All right, have yourselves a good night. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Ciao.